Playing for exits. Maybe a few more points towards his ultimate here, but with only 5 seconds, no time
Hello,
to plan.
once again, welcome back. And guys, वापस आकर थोड़ा सा डिले हो गया आज क्योंकि पावर कट था, तो इस वजह से मैं लेट स्टार्ट किया क्योंकि मेरे को पता नहीं था ना पावर मतलब कब आएगी कब नहीं आएगी। सुबह से गायब इसलिए तो तुम मैच देखो मैं अपना डिनर कंप्लीट कर लेता हूँ।
Instantly pops his fragment and then walks on out of there, has support from the rest of the players. I thought Kankan was going to hit a collat there, but Jenny does absolutely nothing. Then the final kill on Xfer just to keep the economy of RRQ a little honest here. And let's see how honest it looks. Looks like there's some ultimates in there, so a full buy, which is nice.
Yep. Sage Rez is probably the one that you keep an eye on. Might want to try to throw a body at this round early on and see if you can potentially just trade out off the back of that. Nishigutiel opening this one up, and pressure will be on Sign playing from Wine.
Jenny close by though, but not close enough to really do anything about it for the time being.
You can't drone from the same spot again, honestly, after seeing the fragment.
Oh, it's a big swing. And now, a lot of work to do here to get the rest of the players in. Nobody hasn't been flashed out. That's a good flash on the opposite side though. Just rips apart 2 players, but one will get raised back in. Keeping numbers good for RQ. 4 versus 2 here. Kankang still with the operator. Has to slowly clear his way through. Dash up and ready to go, but he just wants to play and he can't. Sand takes him down. Now Chichu might just have a little bit too much here. 8-4 RRQ. You'll say that this is a reasonable minded comeback in the first half, as we do in fact end this first half.
Yeah, Jemkin, couple of multi-frags on the Jet. That is the difference maker here for RRQ, who's a little bit too quiet, a little bit too average against 100 Thieves. Not a poor performance, but it never is for Jemkin. You know, his bad game is probably just going dead even. But you saw what level of impact he can bring on that attacking side in that half alone. A 3K and a 4K in 2 rounds that were picked up by RRQ. He's been good for at least half of them there on their attacking side.
A strong showing from EDG as we expected, and importantly as well, just because I know he will be the player that many will look at in terms of his own personal performance, but when you are the sub coming in, when you are the coach sub as well, eyes will be on you if the team performs poorly, but honestly, his stat line and his impact in this game was honestly quite high for Sign.
I've been telling everybody, like, you know, most people who have an assistant coach coming in, you'd be really asking some questions. Like, honestly, this guy's not going to do anything, but Sign has plenty of playing experience. I've seen him play very well against some of the best teams in the world in scrims over at boot camps and things like that.
Actual scrim god.
Yeah, bit of a scrim god sometimes. So, you know, I know mechanically he can hang with the best. It's just really a case of whether he's able to do that at the highest level of competition in an official.
Pilly told me Sign made PRX cry in scrims.
I will not confirm that. He has played pretty good. And I'm a big believer in Sign. I think he's been a pretty solid player for quite a while, and clearly EDG have seen some value, at least in his read on the game. But even in the server, not doing too well for himself. I mean, Smoggy is, of course, irreplaceable, but I think, you know, just chucking Sign in there and seeing what he can get done. I don't think he's underwhelmed for EDG. Yep. Even in their loss, he wasn't necessarily the poorest performer, and he's had to play a bunch of different roles. They've been chucking him on the bloody Phoenix like he's not a duelist player.
Yeah. He flexed a little bit for me when he was on Direwalls.
He's mostly been an info init player, yep, and then flexing into like a bit of Viper, you know, a bit of controller. So he is that patented flex player.
Yeah, he needs to just flex to allow the rest of EDG to play what they're comfortable on, what they're going to be good on. When speaking of that, Kankang has certainly shown that 9 and 5, plenty of operator kills as well, completely dominating on that weapon as we have the swap sides here. EDG on the attack side. RRQ still looking to really pick themselves up some rounds to close the gap.
Yeah, double Cloudburst and some armor here. Kankan definitely wants to be the player to be able to create space on the entry for EDG. Crazy guy on the line, spotting out this push. The wall is a little late. Kankan's in front of it. That's a nice entry for EDG. Xfero now under pressure, pushed out by the dart. That is a nightmare scenario for RRQ.
Just 2 for nothing there. You beat the timing on the wall as well if you're Kankang, and now the plant comes on through easily. Kankang already made his way in towards heaven. RRQ honestly have no idea, and as nobody falls, the information goes over. It's going to be Tree. They've at least got the single scan here, which is going to be interesting, but Kankang with a massive backstab. Not ready for that one.
Jepkin, and it'll be cleaned up by Kankang as well. Yet another 4K from the highlight machine straight out of China. And I'd love to make some excuses for RRQ guys being from Pacific. I really would. But I watched Crazy Guy have someone in the 100 Thieves game contact up Cat when he was holding the wall out and try to shoot him on an eco. And that's happened exactly the same way here in the very next game. At some point, you have to hold your hands up and start to scratch your head a little bit and go, that's not ideal. We really need to tighten that up a bit.
Cushy likes to get his drones deleted by the KO knives as well, so we've been there, done that for RRQ, unfortunately.
thumbnail कैसा लगा यार ये बताओ?
Do be crazy out there for Crazy Guy. Kung is already working his way up to a nice and early Blade Storm. Would love to find a pick here, and he's got it. Xfera, goodbye.
Drone into B main to follow up.
thumbnail कैसा लगा?
Slow orb in reply here for Crazy Guy, who swings out, trying to, you know, bark as loud as he can. Down he goes to Kung, who continues to get closer and closer to his knives, and I imagine they'll probably even just give him the plant here.
Allow him to enter. If he dies, there'll be knives. No one hiding behind boxes. No one in boats either.
Straight through
to
बढ़िया है.
straight
देख
into
तो लेते हैं.
spawn again, just
तब
playing
बोलते
in a
बढ़िया.
location that RRQ are not going to be ready for.
Not much to do here for RRQ. Got to, once again, try to dig themselves out of a poor situation. They've had really, really rough starts in both of these games here at EWC. And there's the Spectres running havoc. Off angle for Jemkin. Will be backed here by Zan, but I don't even know if they're going to get a single kill. A couple of armors broken, but a flawless anti-eco for EDG.
भाई
Expect the Jemkin to maybe at least get that one out of Jenny, but not going to be the case.
इन लोग पूरा
You cannot
उनको
pick a
वो
set
कर रहे हैं
into
यार,
two teams at an
disrespect कर रहे
international
हैं.
and get rolled both times.
हट
Like,
कर करके मार रहे
it
हैं.
just can't.
I think for
It's just not going to
RRQ,
go well for you.
they saw EDG lose Ascent. They kind of feel like maybe we did better in our Ascent game than they did, and also EDG typically don't play this map that often in terms of their bans. Well, they figured out that EDG just needed to make a bit of an adjustment to their lineup here.
देखा है Discord से देख
Suddenly
क्या
we're off
है.
to the races. As someone once said, it's Kung's world and we're just living in it. RRQ is certainly feeling the results of that.
First gun round for them, though, and it's not a particularly threatening-looking bonus on the side of EDG. I guess the Blade Storm is probably something you're concerned about. The single rifle on side. Here's the wall inside of B main. Nobody knows that Crazy Guy may be playing on top of that, but EDG starting to chip away now.
Door closed. Is she feeling the pressure here? A quick TP available for Xfera as well to get onto that side of the map. And that side being B is where this is likely to end with the shift over of the spike. Look how far back Cushy is playing as well.
Yeah, it's retake. He's holding his dart and his drone to try to spam them as they come on in. We've seen this sack-heavy playstyle for RRQ against 100 Thieves not go well for them. Jemkin's been dropped off on Wine. Rotation's coming across from Crazy Guy, but really they're just trying to look to pick the numbers here of EDG as they make their way up middle and the chokehold is activated.
Okay, well that's going to be the first little bit of information here, but like you said, they're just going to play for the retake most likely. Smoked out is going to be CT, which means further impact here. Nobody on site, no issues for EDG in the last moments to try and get this plant in, which they will do. And even through the smoke here, Crazy Guy's just
चलो मैं
going to
चलता बहुत काम पेंडिंग है ऐसे शॉट देखी वो वाली सीरीज
Where are you off to, mate? I cannot believe that he's picked up that pick onto Xfero. Jemkin and nobody going 1-for-1 in the meantime. It's a two-man advantage here for EDG, who is looking to run away with the bonus and the rest of Ascent with it.
Once this round is done, you feel like RRQ's run on this map is also going to be done. Cushy dropping off on 9 HP. They just have to save the weapons here. It's their first gun round of the half. Got to do what they can to maintain some available economy. But for EDG,
2-3-4 देखा है
just too
बाकी
easy.
देखता हूँ.
Walked into essentially a free site.
Yeah.
And then Chichu with the wherewithal, the insane confidence and ego to just walk into market. He gets a kill as well.
Jemkin looking for some exits, but I don't think he's going to be given any. Remember, guys, EDG walk into this bonus round with 1 rifle, and they walk out with 4. The amount of economy that they're going to have on this attacking side when they're up 11-4 is going to be ridiculous. A timeout, I'm being told from EDG. I'm not sure they necessarily need it, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if it was from RRQ, but maybe EDG are looking to just make sure that they can align themselves on how to stomp RRQ a little bit harder and make sure this is 100% going to be a 13-4 here, Avril.
Yeah, just the last few rounds here, and obviously a somewhat broken economy in the sense that 3 players from RQ will come in with pistols, 2 with the saved rifles. dismantling of that one will be part of the conversation here.
Okay,
for
Baba,
EDG
mere bhai.
to
Thank
lock
you
in the
so much
rest
for coming
of
on the live stream.
this
brother.
half. And
Jao
also
kaam
is
kar
going
lo.
to go on. I'm struggling to see where RRQ can even find rounds here.
I couldn't tell you, mate. I know Jemkin has a Vandal, and that's usually good for a round or two. Honestly, a hero Vandal on one of Pacific's very best duelists could be a recipe for success. The problem is, I feel like everybody on EDG is playing just as good as Jemkin right now, and Jemkin does not have as much help.
Here we go. 2 more rounds there for EDG. Only a time for them to discuss how they can keep this half flawless. They've already got the first 3. And that will be a blowout 13-4 victory if this goes the way we think it might just. But there's a little bit of a buy up here. In fact, it's going to be a 0 out in the economy. But RRQ, they'll go all in on this round. They want to make sure EDG are kept well and far away from that 12 as long as possible.
I mean, they just have to get some rounds at the end of the day. KO Knife will scan the fact that Sage is over towards B main. They know the Sova's at market. Is she well aware that this is a slower looking default from EDG so far? Double setup on Catwalk. This is where RRQ really want to contest EDG, but they can't overcook this one. Kang is primed.
Backed up by Jenny as well, and you see the scientist still in top mid. Trying to make his way down Cat. Looking like mid to A for the time being, but they'll eventually be walking into this double setup here, and it's Jemkin up first. You said he'd always be good with the hero rifle. Well, he's got a little bit of help with Xferro on the sidelines. He'll be able to make his way out of there, but still flashed up. Jenny doesn't know where he is, though. Jenny goes down here. Chichu and nobody still sharp there on site. And well, just the 2 of those players holding it strong, anchoring on B. It's enough.
I mean, that's the perfect setup for RRQ. Quite honestly, and that's exactly how you would want that round to go. Jemkin takes first contact, Xferro has it covered, then you get what is essentially a bit of a mess. Jenny bursting through, they know it's the KO on Catwalk there, no one's really playing anti-flash well enough with the cloud burst down. You should not be getting caught that hard by an underarm. And EDG, the rest of the players splitting through A main on a really nice timing. It's map point for them now, and it's looking like RRQ are about to get blown out on their map pin.
Wow.
2
Guys,
times
don't
in a
forget
row
to hit
here.
the like and subscribe button.
Most likely on their way out of EWC.
They don't have a lot of maps to play through to survive in EWC. That's certainly going to be the case. Tell you what, RRQ at least got 10 rounds on this map against 100 Thieves. But up against EDG, it's looking a lot less than that. At least the first opening shot from Crazy Guy with this guarding onto Kang is pretty damn nice. What else can be delivered here? Is it's going to be a bit of a slowdown. EDG still want to walk on in. Here we go. Jemkin over from Market alongside Crazy Guy in lane. That's what you want to see. Okay, it's not over yet.
You can't force your way through a literal brick wall. You know, figuratively sometimes, but the Sage wall is down there. And Jemkin, I mean, he's built like one. Let's be honest. Big 3K for him on the jet. And, yeah. Every time that EDG has gone into the arms of Jemkin, he's at least had some impact, if not 1 rounds. I think, well, RRQ's got 5 rounds now. 3 of those are Jemkin. Multi-frags on the attacking side, and a multi-frag between him and Crazy Guy there to shut down the B plate.
Looked competitive in the first 4 rounds, but RRQ slowly trying to find a little something here, build back some confidence in this map. As mentioned, though, likely to still move over with a 1 map loss. Jemkin wants to walk up and just through. The shot's found by nobody. He disappears.
The Sage is on the other side of the map. You can't get the res going, but Xferro trading things nicely. Neural Theft did come out just before Chichu went down there. Very tentative here. Kang waiting for an opportunity. TP away from Xferro. Hold on, Kang might have found a gap here, and Zan's gone down to the Hunter's Fury. A is completely open. RRQ looking for the res, but Kang's already on the flank.
Yeah, I mean, Zan he gets scanned by the Neural Theft, obviously, and he stays there, gets killed by the Hunter's Fury, and now Sign just traveling his way through into spawn. Kang still catching stragglers on their way out from B. At least Crazy Guy and Cushy are going to keep things competitive numbers. 2 versus 2. Pretty split as well. If you look at the minimap, everyone's in separate locations. Could be a couple of different isolated 1v1s here, and that one is going to be found by nobody into Cushy.
Well, onto Crazy Guy. Has to put together a heroic 1-on-2. Open plan for EDG. Complete 180 crossfire between Heaven and A main. Even for the Beast of the East, I don't think that this is going to be good enough. Out comes the dart, scanned out. Gianni peaks on the perfect timing, and it's a stomp from EDG to open up this series.
One cheeky little round at the end there for RRQ to keep things interesting, but otherwise we're back to scheduled business here. Back to scheduled programming for EDG. High expectations for the...
In that fight.
जब तक दूसरा लगा दिया हूं मैं वो मैं पाता है तब तक.
Ooh, the shots land for Vora. The advantage extended. That was BBL's chance to have an easy push to sight, but now pressure from both sides as they press forward. Behind closes in, and Rose finds himself against the world. 3 to take down. A Sheriff and 4 bullets, and no time for the reload. He's eaten that flash. He thought he was avoiding it. A pixel too close. And with that smoke down, spamming with 4 shots isn't exactly viable. He needs to be quick, he needs to be clean, and it looks damn near impossible, proving to be a pistol for 100 Thieves. Well, that should close the gap.
I felt like fair play to him for realizing they weren't initially defusing, but yeah, other than that, pretty much all went the way of 100 Thieves. That's the second pistol round now taken by the side that currently trails, but a good opportunity for them to build up into this round. Now, I expect to see maybe a pistol or 2 coming in for the side of BBL, or they could go for a full investment because of that plant, but I don't think it's really worth the risk. A chance to potentially do a little bit of damage, get some orbs farmed up, and with LaRock already with 3 under his belt, even if they can pick one up and he gets a kill and dies, he's going to be 2 away from a showstopper.
Yeah, that is without a doubt a problem. And the BBL side looking to immediately pick up the pace towards this C site. The smoke put just to allow them around that initial corner. A reveal up top, full main clearance. But pushing into the site's a different story. Those thorns are going to cause problems for direct to site plays. But the double TP taken by Loida, matching the performance from Bang earlier, but it's only 1 found. And with a round like this, you need so much more pistols for BBL. The Spectre left on the floor. Nice shot by Kreven. The question of damage, I think, is where we're at. But a few more kills, and this could spiral out of control for 100 Thieves. Luckily, they seem to have a handle on it. But
pretty good.
As far as the question of damage, I would say that is a success.
Yeah, no, 3 players going down with what was basically a direct C hit with barely anything to play with. Like you talked about.
Vice utility as well.
Yeah, how devastating the utility is normally on that side of the map. They didn't make it look like it was, and even some of those fights being quite isolated because they got sectioned off by the wall. So, not a bad round at all. Of course, the main thing is getting that conversion. Keeping things even in terms of that scoreline. But you can see how much of a weakness they've created for 100 Thieves. It is an Outlaw, it is a Spectre, and it is pistols. This looks more like if you lost the pistol and tried to go for a force buy in the second round.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams will even invest more into this to give them a little bit of a chance. Just in terms of the 2.8K, the 2.4s on Asuna. Of course, Timotino can save up that cash for an operator. But with Bandits in the current state, remember, this was a weapon that was used in a very big way over in London. And now it's been buffed. So it's no surprise to see it have such a prevalent face here. The buff making it way easier to handle as well. So like it essentially functions more akin to a Guardian now, with the taps being more accurate in between, having a slower reset time. It handles much better for sure. But you got to get close to use it. And on the defense, it's easy if they push your site, but they've gone into the C site, which is gonna have to be retaken, right? They're here quite early, but surely they're not just going for it. They've already found one. The utility's being thrown. They're through the smokes. Yes, they're going for it. 100 Thieves picking up the pace. I thought they'd play the retake. I thought they'd try to punish aggression. The first kill spurred them on. And now Cryo's left to find them all.
Got 1 bullet left, but
Blank's coming.
smoke makes it very awkward. I was about to say a single bullet in that Bandit would have been problematic, but he's waiting to see how aggressive are the opponents going to be in this case. Not aggressive enough.
Clean.
I like that Kreven after that is laughing like really hard after how much he whiffed. I don't think many people would be doing that, but you know, these guys are having fun.
I mean, he's a good teammate. That's what you'll see from Sentinels a lot of the time. Obviously, he felt bad for Rose earlier on, the couple shots that were missed, and he said, look, I'll make him feel a bit better. I won't let a guy kill me, but I'll let him hit me and go, oh, look, see, it can happen to any of us. Any of us, bro. You, me, probably not LaRock, but
he's
you
like,
know.
you,
Guys, don't forget to hit the
But
like and
you-
subscribe.
Mostly
button.
you.
Hit the like, share,
Mostly
and
you,
subscribe
but like
for
on
me,
this map.
look, me too, but
Especially on this map, you
for the
keep
rest of
doing
the
it.
game, probably you.
I actually think Rose is like a 50% hit rate on people looking the opposite way, only on this map. I don't know why.
Aggressive start out from the defensive side. This is their full investment, and nice work from Timotino and Bang. That aggression has been massively successful, beating BBL at their own game, and aggressive positioning. They are not shying away from a fight, especially with that comeback. You start to worry a little bit that maybe they're going to fall back into passive positions, allow BBL that space, but that is not
बरातियों
the
का
case
स्वागत सिर्फ पान
whatsoever.
पराग से ही कीजिएगा.
Arsenal is expected in this corner. Okay, that's awkward, and that's the spike, but I don't think it's going to matter for long. Everybody falls, and everybody stands on the side of 100 Thieves. They have leveled things up once again. Now we look towards BBL to see what they have on that attack side, and if this is now going to be an extension, just as we saw in the last half.
Well, considering, yeah, how things have gone, a streak of rounds doesn't really mean anything. For 100 Thieves, they build up this defensive side. They're 3 out of 4 so far. Likely to be another with such weaknesses here. The BBL were slow to start, but they found their footing eventually. Here on the attack side, I don't think they have those same excuses, though. The start of this round, much more direct towards C-site.
They were trying to
They get
bait
up,
the wall, but
and they're
not there.
Immediately halted as well. Deeper utility in play this time. They don't hear the Thorns as they step in. They're up top instead, but Asuna's going to be caught. Cryo does well, but that ultimate has traded it out. The showstopper bringing weapons into the hands of BBL now.
Going. That was Rocks on an adventure. The spike has been left alone, and now there's a flank on the flank. He waits for the timing. Oh, it's going to be the push through towards the spawn. This is brilliant from Lovers Rock. He's looking to try and get both, and they never expected him to be here. The run through immediately was so aggressive from Lovers Rock. But that was perfection. Leaves Bang to try and clutch. With 2 now back together. Well, to an extent. The Rock falling further behind, but just look at the time that's already gone. He's having to clear every single angle methodically because of how aggressive his opponent was just moments ago. A nice shot, though. I don't know if he has the time
It's
for
too
this one.
low.
No, he doesn't. That's unfortunate. A nice attempt from Bang and a costly round for BBL. But honestly, I think they'll take the round.
A win is a win, that's for sure. Yeah, BBL taking the lead with a thrifty buy. They came in here with stingers for the most part. Their objective to go towards that wall. I think possibly even split to B after. I'm not sure what the idea was on hitting, or if they were going to break through it as a unit. And then they realize it's not there. They realize the setup has changed, that there's a danger lurking there. The danger dealt with so quickly, but this cerebral play from Lovers Rock is what gives them that clean exit. Even though Bang's able to find those 2 kills, which fair play to him for that, but time was his biggest enemy and not one he stood a chance of defeating. A timeout now called by 100 Thieves. They will freeze the clock for a moment and have a chat, one last chat, unless BBL give them one. Their opponents now in a dangerous position.
It's quite fun being in this lobby because obviously you've got Americas versus EMEA. But when it comes to the coaching staff, it's EMEA versus EMEA. MBS, a previous champions winner, the first to ever do it. Of course, his assistant coach was a Masters Copenhagen winner. So they've got very good people behind the scenes. On either side of things, of course, he has been noted with the rise of this BBL roster through the Tier 2 to Ascension winners to making it to a Masters, making it here.
You know, the real shame, MBS, there's a lot of things he doesn't get as much credit for as he should, but
This going.
really and truly, no, from the heart, this is, don't worry, it's not a dig. It's his shirts, man. His shirt game needs a lot more credit. The guy, he did it, and he did it in style, and that's what I appreciate. We're back into the game, and BBL looking again to take the pace up towards that C site, met by utility, met by a wall, and they don't want to go through it. Instead, they'll send it back in the other direction, a big risk at this stage. You can see the ping going down. They know A main could have been pushed up in. We have no control over B. Swinging the door, sure, will give you a glance, but they could be behind the boxes. They could already be up. The Prowler will at least give you a bit of security. that hasn't taken place. But then you think about A main. However, I think BBL want 100 Thieves to have pushed up. They know that if someone's here, they're probably on their own at this stage. And if they are, well, we can outnumber them. We can overwhelm them. Let's see if that is the case.
Seen this one before. That Prowler didn't land. Before there were stuns thrown into position, and while that's Loiter gone for it, there is a trade back, but
Face your fear.
a lot of HP damage. Lover's Rock's gone in with ult while incredibly low on HP. That's an easy kill for Vora, but this was all a ruse. They're trying to split back the other direction. Nice shots from Cryo. A quick flick from either side. And that's them level once again. And I will say I like the adaptation, because I think what we saw in this round was there was a C-site hit where they dominated the first one, 100 Thieves.
Yep.
Then they go, okay, well, they're not going to do that again. And they did. So then after a pause, they go, they're going to do it again, aren't they? I have a feeling. Because a lot of teams would go, well, they're not just going to keep going C. So they stack up. There was 3 players on the C site early. They had all of the utility there. They have a paranoia. And BBL go, we have to go the other way. And that's where they have the aggressive positioning from Timotino, the off angle from Vora, and then the rotations. That's just a good read coming out from 100 Thieves.
And now, Viper's Pit immediately put down on the C site. So if you want to come see another time, it's going to be even more difficult than before. BBL should be looking elsewhere. You go towards A, Timotino's there to be dealt with. And in this round, he is as deadly as can be. One shot to the body will be more than enough before it goes for 4. LaRock down and out right away. And in these rounds, like in these pistol rounds, okay, I'll give Lover's Rock on a Neon with a Judge. I'm terrified of him. But LaRock is really the shining light. If someone's going to come out of these with like 4 quick share of headshots, well, it's normally that guy. It's certainly not that guy now.
I got spiked.
The worrying thing is you say most likely, but it's like, I feel like there's only like a 1% less chance that Loiter or Kreven does exactly the same thing.
This is true.
Kreven with pistols, man, like sometimes he does stuff where I'm just like, that makes no sense. But no, I think, especially with the Viper's Pit in play, with a Vice Wall in position to help out Cryo, it's going to be very difficult for anybody to get into this position. And they even have it covered with Asuna on the other side. It's a nice little hold. It's one that I think they desperately wanted to make sure this goes through. And while there's one of those pistol headshots, Loiter heard you, I think.
They're going to get a plant out of this. How in the world has this worked? This strategy started by Lover's Rock realizing there's a Viper in a pit and a Vice here. I'm going to run in through it. And somehow they're in a 3 versus 4. Still a lot of work to be done. They've not got the weaponry to make this work. Kreven does have a good position and, okay, at least a decent shot, but now they know one player off-site. So pick up the pace towards it. Bait out that fight. That man's already dealt with, and with a classic in hand, Rose didn't stand a chance. I think even getting a plant out of that, honestly, was a silver lining for BBL. But the lead for 100 Thieves in double digits secure.
Yeah, you can see after the pause, they managed to find that little bit of extra semblance. I don't mind the
WhatsApp पर लगा के बैठा मैं क्या
They're going to do something hyper aggressive, like, I don't know, slide through with the Judge. So you put the Viper's Pit in to make that player more vulnerable, and it almost baits them into thinking that maybe there isn't a second player there, even though the Vice Wall was there.
Well,
and then
the
Asana.
thorns. They threw the thorns like 3 seconds before that, so you knew.
RRQ are a fantastic team in Pacific, but if they keep playing like they have done so far, none of that matters.
Thorns came in, and most people go, and Lover's Rock was like, no, I've already been let off the leash. You let go of it, I'm gone.
He's like,
उसी की जगह आएगा नहीं I think stream A पे आएगा ना
you उसमें आएगा नहीं
उसमें while I pick this thing up, turn around, he's gone. He's just gone
into the woods. You never see him again.
Chasing a squirrel.
But no, if there's any player that has absolutely no fear, well, I was going to say in this tournament, but Levin does give him a run for his money. Between the two of them, a lot of aggression that can come through. And now the pause on the other side. Now bear in mind, last time we saw a pause from BBL, they went from 4-0 down to winning the half 7-5, and I believe they won 5 rounds in a row. So we'll see what Key has on offer. Of course, it gives the same opportunity for MBS and Doombros have the conversation with their side. A close back and forth map, and honestly one where I feel like both teams are playing well. I feel like we've seen some closer games so far where I'm looking at a lot of the mistakes rather than just solid game plan. And well, speaking of game plan, immediate usage of that convergence path, denying them the A control, but it hasn't caught anyone.
Well, we've been going C at the start of every round, so this time let's go A at the start and then rush into C, and hopefully we won't be running into Vice and
जब
Viper
पूछा तो
again.
HTC ही सुनाई दिया मेरे
running
को.
into Vice and Viper again, but those players won't have weapons if they stick around. Steel Garden going through, catching one at least. As soon as going to have to wait, but he has one of his own to pop right through, and I think it might be what they're closing back in the distance for. The wall, the Thorns have bought time, and BBL canceled the play, looking elsewhere. And in fact, I think this is a learning from last round where they put a lot of pressure on the C side, even with the 2 Sentinels there, even with the, well, quasi-Sentinel Viper, even with the pit, they left the A side open. So this time they try to put that pressure on again, but look at 100 Thieves reacting. Vora's the second man, and there's a third coming. Bang. Oh, he might have went under the radar, but they spotted him. Still, he gets one and gets out.
Great work. 30 seconds left, but then they double back again. It's the A, the C, the A, the B. And now back to the A again. Bang is trying to retake on a site that might not even be hit. In fact, he's doubling back around, but Kreven is still waiting on the angle. Again, the start of these rounds looked incredibly good, but those 2 players finding kills in the B site puts the pressure onto Cryo to get anything done here. He was waiting for the planter to make a move. Instead, they're getting aggressive onto him. And although it's a hell of a lot of damage, 2 players onto 5 HP, the problem is Bang is also low. A bullet to him or either of the other 2. Daddy's going to try and bait them in. The first one comes easy. Next 2, though, might be slightly more difficult. Rose wrapping around from above, and he doesn't even know that there's no one else around that corner anymore. 10 to 10, a strike back from BBL, and a back and forth all the way through the round.
That's one of those rounds you'd really like to still have one pause left to use. On the side of 100 Thieves, I don't know how you're supposed to track what BBL are doing when they go A to C to A to B. The pacing there as well, like they're still putting pressure on the A site when that flank comes through. It's a small oversight in those rotations, but you can understand why they got their eye on the prize a little too much.
20 seconds left. Loiter is spamming a box, and while he's doing that, 2 teammates enter into the B site. Like, it's difficult to spot everything they're doing because it feels like there's a lot of game plans going on. That's a shot connected initially by Timotino, but a kill not garnered, and a pacey hit looking to come up on the other side, but as soon as done well, at least at the start.
Oh, that flash. It bought him time. It kept him in LaRock in position and allowed Vora to come through with the kill. Now Cryo's there to back him up. The site's been taken, kind of. A plank could be secure, but Rose, he wants to battle deep. A 2v5, not worth it. A 2v4, still not good enough, but now Kreven's all alone. And he won't be going for this, not on 29 HP. 100 Thieves finding 11 rounds, and the danger here is that this isn't even close. 4 players left alive, a huge boost to the economy for 100 Thieves, meaning that now BBL are basically just up against full buys for the rest of the half.
Crunch round, there's no doubt about it. There's not too many occasions where you'd be seeing Kreven on the opposite side of the map saving his gun, but when he's got 3,000 credits, when LaRock has enough to buy and the other teammates don't, you're going to have to basically put yourself in a position to make sure something can be purchased into the next round, because you do not want to allow 100 Thieves up to 12. So that may be a likely scenario. And again, I feel like Asuna has been playing incredibly well as those site anchors, be it covering on the C site to help out Cryo, or be it now on the other side of the map on A, basically finding that opener, having the flash to set up his teammate while he's being chased down. They knew, because they knew on the BBL side, if they clear him, that A side is a lot more open, and Vora just there to cover. It's worked out wonderfully, but as we've seen so far in this, or at least in the last few rounds, there hasn't been any consistency with winning the rounds. There's been a strike back almost every single time. And now we're going to have to look towards BBL, but as you said, there are no more check-ins with coaching staff unless we go to overtime.
थक जाते हैं ना बैठे-बैठे.
हेलो मुन्नी भाई, बड़ा आदमी है भाई, मुन्नी भाई क्या हाल है?
The true state of the BBL
हाल चाल
economy
मुन्नी
right
भाई. आज तो मुन्नी तेरा छुट्टी होगा, ऑफिस नहीं होगा, सैटरडे है.
One away from the nightfall farming, that could be good, but Timotino, he's going aggressive. It's a risky play. And up against the eco, I think he's going to regret that. The op now recovered. That's another rifle. And indeed, with Lover's Rock having that in his hands,
मुन्नी का
Didn't
चुन्नी
give
का
his teammate
छुट्टी
the
है
Guardian
चुन्नी का
before he
टुन्नी
went
का
and got
मुन्नी
that. I will say,
oh, he's left at the door.
Yeah.
Oh, he has.
That has annoyed me a little bit, but, you know.
Very rude.
Rose has now been dropped as well. Still nobody able to get that
Does anyone
gun.
want the Guardian?
But then again, it's Kreven and Loiter. They might even be better with the Sheriffs, with how they've been playing so far. Push up all the way through C. Luna has them locked in.
आदि तेरे हिसाब से कौन जीतना चाहिए इसमें?
It doesn't seem like there's any world in which they go back from this stage.
100 Thieves को जीतना तो चाहिए.
That smoke's going to fade soon for Cryo. He has to get a move on, a risk, having to stand his ground against many men. Blinded up, he still lands the rock.
मार रहा है भाई.
To change things, and they did change their comp to double duelist
अबे
coming
वाली
into this
stream चालू हो
tournament,
गई.
and it did not work against 100 Thieves. So I think EDG, if
RRQ
I'm loading
versus
into Agent Select, playing the comp that I'm used to playing, and I'm seeing that my opponent has yet again done a comp swap coming into Breeze, then I'm feeling like this is going to be an easy game for me.
Ladies and gentlemen around the world, lock in. We are jumping into game number 2. This is your elimination match here in Group A. On the mic, it's Avril and Pilski.
Thanks so much, Puckett. Let's get into this one. Breeze, EDG's map choice. They've already won the first map, which means it's elimination, chop and block. Back against the wall for RRQ. What can we get out of this team now?
Oh!
Rex
भाई
Rigam
crazy
Kion.
मारा भाई.
Using a full government name for this. Defensive side first. Jemkin on the chamber. Might be some early pressure coming through from the elbow. Does get a little bit of info off that knife as well.
Scans two players straight up into the site that's been cut in half by
Oh,
EDG's
man.
Viper. They're going to get the
Gold
plant
flag?
down, and RRQ prepping themselves for the retake, but the high tide is keeping them at bay for now.
See what happens when these walls start to fade. All 5 ready to go. 4 coming through essentially from Archers. Jemkin making sure no flanks will be occurring through from the elbow side of things. Zan up first to see what he gets around that corner. Sees way too many players. Cushy, excuse me, 3 kills off the back of nothing. Just Zan pushing on in. Cushy following on through, and now the backstab kill on the side. Doesn't quite get the ace, but won't need an Xfero to clean things up for EDG. And a 3-piece from Cushy to light the server up.
That's a bit more like it. That's the kickoff Cushy that we all know and love. The rookie of the
अबे RRQ
rookie
का
coming into
मैच चालू हो गया
RRQ
उसको लगा
at
ले.
the start of last year. Some people were thinking maybe this guy is rookie of the year
लगाते
material.
ना यार ये
Had a
10-12
fantastic
चल रहा है एक राउंड
performance
चाहिए.
in his opening stage of Pacific, and we saw
मैंने
flashes of
interesting
brilliance
थोड़ी
for
हो
him,
रही है
and I think this is really just Cushy in a nutshell. His first bullet accuracy, his ability to use pistols, one-tap guns is always phenomenal to watch, and I think that's the perfect example of it.
How about his second and third bullet accuracy as well? He got all 3 of those in quick succession in under a couple of seconds there, and EDG clearly not ready for it. Group up on towards A shops this time around. RRQ first pistol. You did say pistols here would be great for RRQ. Weren't winning a lot of those at all. Jemkin already has good eyes on players. Doesn't hit the first one, but Chichu still falls here. Xfero onto nobody.
वहीं 50 मार के वहीं खड़ा हो गया.
Before really anything even happens here. They walk onto site and they evaporate.
Outlaw picked up by Zan at the end of that one. Jemkin back on the chamber. We've seen him do really good things on this agent. I think it's the perfect agent for his play style. Known to be playing primary duelers, but this is a player that really likes to take his time with things. Likes to take opening duels at his own pace. Likes to use those smoke weapons.
One enemy remaining.
Seeing him on the chamber is
अबे
always a
plat
bit
one
of a
से
cause for
नीचे नहीं
concern on the
खोलना
other
था
side of the
उसको.
server. And that is the
Flat
clean
को
start
नहीं
that
थी जब
RRQ
D1
would have
था
wanted
तो.
here to breeze CDG head into their first gun round.
Maybe the change up for RRQ comp-wise exactly what the doctor
क्योंकि
ordered here.
मुन्नी तो ascendant छू के आया था ना.
खेलता नहीं है ना नब.
So we have Paranoia prepped and ready to go. Zan already just feels that there's players on the other side. He's going to know how they're going to run in anyway. But Jemkin will at least find sign here. It's Chichu and nobody forcing the issue. Jenny to follow through. Cushy, hero of an opening pistol, the last one alive. Guardian only. He will be able to get something done here, given that nobody and Jenny are both pretty low. It's the opportunity for the 1v3 clutches. Certainly available. Positioning, though, has been revealed.
Nice pick onto Jenny. Reposition for nobody. He's wrapping around elbow side low on HP. Chichu's going to turtle into the back of the side to buy time for his teammate who is on the wrap. And his timing is looking excellent for nobody. Showing his experience and winning this first gun round for EDG. It's brute force into the B site and a nicely constructed post plant.
और नुबी वाला गेम कब
Because
खत्म
keeping things
करना है
interesting
यार,
there,
वो क्या
but
था वो
so the
जो अपन
experience
शुरू
coming
किए
through
थे।
from EDG.
2 साल बाद
Position revealed.
Grind
Situation
तो कहाँ
diffused.
ही throw ही होता है।
Expensive round there. Plenty of players going down.
Throw करा और क्या मजे का।
A successful one
मेरा तो
nonetheless
monitor
for
नहीं करना,
EDG.
खेलना ही छोड़ दिया। अब
Let's
मन ही
take a
नहीं
look at
होता
where we
मेरा
find
वाला
ourselves
खेलने
economy-wise heading into the next one here.
RRQ totally fine. Up out for Jemkin. Going to be posted up towards his B side of the map. He's a little bit late to the party. He might be playing the off angle up on top of the wall there. So he wants to try to get a little bit of an angle from up on high, or maybe try to take first contact here, hand in hand with Kushi to try to hold down this B pot from EDG.
Deploying drone.
It's going to be drone first. High tides out. You know that's time for go for EDG. Sign leading the way here with the utility Jemkin looking for targets. Doesn't quite connect. He's out of there at least. Kushi may be sticking around too long. In fact, that's actually through the wall, if I'm not mistaken.
Just full spam from Kung. That is a bit unreasonable for RRQ, trying to prep themselves for a 5-on-5 retake. Drone going forward here from Crazy Guy.
Crazy Guy and the rest of the team all stacked up through arches. It's Kung that has a nice angle. He's going to cloudburst himself just to hide away for the time being. Sand popping on through, but he doesn't get the shots. Falls over. Kung's at least traded. Crazy Guy's super low HP now with the operator in hand. Jemkin doesn't want to risk it. Both these players who end up backing on out. EDG with 4 alive, make it out with the next round.
They don't even need to use Dante's Fury. Oh my god!
Oh my, yeah.
That is on the other side of the wall in spawn side, by the way. The fragment to Nest catches Crazy Guy just to the bottom left of Jemkin's screen.
I mean, look at that.
Is disgusting, man. Not even what Jenny was looking for, but Crazy Guy gets wrecked nonetheless. And Jemkin holding on to his operator here is the only good news for RRQ. Their money is a little bit broken now.
Yeah, that is a rough death to come on through from.
Bro didn't even
I need to see a replay of that.
Man.
Let's take a look at this one more time. Look at Crazy Guy. He just does not see it coming. He's like, how the hell that hit me?
Why would you? All right. Time for a force around the operator. It's really just going to be kind of follow the Pied Piper for RRQ, and EDG once again choosing the right side of the map to be battering down, leading on in with the drone.
Of course, if RRQ, then they want to set up the trap over towards A shot. It's not going to be the case. That bad news delivered here as Kushi just has to play for retake. All util already flies on through. Looks like we're going to come through mid. A bit of a multi-angle approach. See if Crazy Guy's flank can get something done here. Jenny will be able to be on his mark to make sure that doesn't really allow anything to occur for RRQ. Otherwise, potentially playing for exits here as well.
Yeah, there's really not much they can do here. I mean, if Kushi makes it onto the site, then maybe there's a pit after plan on the cards, but with time ticking off the spike, I don't know how that's going to go for them. Oh my god, house on Crazy Guy getting that big.
Crazy Guy.
Lost your house.
And nobody, only going 1-for-1. It's a complete cleanup for EDG. Nicely navigated in the post, but honestly, I thought RRQ was going to get a little bit more damage done. They only got one pick.
Jenny with a jump scare there. I was like, whoa, okay, player just dropping to the left of me. Fortunately, one of those cases where you gambled over towards the wrong side of the map on A, and then suddenly it's all B again. Kushi's like, yeah, they're all here. Pray for some good trades to come on through. So operator will be the only thing still in the hands of Jemkin as a rebuy, pretty sure. He just lost a bunch of money there. Game has not gone away from RRQ, but again, they're the ones that really need to be locked in for this particular map.
EDG have really been conditioning B, so they're just going to contact their way into the A site. Kushi and Jemkin retake once again, as the drone and the null command going to lead the charge here for EDG. Should be a pretty easy A site after plan, yet another 5-on-5 retake.
Straight to the plant, no issues. Multiple 5-on-5 retakes. Jemkin's not happy about the fact that he just doesn't quite get... Okay, maybe not. He's not happy about the fact that he's not now. I was going to say, he's not getting these pre-entry type of kills. A couple of decent tags from nobody as well. Kushi falls, and it's just more falling over RRQ. They're not getting anything in response here. 2 versus 4. Now Jemkin has to start thinking about saving again.
It's Vera with one on the way out, traded quickly by Chichu, who's on the wall path. Jemkin doing his best to hold onto the operator, secures the 2-4, so we'll have one regardless of how the outcome of this peak comes through. Cheeky movements for nobody. Signed from up on high. A lot of angles to deal with here. So far, Jemkin passing the test, but that's a little bit too much for him. And nobody removing the operator from RRQ's hands.
EDG 4
Gonna
okay,
have to burn
EDG.
that ultimate into the next if you
Yep.
want access to one.
Guys,
They're going to have to
whoever
for
is
more
watching
than
me
that
right now,
because you have to look at the
please
economy
like
being
the
potentially
stream.
broken
Like
here.
kar de
There's a
bhai.
big buy-up coming through from RRQ. And that first kill to Kankan was basically the only moment of success coming through for RRQ's entire retake scenario.
मारे तो अच्छे थे
Time out.
उसपे.
RRQ, once again, it's the same story here, unfortunately. You get a back and forth opening couple of rounds, and then it really feels like the other team starts to pick up a lot of momentum and starts winning rounds more and more effortlessly.
4 बार करवाते.
Lot of kind of easier rounds for EDG. Constantly choosing the right sides, constantly going into some of these retake situations for RRQ, and then doing a really good job disrupting them before they can actually complete those retakes. Great underarm flash in that last round from Gianni on side. He doubles up, then you have a Cove on the other side of things with the Storm Surge. Both the Harbor and the KO are making RRQ's life very, very difficult trying to complete this retake. You even had a Hunter Suri thrown in from nobody.
Yeah.
They're not just going to let you come back into the site and try to, get on the spike. They're just stopping you before you're even able to make it past yellow or on the B side of the map towards the broken wall. Not easy stuff for RRQ at all.
Talk about the fact there's also conditioning at play here as well. EDG have gone
Kya,
big so
kya,
many
kya, kya,
times.
bhai?
RRQ overcommitted there. Constant 5v5 retakes. Will be the tour round for sure for Jemkin here. As everyone else strings together whatever they can buy. Kangkang's already just blazed someone. Okay, we're going to speed up really quickly here. Trademark's been popped. Kangkang, he's tucked in a corner. Oh, he's been spotted by the recon. That is unfortunate. Still lands a shot at Kangkang though.
हाँ अचानक से कुछ भी बोलने लग जाते हैं
Good
ना.
recovery, 51 HP, but he's alive. See if he can lead the troops into this one. Scan up the Jenny. Shotgun kill is going to be good for Zan as well. Numbers starting to fall in favor for RRQ and EDG. Might just be falling to pieces a little bit here. Jenny walks into his depth as well. Can EDG get anything? They're not finding a single kill.
क्या retake?
बढ़िया खेला भाई.
EDG, I'm not going to lie. Very easy on the way on into the A site. And from there, it's really unable to disrupt RRQ despite what should have been a freebie onto Jemkin. Here's a nasty quick scope onto
140.
Kangkang, peeking out on towards the double box. I think you've seen Kangkang go down in that exact same
वो
position a couple
stabilizer
of
खींच
times
रहा है
now.
और क्या?
And the follow-up is even better, despite the fact that the Harbor all comes through from side.
Three
I was
kilowatt
thinking
का
like, okay, we lost a jet in an aggressive
stabilizer
position.
लगा ना
That
6 kilowatt
happens.
का.
Now it's going to be Harbor all coming straight through, and EDG is just going to mop them, right? Not the case at all. Great retake for RRQ, and that's exactly what they needed to get back into this game.
Steam says से कुछ लिया नहीं यार, कुछ नहीं लिया.
Thrifty win is exactly what the doctor ordered here.
ले तो तब ना जब
Successful
monitor
tour
हो.
de force round.
जब monitor ही नहीं है तो game ही नहीं
Wasteland
खेलना है.
and reckoning
जब game ही
taken
नहीं
off the
खेलना है
hands
तो
of
फिर game
EDG
खरीद
as the
के क्या
scoreline
फायदा?
starts to even out again. Jemkin doesn't get scanned out. Gets flashed a little bit. Oh, no, that's not what you want to TP to, unfortunately. That's a big scan coming through, but EDG will still walk on in. Chichu, even on the other side of the map, is able to just get a kill, causing problems.
It's an awkward exchange, but it's one that EDG
अरे
comes
ना
out
वो
in
नया
front
वाला
of.
game कब खेलना है वो तो बता तेरा जो
You're
आधा
in
अधूरा
control
रह
of the
गया
site
है.
here. Zan and Xfero.
हाँ थ्रो कर
Burn the
गया बढ़िया.
overdrive to try to get back in on
Gold
this
का group
retake
मैं
as
भी
they're
आ रहा
trying
हूँ
to
अपना
progression
rank
smoke
खोलूँगा
for
gold
themselves.
पे
Still
तो
the
दोनों भाई
paranoia
साथ में चलेंगे.
here for Xfero at the ready. He's
मेरा
got another
monitor
smoke
टूट
that
गया
just
भाई.
came off cooldown, and there is the Cove and the shock to try to zone them away from the backside of site.
Okay.
Gotta go. Shock it.
मॉनिटर टूट गया है ना मेरा.
Want
मैं
to
तो
go
ये
in
पुराने
deep here.
मॉनिटर पे देख रहा हूँ.
Oh, Zan, Xfero as well. Zan's still alive, not any longer.
It's perfection. Literally the Storm Surge and the KO
गिर गया
knife
था.
dumped straight on the perfect position
मेरा
as
क्या
they try
rank
to
था
complete
मिनी
that
last?
retake. That is just one
मेरा rank
team
क्या था मिनी?
dumping all their utility
Last
where
उसमें?
nobody's standing and the other team responding
Diamond
perfectly.
two था.
Diamond 1 तो था
And
तेरा.
a lot of the right pieces of utility to complete
यार,
that
मेरे को
retake
याद
for
ही नहीं।
RRQ. Paranoia and the relay ball clears out all of the left side of
अरे
side,
गिर
but
गया
it's
था
just a
यार.
perfect Storm Surge from
नया
side there.
UPS आया था मैं जमा रहा था तो मॉनिटर एज पे रखा था वो ऐसे
And ends up
पलट
holding
गया.
on to ultimate as well.
पलटा तो उसकी स्क्रीन टूट गई पूरी.
You just get one back for RRQ, then it's straight back in the dumps again as EDG
क्या करें?
control it. Viper's pit for this round as well for the post plants. Slow one now. We've had a couple of quick rounds. This one will be a bit slow from EDG. Just to wait this one to see if
और
RRQ
नया
want to make
गेम
some
की
early
बात मत
moves.
करो आप उसके पहले
Jemkin going to be
एक
first up
गेम
to bat
खत्म
here.
कर दिया दो
Needs
हाफ
to deliver on
अबे
this
तो
A
वही
side of the
हाफ
map.
वाले
Has a
पूछ रहा
rendezvous
हूँ.
up on top of the double boxes.
क्या
Drone going to
हिसाब है?
be the first contact for EDG that does spot out the chamber.
He's going to get Hunter's Fury out of here as well.
It's a defensive
Actually,
one.
never mind. You're right. It's a defensive Hunter's Fury to try and slow things down. That EDG won't just be able to walk on in. Jemkin would still like to find that opening, but the high tide cuts across the entire map. We've heard the shots come through from the operator now. And there's the Viper's fit to cover the plant itself. Full 5v5 here. You also have nobody covering the big flank, and a couple of members from RRQ might want to look in that direction.
Yeah, you can see Kushi starting to activate in that part of the map. There is the attacker side, Hunter's Fury, once again looking to disrupt this retake. Chichu striking first outside of the pit. Pressure on nobody on the flank. He's just playing with his boot, really. One swing does get punished by Kushi. Can't go going forward, but the pit is still up.
How do you navigate this pit now? 3 players in deep, nice and quick, and Chichu's just making it work inside the pit.
की बात करके चला जाता.
Now it's a Viper versus Viper with a little bit of help from Harbor as well. Kushi won his trade outside
4 बार तो मेरे सामने आया. आईजी भाई
on the
आपको
big
सबनॉटिका
flank.
दिखाने लेके आया.
Valori's trying to do now is stay alive, and Chichu's looking for him. He'll just manage to find him for the ace as well. Kushi, goodbye. Chichu will not be denied, and neither will EDG.
I think Kushi wanted to have him to have the ace as well. He whiffed a good 10 bullets on someone not even looking at him. Oh.
Bro deserves it. Take it, my man.
No, honestly, that is what Chichu does best, though. It looks like RRQ are making serious inroads into completing this retake, and then they run into Chichu inside the pit, and the rest of the story was history, honestly. Side makes it out with an operator as well to hand over to Kang. And RRQ, money's not looking great. Overdrive there for Zan. You do have a bunch of rifles to work with as well.
मोनू किसी जन्म में membership भी खरीद ले भाई.
Here we go, top of the overdrive. Not going to waste any time.
वही तो दोनों की खरीद भाई.
Some good damage
जो भी
coming
लेना
through.
दो
Oh my
लेना.
God. Sign eventually falls. Sign was looking for that kill as well. Would have been a good one.
ले भाई.
So you do have players on lower HP than they would like, but however, it's EDG with less HP and less members. Nobody struggling to stay alive there. Zan doubles up.
It's sloppy, but RRQ making it work for themselves.
Re-animal.
2-man advantage.
Re-animal
looking to take matters into his own hands, but with the spike in hand,
Where's bro going?
Nest is honestly a little bit outrageous. At the same time, though, when you're down 3 on 5, someone's got to make a play somewhere.
पहले तेरा गेम खत्म करूंगा.
तेरा गेम कैसा लग रहा है रे? तेरा गेम खत्म कर.
Chichu's life a little bit harder here. Let's see them work their way around. Back over.
तेरा गेम खत्म करूंगा पहले.
Xfero up.
फिर आगे बढ़ूंगा.
I mean, there's money here for EDG, so I expect them to do something. They're not going to just walk away from this one. But
they're just trying to get some damage done, I think, honestly, at this point.
Well, they're not looking the right places. Looking left and right, but Xfero was in front of you. There was one correct answer out of 3 possible options there, and they both picked the wrong one, but it is what it is.
है तो अच्छा गेम. No doubt.
That was a round of all time, honestly. I'm watching RRQ whiffing multiple times, but still getting 2 opening picks. Then Kang.
That kills.
बहुत सारे मतलब कम से कम 5 लोग तो होने चाहिए.
You can't question Kang, all right?
कि 2 आदमी ढूंढे या 1 आदमी ढूंढे 4 आदमी छुपे. कम से कम minimum 5 लोग हो तो मजा भी है.
Sometimes Act 2s usually end up pretty bad for them.
Yeah, that was a character building moment for Kang.
It is, yeah. He's coming.
समझ रहे हो?
Return of the Jedi next. Don't worry.
5 लोग भी नहीं होंगे तो फिर मजा कैसे
Command and the drone to kick this one off straight in towards the B site. Xfero and Zan are hanging around in this neck of the woods. There's the dash on in. Kang takes a little bit of damage, but once again, another 5v5 retake.
Yeah, it's just going to be a slow one coming through RRQ. See what they can round up here. Plant's going to be easy. No real ultimate to speak of here as well. It's going to be super relevant. There we go, fast lane, following through the drone as well. Opportunity now, Zan leading the way. The same peak he's done before. This peak ended up winning them the pistol, and Jemkin says, let's do that one more time. Repeat that level of success, 3 versus 2. Sign will even up the numbers a little bit more, but Jemkin's on a bit of a roll now. Just nobody off site. Double shots available, but he's going to get the kill. Oh, he's so close. Jemkin will quadruple up and shut down nobody's opportunity to clutch it.
That's about as close as it gets. 11 HP on Jemkin. A very committed one and done angle there for nobody. You got to respect it in the 1-on-2. Could definitely be jiggling and doing all kinds of shock bolt lineups, but at the end of the day, RRQ able to scrape their way through that one. Jemkin right in the middle of the pack on the retakes, exactly where you want him to be. And a much, much closer game here. RRQ now actually starting to show why they have a little bit of chops on Breeze. The record is abysmal. I cannot argue with that, but I'm telling you guys, they are better than that. And I think they're starting to show it.
RRQ certainly have a better run of this map than they do against 100 Thieves, and Jemkin's making sure That's going to be the
50-50
case.
चांस है बीवी भी
Wanted him to
खेलेगी
be a
बोल रही
hero.
थी
He's
किसी
going to
को
be that hero. First shot. Ooh, it's going to be a whiff. Hong Kong's happy to have his life available. Zan sliding through the wall. Easy one around. Jemkin as well to side.
Perfect.
This attack has fallen apart nice and quick. Spike's gone, and nobody will at least try to do something here. Chichu saw as an opportunity, but that opportunity is starting to fade quickly. He's only got a Guardian.
Yeah, freebie onto Cushy. But now RRQ well aware of where he's heading in from. Dark cover thrown out there. They're zoning him away. They know
बाकी दो
exactly
का
where the
बोल
spike
नहीं
is
सकता
dropped.
क्योंकि वो सिर्फ संडे फ्री होता है
Straight up into the dark cover here.
तो वही ठीक है ना
Chichu
पांच
looking to
छह लोग
throw
होने
hands
चाहिए
as
तभी
best he
मजा
can,
आएगा भाई
figuratively and literally.
फिर तो
Poison
मजा
not
नहीं
going
आने
down.
वाला
He's had all of the close angles. Can't count
मिनिमम
him out, let's
पांच
be
लोग तो
honest.
होने चाहिए
Chichu is
कि
a
एक
big
आदमी
game player,
ढूंढ
but
रहा है
that's a
चार
great
आदमी
angle for
छुपे
Jemkin
हुए हैं
to end a pretty good half for RRQ. has
लेकिन
to
भाई
be
एक
said.
चीज
Another good
बोलूंगा
game. 14 and
कोई
6 on
भी
the chain
अगर
here for
हैक
Jemkin.
जानता
This
होगा
is
उसका
now
क्योंकि उसका एक
doable
नया
for
हैक
RRQ.
आया प्लीज
This
हैक
might be
करके
the
मत
first map
खेलना
they're able to win here at EWC,
तो
but they've
स्टीम
got
से
to have a
ओरिजिनल
good
गेम
attacking
खरीदेंगे
side
तो
to back
थोड़ी
it.
हैक
6-3
नहीं वो
was
हैक हो
what we
जाता
had
है
1 point in favor of EDG, so
हैक कौन करेगा
that
भाई
one
अभी इस
certainly
गेम में
could
भी
have still
ट्रायहार्ड
run
हैक कर
away
रहा है
from
तो
RRQ,
थू
but
है
मत करना भाई कोई
nice though.
मैं सीरियसली
भाई
बता रहा हूँ
मजाक नहीं है
जीतने के लिए
गेम
मत
में भी
खेलना
आदमी
Last three
हैक
rounds
कर रहा है तो
possible,
थू
RRQ
है
got all
साले
of them.
पे
And that final one,
जीतने के लिए मत खेलना
हुआ तेरे
मजे
में।
करने के लिए
very
खेलना
lackluster, completely blown out. With no
भाई दो तीन बंदों ने
हुआ तेरे
वीडियो
में।
डाला है पता है दो तीन बंदों ने रील्स भी डाली है
chance
कि
of
ये
a
गेम
clutch.
हैक करके भी खेल
Of course,
रहे
you
हैं
had
लोग
that 1v2 as well, where nobody. I could see that one going EDG potentially, with a couple of more sharp shots to land on Jemkin, but Jemkin's 4K on that round would not be denied.
Yeah, you had a few plays going the way of EDG as well,
CS2
though.
के
Chichu
मैप
inside of
पर
that pit.
खेला मजा आया
That was definitely looking RRQ favored.
खेलेंगे
So,
खेलेंगे
little bit of give,
वैलोरेंट का
little bit
मैप
of
भी है
take.
इसमें
The
लोटस
main thing
मैप
that I'm focusing on the side of
Reel में
RRQ
देखा
though
था
is that Zan has had moments, Cushy has had moments. You're getting the well-rounded performance that you need here. You're getting significant role swaps, and some of the players stepping into the roles where they need to have some impact.
अरे मोनू
Zan on
वेदांत
this
के
Neon
क्या हाल
will
चाल
be
है भाई
critically
कहाँ
important.
गायब है वो
Playing
आजकल
solo duelist now on the attacking side. He needs to have impact. He needs to make space for the boys.
He's got the weight of his team and
पूरा
also
ही
the
गायब हो
region
गया है
on his
ना
shoulders
लोग।
here. As one of the Pacific teams finding themselves in the lower bracket, currently fighting for their lives, and they're certainly fighting. This is a close map, no matter which way you cut it, which is
I
a
don't know मेरी
turnaround
भी
compared to
काफी
what we
टाइम
saw
से
on
बात नहीं
Ascent,
हुई है उससे
where
अच्छा फिर
we
ठीक
have a
है
repeat of that one, and well, RRQ just go home with the tail between their legs.
पूरा ही गायब हो गया है यार वो एकदम
Prepping in this second half. RRQ back onto that attacking side. This is where you're going to need to have a good game plan. This is the third map of Breeze in the last 3 where they've played a different comp. They were on the KO Harbor before, coming into EWC against 100 Thieves. Tried that double duelist, that did not work. Now we're here with a bunch of role swaps. Jemkin back on the chamber that we saw him piloting at the start of the year in Pacific Kickoff. And looking very, very dangerous. But he's going to have to be self-sufficient, able to find some success on this attacking side. Yes, they can set him up in some post plans, but there's definitely going to have
भाई
to be
इग्नाइटर
some
हैप्पी
time
इंडिपेंडेंस
walking
डे
on the
भाई
chamber and abusing that rendezvous if RRQ is going to go the distance here.
आज इंडिपेंडेंस डे है ना यूएस का
Some good tour rounds as well. Just that one tour round that ended up working out for them.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I am totally 1000%
And
भारतीय
testing the waters, quite literally.
भाई
against the
यूट्यूब
harbor
तो
as well.
यूएस का है ना
Yeah, this is
Just
gonna
making his presence known. Jemkin will be sneaking his way
किसी का
up the
भी
doors.
अपने क्या करना अपन तो
Yep.
भारतीय हैं
It's going to be a complete disengage for RRQ. Back in towards spawn side, looking to clear out if anybody got on that elbow info line. Jemkin's been dropped off in middle and might get a little bit of a sniff at side here.
Kung Kung's about to get the backstab though. Jemkin has to be a little bit careful about this. You could already tell that Sign has really sniffed out Jemkin.
वाह
And finally, Kung Kung's just going to take him for the back.
वाह
of the head.
जेमकिन भैया
Zansky
वाह
will roll on in, gets a double scan of those plays, but
वाह जान भैया वाह
Nobody was
वाह
doing as well, but it's crazy guy on the opposite
एक
end. That's gonna
नंबर
get to the
क्रेजी
triple.
गाय
Kushida followed through, and it just seems like another repeat of the opening pistol. RQ were looking like in sore spot, but a quick 4K puts things now on the back foot for EDG instead. A knife goes through. Double information, but a double peek as well, and Jenny cannot face up against that.
Where did that come from for RRQ? That is ridiculous.
मैंने अभी सेल में 2K में 7 गेम्स लिए हैं बढ़िया डील्स मिली कौन कौन सी
Get the spam kill
कौन
through
सी
from
गेम ली
Chichu.
तूने
They lost Jemkin for free. As Kung flags him in middle, you see it there on the replay, and then Crazy Guy just has one of these rounds. Double right click. Free gun, by the way. That is illegal.
And of course, on the opening
कौन
pistol,
सी गेम ली
on round number 1, it was Kushi that did the same thing. He got a 3K after Zan opens him up on the retake for B. So it's not just a Jemkin show for RRQ, at least in the opening pistol. The scan will actually end up going through here. Watch for contact over towards A as well.
Just clearing the trademark. Waiting for the elbow walk, RRQ, but the wall will go up first before Chichu makes a little bit of a move. Walks
कौन-कौन सा गेम
straight
लिया?
through it for a
डुबडुबडु
moment, but doesn't want to push the issue. I mean, a lot of teams just play a really slow attacking anti-eco here, so EDG not wanting to just feed any kills in the opener.
Jetty certainly swapped his HP out for clearing the utility over onto A shops. He's got teammates now to work with. Kanka with the second time is going to take that very aggressive angle over towards mid, but it's the activation now for RRQ.
मारो आ दिया भाई.
That first corner as well.
उनका KO.
But that's a decent util coming through from Jenny. Does it do enough damage? Doesn't look like it.
बेचारे
Kanka
को
Chichu, the last one's there. Kanka's got a double up here, but he's still got more work to do. Paranoia's been good so far. Chichu managed to get Crazy Guy, and now suddenly Jemkin 4K.
भाई क्यूटी ने भाई 4 किल कर दिया क्यूटी ने.
Even though there was not much invested in
game
that
क्या
round,
लिया
for
बता
EDG,
रहे
it was
मुन्नू.
necessary for him to multi-frag on the Marshall. That's going to go a long way towards working.
Dead
up his
Space
team, of course.
1-2
Perfection from EDG in that
Innocent
round, really.
outer
It
wide.
has to be said. Kankan got down middle on a pretty deep info line. He had Chichu hanging around in elbow, which allows them to 3-stack A and set up some of those flash plays. So even on the pistol, very dangerous. And that severely weakens this bonus of RRQ. It's really just Jemkin, 18-7 with the hero rifle here.
Full gun buyers coming through from EDG now. Again, the scan will come on through. Sova versus Sova over towards A. Movement from RRQ. Heading towards elbow right now. And also have Chichu.
One suppressed.
Neon spotted. Good information for EDG. They can hear all of these footsteps. Orb is up. Snake bite at the ready. Jemkin will be pushed away. The fast lane. Where are you going, Zan? That is not what you were looking for on the entry.
He just walked through, ran through, I should say, the snake bite into the loving arms of Jenny. That's a freebie, one for absolutely nothing. Kung up next, and he delivers.
Yeah.
No problems there. 5v3. Feeling the roughness of this round now for RQ. At least Xfero will respond with one.
Yeah, it's a decent pick. Crazy Guy's still in spawn, though, with naught but a classic.
Uncounted.
Signed. Next up to bat. It's a good peak.
Spike down.
Xfero
mid.
was already a little bit low on HP.
वो
So
वो
that's
कहाँ
a little cleanup over there.
भाई जब
Crazy Guy may want to get
Guardian
his
नहीं
hands on that
चलती,
Guardian, but
तो
even if he
लेते
does, it
क्यों है
tries to
मेरे को
pick
नहीं
up the
समझ
spike.
में
There's
आता.
3 players
चली तो
already there.
कांग को तो मारा उसने.
30 seconds.
अबे तो उसमें भी तो स्पैम करके मारा है. कौन सा उसने एक शॉट में मार दिया.
Spotted
उससे
by the
अच्छा
knife
वही
as
ले
well.
लेता.
Yeah, okay, what can we do here? What kind of
अबे
damage
वो
can we
इको
fan
राउंड
Guardian.
गन है उसका.
by RQ, if anything at all?
हाँ तो ठीक है ना. बुलडॉग भी ले सकता है ब्रो.
And excellent flash, Jemkin.
वो
Can't
तो
even
वो
fire a
बताएगा
shot.
भाई
10
हम कैसे
seconds
बताएं.
left.
10 seconds for Crazy Guy to get any more damage done here for RRQ. Could peg a dart through the top side, but on the off angle, even if he puts 2 shots into nobody, it's still not enough. Very nice. Anti-bonus there for EDG, made a lot easier by the damage they did in the round previous.
पूरा तो बॉडी पे स्पैम किया उसने.
Okay, well, all is
क्या
expected here,
फायदा?
obviously. Very low on equipment was RQ going to that round, and that opening Zan run through was a bit of a question mark. Really set the tone for the rest of this round with everyone just getting picked out one by one, and a very slow last couple of stragglers from RQ to be picked apart here.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like
That's what I
button.
wanna see.
Yeah. Still plenty of legs left in this game.
If you like my stream, you'll get a new girlfriend.
Going to be doing exactly what I was talking about. Dry walk with the
If you
rendezvous.
don't like the
Tried
stream,
to attempt this in the pistol and
you
didn't
will
find
get
much
wife.
success. Drone creates even more pressure.
If
It's
you
a
don't
lot of
like my
pressure in the middle of
stream,
the map as EDG
your
try to
girlfriend
hold
will
all the
leave you.
extremities.
Signs looking that way though, and he might
And
just
like
get
अरे
my
भयंकर
stream.
बारिश हो रहा है भाई.
Jemkin's sight line,
एकदम
Jemkin
घंघोर वर्षा हो रही है
eagerly
मेरे
awaiting
यहाँ.
his first target. It seems like it won't be found, not just yet. Is aware that nobody is hanging out around the shop, so I think nobody's life may be forfeit. Indeed, it is. Sign can't respond either. Quick
कितने
rendezvous for
छोटे
Jemkin.
से
Now
गैप
sets
में
the
से
stage
मारा
for his
उसने.
XP5 players all good and ready for go. And RQ start walking on in. Kankan, nice angle to Zan, called utility out. Now the cloudburst will start to cause some issues here, but not for Xfero. It's going to get flashed out, but otherwise still flying. Signed, trying to just spray his way through a bunch of these smokes. 3 versus 3. Mind Chichu coming through.
घंघोर वर्षा हो रही है भाई मेरे यहाँ तो.
Shot missed. Jemkin, you can't be doing that.
Let go now. Down for Cushy. Jenny, no more utility here, waiting for his KO knife, and out it comes. Will at least suppress Crazy Guy on the side. Nice pick for Jemkin on the cross there. Man advantage now for RRQ, but Chichu is walking up close, covered well by Crazy Guy. 1-on-2 for Sign, but RRQ jiggling, and surely it'll be the double swing. It's actually not needed. The Viper wall will at least zone side away. Crazy Guy playing for the post flare, but it's a great swing for Cushy. RRQ
भाई
up to
इतनी
9.
ज़्यादा बारिश हो रही है कि क्या बताऊं भाई, घंघोर वर्षा हो जा रही है.
Bullets. He's already run out
गुजरात
of
में तो
teammates.
बाढ़ आ जा रहा है मैं सुना.
Now that round will run away from EDG
ऐसा हो रहा है क्या?
also. Well played by Jemkin. Did have that one miss shot,
मोनू एक
unfortunately,
ऊँट
but
खरीद
otherwise
ले.
sets the team up for success with a very
ऊँट में
early
बैठ
pick.
के घूमना तू,
Despite the
डूबेगा ही नहीं.
amount of responses that EDG tried to show up with there. I mean, even the final kill of, I'm trying to remember the
भाई
player that
ऊँट
tried to
खरीद ले ऊँट.
flush out Jemkin towards the end there that just got shot on the side of the head, but in either case, RRQ still maintaining the lead slightly.
It's a big reset round onto EDG. Crazy Guy does not have a primary weapon here, though. Maybe trying to min-max the money. Zan v Kung inside of elbow, pushed away by the dart. Xfero hot on his heels as Jemkin is waiting for a rotation off that B site. How many blades has got Kung got here? Down to 3. Gonna have to be precise, and of course he is. B comes through from Zan, but cleaned up by Chichu. That's a great start for EDG.
Good assistance there. Chichu as well is going to get
Gun
extra.
उठाने गया,
Wanted to pick up a weapon,
gun
and he'll just
पट्टी
find his
पड़ा है
head.
गोली.
Unfortunately, instead, it's Jemkin 1v4, their operator in hand. He's only got 1,300 in the bank, so question mark of what he can even do here, if anything. This is going to be a pretty successful half by eco-ish round for EDG.
I mean, this could be a death blow for RRQ, quite honestly. Their money's at least decent, but they're we're really looking for a clean anti-eco here to try to cruise along the rest of their attacking side and move up to double digits.
Has dropped off his op.
Yeah, he did. You don't want Kung to get that.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that for
so
free.
he's not going to end up saving.
अबे तो राजस्थान में तो क्या हुआ, तेरे बारिश हो रही है तो क्या ऊँट ऊपर से निकल जाएगा कितना भी पानी
His
हो.
head under confined.
4x4 लगा देना
Force
उसका
in
और
the
क्या,
next round.
सीधा
He really
पार.
wants to stop EDG from getting their hands on as
क्यों
many
भाई
guns
आदि?
as possible. We'll catch nobody with a dart in hand, but with 20 seconds on the clock,
उसका 4x4
no spike
लगाएगा
in
तो बढ़िया
hand,
निकल जाएगा.
there's really
किधर
not
से
much
भी.
Jemkin can do.
Triple face potentially coming on.
Oh,
through.
भाई.
1x1 EDG. That would be
कंचा मारा था भाई उसने
as
चीचू
Jemkin
को.
tries to just pick up that rifle.
समझ ही नहीं
doesn't
पा रहा
quite
है यार मोनू तू.
Have the
ऐसे गुंडा
opportunity to
बनेगा तू,
shoot
ऐसे
down
करेगा
any
तू.
players. Otherwise, that could have been a very interesting finish for
टुंडा
RRQ.
बनेगा कि टुंडा बनेगा भाई.
There was a wrinkle in
और
time
मोनू
where
तेरी
that was
बाबू
a little
कैसी है
bit of a
बे?
different play.
ये तो पूछ कौन सी वाली.
But credit to
अरे वो
EDG
कौन सी
here.
वाली उसको भी पता है, मेरे को भी पता है.
Five walls in middles. You have to go and snip that out as the attacking
वो
side.
बिना नाम के हम बोल
Just what
सकते
you
हैं.
have to do on Breeze.
Yep.
You cannot let the defense have all of that mid control just because they put a big green wall on your screen. And sometimes when you go and try to retake
बम्बू
that
पे
map
क्यों
control,
चलेगा
that's when
बे?
you get
बम्बू.
punished.
अरे कैसा
Seen a
बावला
decent
आदमी है
total
भाई.
first round come through with Jemkin before. He'll have to do that again, but into the Viper's pit might not be what RRQ are looking for here.
Yep.
ऊँट पे
It's
जाएगा
going to be the Hunter's Fury going
तो
over.
नदी
the
नाला
Actually, pretty
ओशियन
huge for
सब
maybe
पार कर
dismantling the
जाएगा.
Viper's pit. We'll see.
बम्बू
It
पे
could be.
जाएगा तो
Sun's
बम्बू का
taking some
तंबू
space
फट
on the other
जाएगा.
side of things. This is a really, really nice.
कीचड़ में दब जाएगा बम्बू.
Throws out a cove as well, looking to clear out the trademark.
First blood, and it goes to Sign. Trademark or no.
वो बाहर
Sign walks
निकल
out of that
निकल
one,
के
very
मार रहे
HP
डीजी
crazy
वाले.
guy, and the rest of the squad led by the drone here. First
चीचू हो
four
गया है
shot went
इसका
out
तो.
as well. Jenny up first on the double doors. Know that trouble is coming his way. Has to just start dropping in some utility because players are making their way onto site. He's got a couple of good shots though. Two players down. Kung with his own operator. He bought with his own money.
खांग
But
खांग.
Jemkin's still alive.
बाबा खांग
3
खांग.
shots on the tour. 3 players left alive. Multi-angle approach. Sign down first. Position nice and revealed. Is it sniper versus sniper? Kung is not looking at the right side of yellow.
Nobody creeping up on double doors. Spike still on the
Oh, that's a
wall.
great
That's
shot.
a really nice angle. Nobody now in a 1v1. Jem gets swinging around. That
ओ
is
भाई
huge
उसने
for
ओप से
RRQ.
पूरा राउंड निकाल
भाई
दिया
कितना
जेमकिन ने.
गंद
in
प्लेयर है
just the
भाई.
round previous. And just as
भाई मेरे
dangerous
को
to
एक
get
बात
RRQ
बता,
the
एक बात
double digits
पूछूं?
that they were looking for,
हाँ?
but maybe not in the
सच्ची
fashion
बता
they
रहा, ठीक
expected
है?
to get them.
हाँ,
जब जेमकिन ने हार्बर को मारा तो उसका पोजीशन रिवील हो गया कि वो येलो पे बैठा है. तो वो जेट मेन पे क्या देख रहा था मेरे को वो बता.
Unbelievable clutch as well coming on through. to keep
उनको
RRQ
लगा
in
वो
this. We're talking about the fact
गोल
that
घूम
in-
गया करके
of the previous round before the one we just saw, it might be a back-breaking round loss for RRQ, but instantly they bring themselves back. into
भाई
action.
इतना
Just
गधा
like
तो मैं
Jimkin
भी नहीं
finds
खेलता हूँ
himself a
भाई
free operator as well.
This is just
नहीं
the
जिस
general
हिसाब से
carry.
दोनों
तो
रोटेशन
lower ही
ले रहे
rank
थे
हो।
He's putting the
नहीं
team
दोनों
on
जिस
his
हिसाब से
back.
रोटेशन ले रहे थे ना
Already
उसी
silencing
हिसाब
him.
से
Out
बोल
comes the
रहा हूँ
Hunter's Fury. Is it out of range? It's not. Zan in the time, mid-time. It's taken down a pick in middle. And the res comes through onto Jenny, so a
भाई
man
ये लोग
advantage now for
स्मोक से
EDG as
कितना
RRQ
स्पैम
looking for a
करते हैं
reset.
बुलेट्स ही
Okay,
नहीं
well,
बचती है
Crazy
एंड
Guy
में
will pick up that
अबे
lost
तो इन लोग को
operator.
मारने के लिए एक ही बुलेट
See if
काफी
he's got a
होती है इन लोग
sniping
सीधा
shot
हेड
in
वेड
and
मारते हैं अपने
about
टाइप
it
नहीं
as well has Chichu right behind the wall.
Has he crept in here?
Losing Jemkin that early is certainly going to hurt, and now you're going to lost Crazy Guy as well, and no chance to recover that op. So instantly EDG bite back 4 versus 2 with players looking for
ऑप
weapon
अच्छी खासी
upgrades
बाहर
as well.
गिरी थी ना क्रेजी गाय
So low HP
साइड पे
and
गिरा
Xander
के आया है
Talent
Off angle
हमारा।
here, looking pretty good for Chichu, but it's a little bit quicker for Zan. Opens up the middle of the map. Fast lane, applying a little bit of pressure, as well as the dark cover to follow up. Xfero, though, low on HP, ready for the push.
okay, EDG,
Perfect patience. This is exactly what
जा
you're used
जाके
to
मरे
seeing
जा
here
रहे
for
हैं इन लोग।
Xfero. Spike in hand,
30 seconds.
signed on the off angle.
Kind of selling this one a little bit here. EDG had the player advantage. They don't anymore, and they have no eyes on where Xfero went. Sign just hoping to at least even up on terms of the weaponry. Jenny's got himself a rifle, but on the wrong side of the map, Plant is definitely going to come on through. It's going to be a 2v2 full retake and confusion on the faces of
10
EDG
seconds
here.
left.
Yeah, plant for yellow. Zan is going to hang around on spawn side. The Harbor
बार बार
will be
बोलेगा
really, really key
साला अभी
at
तो
trying
यहीं
to
से
clear
आया
out
था
all of this. You've got a KO knife as well. That's going to be great at trying to read the post plant
KO
position
सबसे अच्छी
here of
position पे
RRQ.
जा रहा है।
Zan on a big wraparound.
Incredibly important round for both of these teams to
Midi
set
आ
the
गया वो भी।
momentum here. But like you said, Reckoning has to be the first port to call.
There's the knife.
That's going to be the spot. Again, low HP at first. Up Zen
Earlier.
doesn't land anything, Jenny. Will find
अच्छा
his mark,
खासा
and now
जीतने
Xfero,
वाला
he's
था
ये
been
भी
knocked
मरा
down.
ये मर गया
And the reckoning comes for RRQ EDG.
अच्छा खासा
keep it within
जीता
one
जीता है
round.
That is
राउंड को
exactly what you wanted to see there on that
lift
retake for
करके
EDG. That is
गया।
a very difficult 2v2 to dissect. They're completely out of position, but the KO knife gives them the
भाई
information
क्रेजी गाय ने क्या मतलब जेमकिन ने क्या राउंड निकाला है भाई वो
that
वाला
they
लेकिन।
need, and the harbor roll is
मजा आ
perfect.
गया
It
भाई।
is Zan who had to hit his shot on the cross. That is a whiff that is illegal, unfortunately. He needed to be able to find that impact, especially with how sharp he just was. That was a crazy shot up through tunnel.
Yeah. Can't hit them all, unfortunately. And to be honest, that round started to really fall back into RQ's favor when multiple members of EDG were just kind of caught walking through the map. And now suddenly, Jemkin and the rest of his squad out of cash. Overdrive, though, is going to be maybe solving that solution slightly. It's going to get caught out by
Imagine
Util
that.
from Signed
इंडिया
to
में
slow things
VCT
down,
के
but
गेम
Zan
लोग
not
हैं
to be deterred here. Still
Easily
wants
ही
to
कट
throw
जाएगा।
caution to the wind, and as that's happening, Kong and nobody ripping them apart for the time being. Just a single member of Crazy got to deal some damage, and not enough damage done, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
10 and 10.
The overdrive just takes a little bit too long to get involved. As soon as
नहीं
Zan
भाई, वैसे
finally
भी
picks someone, his overdrive runs out. He just has to
कुछ लोग
classic
हैं
it.
जिनकी वजह से
is
कुछ
brutal.
इश्यूज हैं उस वजह से
EDG though, that's a
तो
pretty
शायद ही
nice
होगा
looking
विश्व
कौन
anti-eco,
कुछ लोग हैं
has to
वो
be said.
नाम है नाम लेके बता
RRQ under the press now as we head up to
नहीं
10
क्या
apiece.
कुछ
A
लोग
very
फेवरेट लोग हैं ना
decent
इसलिए
amount of
नाम
money
नहीं
with
लेते
भोज्यम
operator
भाई
coming out here for
हाँ।
EDG. Same
भोज्यम
QB set
भाई
on
के
the side of
favorite लोग हैं
RRQ.
ना।
Very much anyone's game here.
Double up, Chishu still on a Bulldog. It's Viper's Pit for Cushy
मत बोल
as
भाई
well.
मोनू मोनू के
Nothing
भाई
else
लोग
to
हैं
really
हम लोग
speak
सब।
of here. A slow start for RRQ.
अब मोनू पूरा
Waiting
मान
to see what
जाएगा ना
EDG
इसीलिए तो
want to
नहीं बोल
move
रहा
into first.
Drone
मोनू
pressure
जाके
on B.
बता देगा कि आप लोग
Crazy
के
guy
बारे में
applying
बोल
it.
रहे थे वहाँ पे
How patient is Kang on this off angle here? This
भोज्यम भाई
Opdu
हमारे
could really
पीछे लग
decide the
जाएगा।
round as the wall goes up.
Drone also came through on the B side as well defensively. Now Kong wants to walk forward, and here we go, opportunity. Jemkin wants none of that one, just instantly TPs out. Kushi's already trying to make his way into sight, but Kong eventually finds Jemkin anyway. Just 2 members left now for the side of RRQ. Both of them on site, and they want to go for the plant. That's at least going to give money. No, he doesn't even
एक ही बचा अब तो
down.
do anything with that. Plant has been a fail.
वाह
And so is with the rest of the round for RRQ.
That's a big round for EDG.
अब बोला ना
Money is
एडीजी
completely
जीत गई मैं
kaput for
बहुत
RRQ.
पहले बहुत देर
To
पहले
take
बोल
a
चुका हूँ इस
save,
चीज को
and that will secure
सब बोल दिया
series
तू।
point if
तो बंद
EDG
कर
can
तू
just
फिर।
complete that anti-eco cleanly
आप
enough.
बंद
That
कर
was a
दीजिए।
very, very
मैं
nice
तो
round
चला के
indeed.
रखूंगा
Viper wall makes all the difference. It's kind of unsettling. Jemkin over in mid, who was looking for that lurking duel with that operator, trying to kind of cut the map in half for RRQ as they apply that pressure to B. They are looking for mistakes for the rotators, and unfortunately, those never come.
मेरे को रख लो जॉब पे कौन जीतेगा कौन हारेगा पहली बता दिया
Points well, couldn't quite get the plant down. 2 versus 4. Probably wouldn't have expected much, even if the plant did come on through.
वो
Just looking
आपने
at the
खुद का
victory path
कटवाया
now
है
for EDG. I mean, they're not ahead by so much that RRQ can't make a comeback, but it's the economy problem that we have to start talking about.
It's gonna have to be another heroic round with a
आप
half
चला रहे थे गाड़ी आपने अपनी चलान कटवाया मेरा नाम मत लगाएं
One of the final nails in the coffin here. It's RRQ in a very uncomfortable position. They've got to take a time out and discuss how
के बता दूं
magic on this half buy. When you have a pit, it is doable though. You just need to get yourself into a messy situation where you could get a couple of entries
भाई
through down
मेसी
the
का
pit
नाम
and
ले
then
रहा है
the
भाई
post
ये
plant is winnable. And that upset with a couple of guns picked up could be exactly what RRQ needs.
मेसी का फैन लग रहा है
अपन रोनाल्डो फैन है
Gotta say as well, how far away
भाई
is Jemkin from
कास्टर
getting his
मेसी का
next
फैन
goal,
मैं
because
क्या
that
करूं
might be able to bail them out. Unfortunately, too far away, and now Crazy Guy will make this round opportunity a little bit further away for RRQ as well. The rest of this attacking side will make their way through onto A.
काक
And now nobody on the rest of EDG to receive. That's a good shot from Zan though. Chishu, despite being stunned, will respond instantly. It's going to get paranoid out, but slowly everyone's starting to make their way in. This is looking like a little rough one of Xfero. Last one up, doesn't even get a shot with the Sting. He's got a bandit in hand, and this bandit
ऐसे थ्रो करते राउंड समझे तुम
Great defense for EDG. Second round in a row where 4 players survive. Kang finds his pick on his side of the map. They easily stack 3 towards A and shut down any offense from RRQ.
बाहर हो जाएगी
Not that they had much to work with in that round. The tap timeout will mostly have been discussing this gun round here. What has RRQ come up with?
देखना
Extreme back against the wall.
आज बेचारे ये
Say it was a good showing on the final map of Breeze if it ends up being that.
इनको बोलेगा कौन
EDG.
भाई तुम अकेले दुखी मत हो हम भी
Your
आ रहे हैं
favorite
पीछे
team.
पीछे।
One last operator duel perhaps here. Jemkin
वो तो कल
versus
बताएगी ना
Kung
जी
once again. They're walking straight to Kung Kung's sidelines, who doesn't quite land his opening shot. And secondarily as well, just tags Cushy. Now Xfero punishes. That's the 5v4 that we've been looking for a while.
भाई दो
They're
लोगों
waiting
को
for these
तुम्हारे
peaks in middle. Jemkin spots out the push. 3 players on RRQ. A singular focus as the dart comes out. Perfect pick from Chichu.
Oh.
And they are just
चलो, GG हो
mopping
गया।
up all of RRQ.
GG हो गया,
It's
बोबो,
good.
GG हो गया, बोबो।
Extremely uncomfortable.
बोबो, GG हो गया।
तो हो गया भाई हो गया भाई हो गया मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ हो गया कब का बोल दिया भाई
This is it. Crazy Guy and Jemkin, the last two
मानता ही नहीं है
alive
तू तो
here.
मेरी बात
Despite how long it took Chichu to get that last kill, he still manages to find a Crazy Guy. Will start evening out the numbers ever so slightly. But will it be
nobody
enough
को
here? Headhunter in hand.
Nobody
Nobody
Tied
carry
up
those.
as well. EDG smell blood in the water, and they're looking to pounce. They're looking to strike. They're looking to finalize this last round here.
पूरा टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हैं
Patience being shown.
लास्ट के 10 सेकंड में भाग जाएंगे देखना छोड़ के
Scan is going to be good on towards Chichu.
Seconds left.
Last 30 seconds, got to make a move here, RRQ. They're going to walk into the crossfire. Plenty of members here. After the Cove comes down to cause some big problems. Chichu spamming through the boxes. Jemkin up to Dwan.
चले जीत
How does
गए
that happen? They've completely
अरे,
clutched that one up. The two of them together, Jemkin and Crazy
क्या
Guy.
कर रहे हो EDG भाई
I just wiped the floor with
ये तो
EDG's
EDG ने
crossfire
थ्रो
setup.
किया
I
भाई
think it's honestly
मायने
just a
कुछ नहीं
case of
किया
poor timing there for EDG. The Viper wall was up. We heard the KO flash in our ears.
EDG
I
ना
think as
बहुत जम
soon
हो
as
गया भाई
EDG
यहाँ
went for that push to try to disrupt whatever was happening for RRQ, that's the point where they peak together.
भाई 2v3 हार गए
You hear the
ले
push
बताओ
there. And RRQ, that's the perfect timing. And the reason why it works is because they've created so
2v3
much
हार गए
pressure cutting sound that they could be walking up through elbow and EDG is forced to push.
जम्मू भैया तो मतलब
Well, suddenly,
हाई
He's
स्किल
alive
पे
again.
बैठे
Pit coming
जम्मू
down over
भैया
towards A. It's going to force
मारूंगा तो अकेले
already
पकड़
on B.
पकड़ गया ऐसा वाला है उनका
A little bit of a safety drone being thrown out there by nobody as well, just to make sure they have full control. And now Kung Kung on the
तीसरा
elbow,
मैप चला जाएगा
on
लग
the
रहा है मेरे
angle,
को जिस हिसाब से EDG थ्रो
ready for
कर
the
रही है
operator shot. He won't miss this time. Zan falls instantly.
In the meantime, RRQ applying pressure to B. Nobody's picked up his Hunter's Fury on the other side of the map. Cushy
ये
could
मरा
go
भाई
down
पर
here as well, but that's when the dash has elapsed for Kung Kung.
वाइपर ने मार दी
Overcooking it a little bit.
मैं
Back
बोल
into
रहा हूँ ना
a 4-on-4
EDG फिर
now,
से
but
थ्रो कर
RRQ
रही
have
है
got no space on the map.
उनका कहना है ओवर टाइम खेलेंगे
Opportunity for Kang there. Would have loved to have doubled up. RRQ keeping this one going. Where are we going to TP to? Right back over towards spawn, it looks like. A little confusing for the side of EDG.
Yeah, forces nobody to have to go and clear out spawn. GNE also watching spawn side here as RRQ takes some space in middle.
Mid to B is looking like at the moment. Jemkin will hold doors. Signed on the hunt. He's moving around. He's basically clearing through all of this elbow side. Not looking over towards mid just yet. Starting to run out of time here. Crazy guy. Completely unknown kill on to Jenny. And nobody can't respond here. Going for the plant now. They've completely dodged away from the Viper's pit, but Chichu still has an angle to work through. And now suddenly a 3-angle approach. EDG can work their way in as a final opportunity to plant is about to elapse. Hunter's Fury could be really deadly here. You need to plant now.
There's no time.
प्लांट ही नहीं हो सकता. प्लांट ही नहीं हो सकता भाई.
भाई थोड़ा सा पीछे छुप के प्लान नहीं कर सकता था वो.
इन लोग ने तो अपनी हार खुद ही लिख दी RRQ ने. जीता हो गया.
वही तो.
But with that, a fat finger to end the entire map, to end the entire series. Again, you'll call this one a close map, but that
देखो भाई कांग कितना भी ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट हो, जब RRQ ने ठान लिया हम खुद ही हार जाएंगे तो फिर कोई कुछ नहीं हो सकता.
3-0 down, I had very little faith that they would be able to get to 8 rounds.
भाई कहाँ तू हारा हुआ मैच देख रहा है भाई? 100 Thieves का मैच देख भाई. देख मैं देख रहा हूँ.
मैं तो वही देख रहा था. तुझे ही देखना था. जबरदस्ती लिया है मुझे.
भाई मैं तो कब से देख रहा हूँ यही वाला मैच. 8-3 हो गया है. स्प्लिट गंदा आदमी भाई मेरे को. भाई पहला ओटी में 100 Thieves जीत गई.
Oh, sorry, lose 9 rounds in a row.
Oh, showstopper Timotino!
Wow.
Wall to help him. Close the distance quick.
और उड़ेगा.
Closes out the kills. 2.
बबली मार दिया भाई बबली.
There's 100 Thieves. Try desperately to
ले चलो
recover.
हो
They
गया.
push into LaRocco's hitting
वाह.
again and again.
क्या तो खेलते हो
अबे
भाई.
वो देख तू 100 Thieves के मैप में ही बबली पेल रहा है.
But this battleground belongs to BBL at least in the first half.
Yeah, I think I'd be
तो
scratching.
इन लोग कम बैक करेंगे ना. बबली
It's crazy
बबली से
that
कम बैक करेंगे इन लोग.
They are one of the
100
few
Thieves वाले.
teams that I think we can watch that they go into a map that's their map choice, lose it close in OT, and I don't have to sit there and go, do you think they're going to be mentally boomed? Like they've gone 3-0 down after losing
BBL है
their
तो हम
own
लोग
map
उसका नाम
choice, and then
बबली रख
they've
लिए
gone,
हैं.
right, should we just win 9 rounds in a row?
क्या है
Like, all
देखो.
it takes, it seems, is a small spark
समझो
of
बात
like,
को.
hey, maybe we shouldn't have won that. And everybody's
प्यार से हम
जैसे-
हर किसी को बुलाते ही है ना.
pushing angles that they shouldn't.
जैसे मेरे घर में मेरा नाम प्यार से हैप्पी बोलते हैं. तेरा नाम मोनू है. आदि का आदित्य नाम इसका घर का नाम आदि है. तो सबको प्यार से बुलाते ही है ना कुछ ना कुछ. जैसे समीशी को जंबो बुलाते हैं.
So first of all, Timotino on the last map, the seaside takes from
वैसे
him.
भाई BBL को
Timotino
प्यार
was
से
taking
बबली.
backside. He was diving in scot-free 9 times out of
नहीं,
10.
BBL का
with
full
huge
form तो
amounts
नहीं
of
पता.
success. But the other
क्या है?
takeaway was LaRock on that first map.
Brazilian
Some of the
और
shots he was hitting. You saw
ऑल
the
गेमर्स
confidence build round on
AGL
round.
को हम लोग
You saw him
अगल
start to
बगल
connect.
बुलाते हैं.
It genuinely
और क्या?
looked like he got new mouse drivers or something.
अरे
I
क्या
don't
ले
know how he was
श्रीनी
able
भाई.
to
श्रीनी का है भाई.
snap
बड़ा
so
आदमी
quickly.
आया है भाई.
अरे बड़ा आदमी आ गया भैया. गाजियाबाद का डॉन आ गया. डॉन
problem that you have to deal with, and 100 Thieves, they just can't match what he's putting down right now.
आजकल गुड़गांव में है ना.
Like that from Rose, where like
जिला गाजियाबाद.
Kraven's left on 3 HP. That would have been a 2v2 with a rifle recovered, and instead they narrowly miss out. That first burst of the shorty decided the round.
ना भाई ऐसा
For
कुछ नहीं
100
बोलते.
Thieves,
BBL
any one
अपनी
of
कोई
those
टीम है.
moments
कुछ
going
भी
their
मत
way,
बोल साले.
this is a much tighter scoreline. This is a much more difficult second half.
क्या बोल रहा
हेलो
था श्रीनी?
क्या
मैं कहाँ बड़ा आदमी
It
तो
kind
तू
of
क्या
feels
बड़ी
like a
औरत है?
formality, especially if
अच्छा
BBL
तो
take
ठीक है.
this.
बड़ी औरत बुला लेंगे कोई
Yeah,
दिक्कत नहीं
I
है.
would say that a pistol round for 100
बड़ा
Thieves,
आदमी भी तो
in a
बड़ी
normal
औरत है
case,
क्या?
I wouldn't be too worried that they could still do this on the defensive side. I think they've proven that this is an incredibly strong map for them. But it's just
अबे
that momentum.
BBL
Like
भाई
that's the
तू
thing that
भाई
is
मोनू
always
रहन
most
दे भाई. तेरा
terrifying
लेम
with
घटिया
BBL
जोक
Turkish
तेरा रहन
rosters
दे भाई.
in
माफ
general.
कर तू.
When you've got LaRock, Lovers Rock, and hey, let's just say at this point, every single member of their team having highlight moments time and time again. I'm now looking at
हाँ
you
पता
to
है.
find that
BBL
same
का
sort
फुल
of
फॉर्म है
resilience,
बिबली गेमिंग
find
है.
that same
वो
पता
breakback
है.
that they have shown. Well, a
बिली बिली
pistol
क्या
बिली
round
gaming?
with a chance to bring it back
अबे
to
बिली बिली
9-5.
गेमिंग अलग है.
As
ये
said, like,
टर्किश है
from what we've seen
टीम.
over the last 3
ये अलग
times
है.
that BBL played this map, they have managed maximum
नहीं,
2
वही है।
attack
इसका नाम
cycles.
BBL
So pistol round
Esports
would
है, इसका
genuinely
नाम
get them
BBL
अरे नहीं
halfway there.
Esports।
वही है ये चाइनीज टीम है ये।
अबे चुप है, टर्किश टीम है ये। पासपोर्ट को टर्किश को चाइनीज बना दोगे तुम लोग साले।
आप लोग बड़े लोग तो कोई स्ट्रीमर, अरे हम तो मजदूर है भाई। गाजियाबाद में हमारा थोड़ी घर है।
The Sage close by.
विला है विला गाजियाबाद
Later,
में।
in fact, no, it won't. Boris being
सैनिक
put
का।
to bed. Timotino also falling. The nade. They have to be desperately careful with Bang being on 9 HP.
जन्नत पे बैठा हूँ, क्या अभी हेल्प चाहिए बताओ ना बाबा, बोलो तो मैं कर दूंगा ऐसी हेल्प।
They just wait.
मैं कॉल पे हूँ,
So the
PC call.
answer
क्या यार
would be to
श्रीनिक?
wait. So with how far he's got, yeah, they're going to go all the way back around the spawn. The only thing will be if Rose overplays his hand, but I think he's playing it perfectly. Into that spawn position. Cryo.
झूठ बोल रहा है भाई, आदि ने
Definitely
बताया,
got some
बोला
doubts,
मतलब
but do you
है
check
तो
to
है।
your right? That could be the defining factor of this round. He gets the kill onto Rose, and maybe it
DM
turns, but
तो
no,
नहीं
why
आया
would
भाई।
he? And Rose isn't just going to go for one. He's making sure there's nobody else. The remaining players towards the heavens don't
अब
make things
DM नहीं आया।
interesting. A nice shot that drops the spike. LaRock has to go back and get that, and if he could deny it, maybe
अब
that'll be
कुछ
enough to
लिख
win the
रहा है।
round instead. Does he know the second player is there? He does, and while falling gets the kill. A 1v3 left all on to Bang, but it's LaRock again. This man
बबली बदमाश
does
क्या
not
बोलते हैं,
want
मार
to
रही है
lose
भाई।
today.
Oh, yeah, look, when it comes to that late round scrapping, I don't think there's a chance that LaRock's dropping the ball. You have got to be quick on the trigger, or he is taking you out.
पब्लिक
भाई कल पेपर एक्स का
बदमाश।
मैच है भाइयों।
One hit to the sheriff on the round.
पेपर
in the
एक्स
corner
आएगा
as well.
फिर।
A lot of damage done in that initial fight. And for BBL, that round win, it's fairly damning. 100 Thieves should have next to no chance of coming back into this one. Like winning the pistol, it's a long road ahead of you. But now double digits for BBL, a team that thrives off of momentum, and they've now won 10 rounds in a row. This is going to be one hell of a task, even just to slow these youngsters down.
I think everything is there to build momentum.
अरे
They've
श्रीनिक
got
तू
the
घर
players
कब
on
आ
the
रहा
right
है?
side of the map, but it's completely irrelevant. A long-range
श्रीनिक को
shotgun
बुला के मेगा कमिलियन खेलेंगे
being
आदि।
utilized.
आओ
Time for LaRock, one away from Showstopper.
Gonna get it one way or another, it seems, and it's gonna plant towards the end of the round. Squeaky clean, only one player lost. The Marshal immediately retrieved, and as I said, it's a good map for 100 Thieves, but unless they've got one hell of a streak, this one is looking like we're going to a third.
And again, you saw at the end, as you said, Tom, that late round plank coming through. So we're one away from a showstopper
मैं तो
coming into
घर
the
पर ही
next
हूँ
round. Now
आजकल,
that is
कॉलेज
going to
खत्म।
be devastating considering how
बस फिर
on
एक
the
दिन
ball
मेका
LaRock has
कमिलियन
already
खेलते हैं,
been.
बताओ।
You think about him having
YouTube
the
पे सर्च
ability
कर
to,
मेका
well,
कमिलियन।
look, his showstopper last half was
मस्त गेम है,
pretty
दोस्तों के साथ
impactful, you could
खेलने के
say.
लिए चिल गेम।
I imagine it's something 100 Thieves will be fearful of. Yeah, and often you talk about sort of the ability to bridge the gap of the lighter buy. Well, BBL don't have a lighter buy. There's one stinger, and other than that, everyone's got everything that they need.
Missed shot to start with. That's not what you want to be seeing, and of course, a man who
हाँ देखा हूँ,
literally
मजेदार है, वही
isn't
खेलेंगे
missing
एक
right
दिन।
now is LaRock. He managed to
वाह
These have to
वाह
make a decision.
भैया
That decision is
वाह।
made for
जितने
them.
हैं।
They're being pushed, but they brought it back at least a little bit. Heal will be there
मोनू
for Bang.
समीशी समीशी के भी
And
लैपटॉप
honestly,
में चल
although
जाएगा
this
वो
is
गेम।
a plant and a man down at this scoreline, you got to go for it.
सब लोग मिल के खेलेंगे, मजा आएगा। सब मित्र लोग अपने।
There is no saving, yeah. Maybe we can win 9 in a row. Not often going to work for LaRock. He's securing the round. He's making sure even if they do cancel this
Bobo
retake,
बदमाश
there will be
है।
no opportunity to carry those weapons through to the next round. And the time
Bobo?
surely already too far
बदमाश
gone.
है।
Certainly
भाई।
with two players having access to heaven, with
बदमाशी
the
करनी
plant being
पड़ती है
that
भाई।
open,
नहीं
smoke goes
करोगे तो
down. It's
कैसे
going to be an
चलेगा बताओ।
attempt to just stick it. No, they need to stick it surely. There, finally, the stick's coming through, but it should be too little too late. The time already too far gone for Asuna. They let go of it.
शॉट
He
बे।
had to.
Indeed.
आसुना भाई ने
And now
सुना कर
BBL in
दिया
with an
सब।
opportunity to close this out in
सब कौन सुना कर
extremely
दिया उसने?
dominant fashion.
Yeah, well, it turns out if you get a lot of rounds in the first half, you then win the pistol in second round, and then you win the bonus. By the way, in the last 3 times they played, this will be the most attack rounds they've actually managed to achieve, and they've only played 3 of them. So yeah, I think a squad that has hit their stride at the perfect moment, 100 Thieves on their own map choice, have gone completely missing. But you know what, Mitch? a fantastic time.
PWC में एक बढ़िया है, एक गेम अच्छा नहीं लग रहा तो दूसरा लगा लो.
Say that, you know, let the opponent hit 12,
Look,
call your pause.
I learned my lesson.
Love it.
दूसरा हम लगा दिए, वो भी अच्छा नहीं लग रहा हो तो.
To me that even if you're
दूसरा तो आ ही जाएगा धीरे से थोड़ी देर.
you need to win, what was it, 7 rounds in a row. Sometimes you take a pause and you win 6. Or maybe in this time, they'll take a pause and they'll win 9. The music got me a little bit excited.
I can see that. You started to believe in your own BS. I love that.
Yeah.
I love when that happens. It was a stun from Lovers Rock that really got them into that site. The relay bolt that hit Vora was completely caught by it. And the beautiful thing is, Lovers Rock doesn't even care. He ran past him and said, LaRock, didn't you need an order, bro?
Guys,
Showstopper activated.
guys and unki guys.
So clean.
These guys,
like SEAL
guys.
action from BBL.
Thank
and this
you
is
so
a
much,
team that
guys.
has looked very disjointed at times because they play aggressive. They love to play aggressive, and like we said, sometimes that's their downfall. But in this situation, not so much. 12-3, a 9-round gap to recover for 100 Thieves. And what we said in the last one, they stole the map. This would be highway robbery if they were to get anywhere close.
Oh, if LaRock gets 1 kill
6 HP बचा है भाई.
before Lovers Rock, he has double the kills of the second highest player in the server. That's all you really need to know about how this game is going. We saw this yesterday, that LaRock just hit a different gear to everybody else. There was a reason why, even when they were the Ascension champions, that teams came looking to see if they could steal this youngster away. He has the potential to be one of the best players in the world. And right now, you are witnessing exactly that. Even still, though, Rose going walkabouts will be lost. I think for 100 Thieves, even just not losing 13 rounds in a row would probably help out the mental a little bit. They've taken that pause. They've got some inspiring, or I hope inspiring, words.
I don't think they get the music, Tom. So,
you know,
it'll have to be, the speech will have to be a little bit better without that backing track. Nade forcing him into the open. Asuna's dead. Vora ain't gonna last long either. It's LaRock again. I said it, bro. I feel like we need to check his drivers. Something's been installed. He is playing in a way I've not seen in a long time. Word.exe's got the whole PowerPoint loaded in. And for 100 Thieves, look, okay, at least Timotino's here. He's holding the cross. Will he deal with LaRock? Of course he won't! This guy is on a tear all day long. We saw it 5 rounds into the last map. He was hitting shots that we don't see all too often. And a good game turns to a great one as BBL, they rely on LaRock. I thought the game was over, and of course it is! 4 for LaRock, 13 and decimation on map number 2. BBL battled and brawled on the first map, but the second was a straight execution.
Well, yeah, you have to wonder now, would this have been a 13-0 if they were 13 rounds in a row for BBL? A squad that, again, lost their own map choice in OT for the second time, come into the second map as if absolutely nothing happened. By the way, that was picked by 100 Thieves. You lost 13 rounds in a row on your own map choice. I don't know what I've just witnessed. And LaRock is making statement plays after statement plays. Maybe the best player in the tournament right now. We'll have to see, because there is going to be a third. Honestly, I think the break is going to be taken by 100 Thieves just to try and completely reset, because that was just bullying.
Absolutely, and one man that I love to bully is Degon. Take it away, baby.
Any attention from you, Mitch, is always great. Great call so far in the 1-1 as BBL come storming back in emphatic fashion. There is not a single doubt that they belong, and whoever wins this qualifier match into the playoffs is a force to be reckoned with. Welcome back here, Degon, alongside Bea, and of course, big time. I'm sorry, I went with Bea instead of.
You can call me Bea. It is indeed my name, Daniel.
Oh, that's true. That's also my name, and that's Morgan.
This is Morgan.
Keep it professional, guys.
You might know him as Tyler as well.
He also could be Tyler.
Depends on the day.
Yeah, true.
BBL came and did not care whose name was on the other side. LaRock popped off here.
I mean, they got LaRocked. It's that simple. Yep. That was an insane performance from him. Absolutely unbelievable. He ends 29-8 in a 13-3. That's phenomenal. You don't see numbers like that. For them to do it on 100 Thieves map choice as well. Coming into this, we said, this is going to be tough for them. Wow, it's going to be a difficult mountain to climb. 100 Thieves been so good. BBL went so bad here. but it doesn't even matter when they play like this.
They didn't stand a chance, did they?
Oh,
I
it was
think
close.
that first half, how easy things were being for Lovers Rock with the operator,
Yeah.
how seamless it was for LaRock, for Loita, for Rose, for all of them to push and eat that terrain. And I was sitting next to you being like, I knew that the defense was not going to be a problem. I didn't expect the 9 rounds in a row. And then when we swapped onto the other, the fact that BBL was able to carry that performance onto the second half and close it with those 13 rounds in a row. Do not get me wrong. Like, you forget that pistol, this was a 30-0. In my eyes, this is a 30-0.
Exactly. It just can't get more dominant than this. Realistically, I love how they approach this defender side. It is so aggressive. They're always shutting the map down for 100 Thieves. They're pushing, they're flanking, they're making things difficult. 100 Thieves tried to have that slower, more controlled style to their comps, but it couldn't work here on Split.
And there's something also that is very important. Do you remember that on map 1 we were speaking about the Viper and walking around the Viper wall and what that gives you? You can really tell that in EMEA we still run a lot of the Viper here on Split, because in many of those occasions you could see BBL using 100 Thieves Viper wall against them and taking advantage of what it was bringing out for them. And brilliant performance. I wonder though how the mental state is for 100 Thieves going on to Haven, because as Tom was saying, this was their map pick. They decided to go to Split. They thought that this is where they could have an easier time against BBL.
And we're absolutely blown out. No question about it here.
What is that?
The aggression.
What is that? LaRock is hitting every shot, and you just open the wall. One by one. He stopped shooting now.
This team is just so fun to watch when they play like this. It's spectacular looking Valorant. LaRock just lit up this server, and it's so hard when there's an absolute Goliath on the other side. It just feels like you can't play. You feel so restricted. Even when they're in these good situations, these advantages, BBL always found a way to swing it in their favor.
It is almost insulting. Like, at that point, it's like LaRock had plot armor, had triple plot armor in so many of those situations. The margin is so tiny, so it's like the spike going off. They know there's only one. Like, turning around the man disadvantage is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, 21 plus 21 in the 29 and 8 there for LaRock.
That's more than years he has.
Kind of
years old he is.
Yeah, again, right? It just shows how good that performance was. And 100 Thieves on the opposite side, they've got to go ahead and bounce back. I think it's just tough when you have a performance like that. Asuna and the boys got to figure it out here, because they were the ones that did not opt for that double duelist that BBL did. And you're thinking, okay, we should be fine with it. Okay, we lose some rounds. We got 3 at the start. Maybe once we're on defense, never got it going. Those 13 in a row will be a nice feather in the cap for BBL as they head on over to map number 3. Haven coming up next. Winner qualifies the playoffs here for EWC 2026. Don't go anywhere. We'll have that final map after this short break.
Hello everybody and welcome. We have got
भाई 1 मिनट 22 सेकंड
up. All right, boys, are you ready?
Yes. Yep.
Fantastic. Let's get the first one done. How would you react if I told you you've got to be up tomorrow at 5 a.m.?
Okay, wait. Let me think.
And now look at each other's.
I was thinking maybe I should choose this one.
These are the 2 perfect answers.
हटाना पड़ेगा 1 मिनट भाई इग्नाइटर अबे इग्नाइटर तुम हो तुम
Play is in our DNA. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Of 2 enemies. Lock it in, boys. Show the camera what you've chosen. And now show each other another on the board.
Brimstone is like me. This thing.
Yeah. If you make it to a grand final of an international event and you see your opponent is PRX.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Oh no!
Oh.
Rose just had that! He just put it back!
No way!
Alright, you're about to go into an official match. And then Riot drops a patch. A big patch. The night before your official game.
I think this one is obvious again. Of course it's that.
Ooh, take a look.
Come on,
Rose.
bro. Come on,
I knew
no
Rose
way.
wasn't gonna like that. Alright, boys, for the next one. You're in scrims.
Yes.
There's a quiet moment. Just outside your headset, you hear that one of your teammates just farted. How do you react?
You should know that, man.
Lloyd is picking the crying one again. And now show each other.
Yes,
Let's
finally,
go.
finally,
You're
finally.
doubting yourself.
Yes.
You're on the finish line. You're going to turn back, bro.
Oh.
How do you feel when you find out that next up, you've got a content piece with Janiro?
I'm ready.
Okay?
I'm ready too.
Boys, please show the camera.
This one.
And show each other. Well done.
Yes, half an hour, as I said.
BL and 100 Thieves. Degon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And first one, a little tight, went to overtime. Second one, stomped by BBL 13 rounds in a row after dropping the first 3. I feel like it's so hard to try and predict what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I mean, I think for BBL, they'll be feeling so good. Obviously, when you come off a huge momentum win like that, it feels amazing. It's also because it's so reminiscent of their previous series against EDG, of they lose that Lotus, then they steal their opponent's map pick, and we saw them win that map 3. They know that they've been there, done that, so I think they'll be on Cloud9 right now.
I still want to see what is it that BBL is going to do with Haven, because back in EMEA, we had the situation, right?
Yeah.
We kind of like all agreed the breach was not going to be played. All of us, but BBL, right? And then LaRock was playing the breach there on that map. It worked for a couple of times just because LaRock is just so incredibly good, and also because it allowed Lovers Rock to just play Jet the way that he wanted to. But they know, I think, and they've gotten to the conclusion that things need to change, they need to evolve, they need to move forward, most importantly. So really looking forward to see what is in this Haven. Again, the preparation for what is remaining of the year is the most important thing for all of the teams.
Look, for me, if I see LaRock after that performance go pick breach, I will unplug his PC myself. That's unacceptable for this. I want to see him on the duelist. I want to see him be aggressive. I want to see him use his momentum, not stand there holding a stun. That's no good for anybody.
And also, what is happening on the other side? I know that during the qualifier, they were using a different composition. I saw that Cryo was playing with the chamber. I'd be very down for that.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be having some very good chambers.
As you brought up earlier, this is their first loss across EWC qualifiers and now here at the main event. So kind of wonder, are you glass cannon where you do great when things are going great? How do you deal with adversity? How do you deal when you drop a game? Because this is a team that is full of potential, hasn't fully realized it to the level that you'd expect.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, but I will say,
इसी दिन
yes,
हम
they've
लोग
been
का
on a
ना
very good
काम
run
बंद
for
करवाएंगे
EWC,
इनको
but
लग रहा है
100
YouTube
Thieves
वाले
are not unfamiliar with the concept of losing. They've been known to lose in the past, and they've been able to bounce back. So it's not the end of the road for them by any means.
I don't know if that was Pacific U or EMEA U, but that was definitely not America's U. They're big time.
That doesn't exist. That does not exist. Where's that? I want to see China big time, but we'll get there eventually. Maybe on another series. For the side of 100 Thieves, I still think that it is way better to lose 13-3, as in like, listen, they destroyed us. To we were battling for an hour. We tried everything. Swing rounds went one way or another. No, listen. Okay, the map just happened. We only need to focus on Haven. Think about that, Lotus. Think about the way that you were controlling the map. 3 sites just on this map as well. You need to treat it the same way. But the question is, are the tools going to be the same? What are you going to be facing up against?
Yeah, I mean, for me, for 100 Thieves, I really want to see Cryo run this chamber, man. He's been
बंद
so
करवाएगा
good at this
YouTube
agent
होगा chance.
for a long time. A real signature for him. Bringing it out on Haven is a real nice fit.
And something that worked very, very well against RRQ, who, by the way, is already on their way home.
Yep.
तो स्विच कर रहा था तो ये आ गया साला
And he should be
राइट साइड
playing, you know,
नीचे
if
में
they keep going with that composition that they were playing throughout the qualifiers.
इसको पढ़ना है ठीक से क्या है वो प्लेलिस्ट है पता है तेरे को क्या लिखा है इस पर
Are BBL just going to run what they were running in the qualifier that was Jet Phoenix with LaRock playing the Phoenix and just run it like that?
Yeah, there we go.
watch party
Got
करता
to
हूँ
come in. This is much better. I'm happy to see LaRock on a Phoenix and not a breach. I would have punched the monitor. But over on the side of 100 Thieves, still waiting for the final picks to come
No,
in
Cryo,
here.
come on. I understand that you kind of think of this team and you think of a stopping power, seriously, any stopping power, maybe a way to gather that information. 3 out of 3 maps. BBL starting on the defense, and it's been looking so good for them. Definitely the favorite side for them so far in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand if they want to swap Cryo to this Cypher, it makes sense. It's good against that Neon and the Phoenix. No verticality there, and it's also good for helping to contain and get information on those defender side pushes that BBL are so known for, but it does mean you're losing out on that firepower. His chamber is electric, and I can't help but feel like 100 Thieves need a hero to get that momentum for them after a disappointing map 2.
I mean, all that I'm looking for here is the middle brawls. That's what I want to see round after round to see who comes out on top.
Mirror match in terms of composition. Asuna moving away, played that Sage on the last map, specific to split. Now back onto the Phoenix. He and the rest of 100 Thieves try to continue their successful ways against BBL, who have been on fire. So easy on the eyes to watch with their gameplay. Let's see how they do it with 3 different sides to attacks on Haven. For the call on our final map here, let's send it back on over to Tom and Mitch.
Easy on the eyes, Tom. Funny, that's how I describe Degon, but it's time to get into this matchup. Map number 3, after a dominant bounce back from BBL with the backbreaker on split, now there's an opportunity for this to be the saving grace of this series. After a shaky start on their first map, for BBL, they were 4-0 down. They bounced back, and it was resurgence after resurgence, only for it to end in 100 Thieves' hands in overtime. But after a dominant map win, the question now that you said you never ask of BBL, can they bounce back from a loss like that? We now ask of 100 Thieves. That was their choice, and they lost 13 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I think most of what we will have seen in the break is not going to be about strategy coming into this map, or like the plan that you have overall, or what you could do to beat BBL. It's mostly going to be about making sure that the team are reset and ready and raring to go, because to go 3-0 up and lose 13-3, that's not an easy way to bounce back. A lot of damage done early, but the first pick did go the way of 100 Thieves, but look at the HP. It's going to be at least Arsenal are able to heal himself up a little bit, but they're walking into an aggressive position from Kreven. Feel like he needs maybe slightly more than one, but he's played it so well. He's walked past. He looks the player a little bit deeper. The next one should be for free, though. Now the smokes are gone. Players already in position. And this pistol round looking a little risky. Speaking of risky, Rose has just jumped out the window.
There can only be one.
That I couldn't believe when I saw him stood on the edge of the ledge. I thought there's no way.
I thought he was going to wait for his teammate, not just jump.
The thing was, the timing could not have been better. The second that he dropped, his opponent turned away. Look, Asuna, the literal second that player emerges from the smoke, Asuna has just turned to look at the spawn, and so Rose gets a double for free. 3 in the pistol for the IGL, and well, we had our conversations about slow starts from Rose. Anything but that. Lights out in the pistol, and that's 14 rounds in a row for BBL now, when you think about that last map. For 100 Thieves, this probably isn't where they have that road to recovery well paved. They are coming in with just pistols, a very light buy, and even two kills is now getting... Oh, this is getting spooky.
They've made it interesting, that's for sure. Lovers Rock's position has gone completely under the radar. And, well, eventually, he is going to be dealt with. An incredibly costly round, but now it even gets to a point of an opportunity. Never mind. Kreven there to save the day, make sure that that one doesn't get too far out of control. And although it's incredibly costly in a good round, it's still a round for BBL. And I kind of want to give you a little bit of information. You know what's good about being in the venue, being around the players, is sometimes you bump into them, maybe on your way to the bathroom. And one of them, who was running, as he does in-game as well, was Lovers Rock. And as he ran past me, he went, how was that, watching the best player in the world? Talking about his teammate LaRock, obviously.
Yes, yes.
And my response was, are you sure he's not cheating? Because that performance, I think he ended up on like 470-something ACS, 29 kills. I don't think he's had to do anything yet. That was the hero op.
That's the op in this buy. I just don't know what I'm watching sometimes.
He's not the best player in the world in this team, was he?
They go from being such a well-oiled machine, 13 rounds in a row with, yes, some shakier performances, but a lot of aggression that was tempered. We talked about how different Split and Lotus aggression is because there's less space, there's less avenues. And
अभी चालू होगा stream B पे.
Rose through a smoke with an op. Listen, Rose.
ये तो एनआरजी का गेम चल रहा है इधर. Vitality का B पे.
Wow, it's like, what is this guy?
उस पे तो जहाँ शेड्यूल डाला है उसमें तो पेपर एक्स वर्सेस कार्माइन कॉर्प दिखा रहा है.
नहीं बी पे कहते हैं एनआरजी वर्सेस वाइटालिटी चालू हो गया.
Around the backside, it works out, but that is way closer than it should have been. The good thing is, finally, the streak of 15 has come to an end.
पर लिटरली बताऊं, शेड्यूल देखा हो ना, शेड्यूल के अंदर ना जहाँ पे तू पेपर एक्स वर्सेस कार्माइन कॉर्प पर क्लिक करेगा ना तो वो स्ट्रीम बी पे ही लेके जा रहे हैं.
Got wrecked in the initial phase, and then this guy, it's like he toggled, just starts wall banging players with a sheriff, like the individual aim. But yeah, I genuinely, it does feel like
official website में गलती है तो मैं क्या करूँ?
अबे वो ये किसका भेजा तू स्क्रीनशॉट इसका है ये?
There's some vulnerabilities on the other side.
भाई मैं स्क्रीन स्विच कर रहा था, स्क्रॉल किया हूँ तो ये आ गया भाई राइट साइड में वो नहीं आता चैट के जस्ट नीचे में.
इसको डिलीट कर भाई, ये चैट में मत रख, गलती से हम चैट खोल देते हैं.
Now
इसको
BBL
डिलीट कर भाई, मेरे फोन से हो नहीं रहा है.
lines with 3 players, very fast rotation into that back lines, but
ठीक है, क्या दिक्कत है, देख लेंगे.
अबे नहीं, मेरी सिंगल स्ट्रीम है ना, मैं गलती से डीसी ओपन कर देता हूँ.
Trap, good kill. Cryo falling means the trap now gone.
हटा दिया.
Has backup coming his way. 2 already found. Bang. He was about to take that fight on short, but realizes he has to group with his team, but they have no safe haven to fight from. Down below in hell, they've got trouble for Timotino. He's able to at least get one. But stuck in the backside, surrounded. How he's still getting out with more. That's a huge round from Timotino. Right when they pressure from all sides, but he fights back on every front.
Yeah, he's jumping up, celebrating as
ये
well.
third round, third map जो है ना,
they need to. That's one of those ones
25 के overtime तक जाए मजा आ जाए.
The fact that again Loiter, he actually catches Asuna as he is coming back from his ultimate.
इतना लंबा
and it looked
खींचता है ना,
like that
मजा
round
नहीं
was
आता,
about
पता है,
to crumble
point के
away
बाद.
up until Timotino clutches it
अब
out,
खींचे, ठीक है.
brings it home, and
इतना
levels them
लंबा
up
ना
2
खींच
to 2.
जाएगी, क्या बोलते हैं.
No crazy streak of rounds for BBL in this
आज
scenario.
वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बना दे इन लोग overtime.
You always have to be careful versus those pistols. We saw it. The way they started that streak was with the pistols.
कैसा ट्रिप लगाया है, कोई भी कूद के आ जाएगा इसके ट्रिप पे तो.
अबे नहीं, वो वेट कर रहा है कि कोई टच हो, दो दनादन उसको. कूदेगा भी तो आवाज होगा ना.
As much as
तभी तो इतना क्लोज खड़ा
we
था.
often write home about these rounds for BBL, about players like Kreven. I like the attempt to spam the drone going through. Considering they're spreading out like this, playing the default, it's not somewhere I'm anticipating a lot of impact. Interestingly though, the cage up close with a trap down below, they're never going to see that coming, but it doesn't get the reveal off in time, so no punish, and now the reveal in the corner leaves Kreven isolated and dealt with. Loida dove on the backside. As we said, not a whole lot to
highest जो overtime गया ना भाई igniter, वो गया 25-23 का. और उसमें भी कौन सी टीम थी पता है तेरे को? BBL versus FUT. FUT.
5 HP. Lovers Rock
यही टीम
gets a
थी
chance to make
BBL
this a little more costly on the exits if he wants.
लेके गई थी
I do think, though,
25
as this round
और
goes on,
उसमें भी
100 Thieves are just
25
gonna
राउंड
leave,
BBL
if it
जीती
comes
थी
down to it. They're not going to be baited into going down to the spike or anything like that. So in terms of actually getting damage, it will be difficult. That's a good start. No one else one shot though.
2025 के VCT में ग्रुप स्टेज में
Die to the spike, but
28
you know that 100 Thieves want those orbs. Arsenal in particular didn't mind. It's a little bit close for comfort, but he is going to get that extra orb towards
2
the
घंटे
Phoenix
चला
Zone.
था 2 घंटे
Important one of that.
3 मिनट या 4 मिनट
Looking like already they're back. 3 rounds in a row. Seeming a lot more comfortable on Haven. And again, another map where we have seen some struggles for the side of BBL. I would say that going into this map, it is intriguing that both Split and Haven were in there. They've already proved us in one avenue that Split, clearly they put some work in. And also if The Rock, I think, hits the highest ACS of the tournament so far, which is actually pretty close, because I think Starzo had 450, but that only lasted a day.
Oh, nice early aggression from the defensive side. This is what we were waiting to see in previous maps. It took them a while to pull it out, and now a full-on blitz of mid has left 100 Thieves scratching their heads. They looked a little bit overwhelmed by what just came their way, and you'd think after 2 maps of facing BBL, you'd get used to it.
It's crazy that you can win 3 rounds in a row and then lose a round in 10 seconds. That is what it's like playing against BBL. They use a Hunter's Fury, and then they just run at them. And even though they lose the opening pick, I don't even think there was a split second in any of the players' minds like, should I fall back? No, it's like we have committed to whatever the play is. I think it makes Rose's job as an IGL easier in circumstances like this. Not easier overall, because sometimes his players just decide to swing everyone, but in a round where you plan to push, everybody is on the same page. Yep. Early fake being sold by the attacking side. But with the trips not being hit, that ruse, well, it is going to give them Rose. Rose goes looking, and there was a rotation coming back from other players. In fact, the question will be, will Lovers Rock be there in time? No, the Molotov will deny.
Ball crucial time and in a post plant with a Hunter's Fury online, and a Sova sitting towards long with his back protected as well. This becomes a very difficult round for BBL. Dealing with the first players on site will be one thing. As long as Vora isn't peak, because he is peaking right now. He's giving a chance, and Lovers Rock does not need too many chances to walk away with the kills. Now the trap down already. Flank will be a concern, but everyone's coming straight from the spawn. A heads-up duel with LaRock now on the flank around. Timotino had no idea there was a player behind him. They've managed to section this down to just one. The Hunter's Fury practically useless at this point. Caught in the corner. He's brought into a 1v1, but that flash saved the day. With LaRock having just enough time here to take this one across the line. It will be 4-3 in favor of BBL. The lead just about maintained.
Yeah, real nice try from Vora in that late round scenario, right? Using the Hunter's Fury there would have almost definitely been his demise, being stuck in the corner, and he would have basically needed to kill both of them with it within a second, but especially considering how this started. Like the swing back in gave them that additional little bit of space. I think Lovers Rock does well in this round, but again, it's the response found by BBL. Lead extended, the 3-round gap, or blip. Look at what's left in the hands of the attacking side. And the thing is, Lovers Rock knows it. His sniper is in hand for that exact reason, although he has missed one of the players, but there is a drone. Is the drone...
Maro.
Looks like they're going to commit to that fight. Molly from LaRock cancels drone out other side. Rose is the one to take Timotino down.
भैया तो निपट रही है पीठ दिखा के.
But for 100 Thieves, a good chance in garage, but the setup, the cage immediately activated.
Rat cage है भाई ये वाला.
Catching Krevin, but that's neither here nor there. This has pretty much sealed the deal of the round. They've connected a W already, and another flash should guarantee it. Look at Bang, he couldn't see a damn thing.
The thing is, as well, I was looking at that from Lovers Rock perspective, he missed both of his shots. I was like, he's going to run it in with a shorty. What I didn't realize was LaRock was going to do exactly the same thing out of the door. So I left him with nowhere to go.
अब अपने को ना ऐसा करना पड़ेगा
From a 3-round fight back to some more rounds going the other way. It's time for 100 Thieves to take a timeout. I think they've already witnessed how quickly the game can get out of control. It really does feel that sometimes, like, you want to have those pauses called just to try and break the momentum of BBL. They start getting cocky, confident, taking space away from you that they definitely shouldn't be able to get consistently. But then I also feel that there's the other side of the coin, that the second you take this BBL go, we got him.
कैमरा का ऐसा सेटअप करें कि इस तरह लेट के देख रहे हैं.
We know that they are feeling the pressure. And if anything, I almost feel like the next round's going to be even more aggressive.
Well, it has worked. It has worked every time on every map. The aggressive plays.
मेरी चेयर ही मेरा बिस्तर बन जाती है भाई, मेरे कोई दिक्कत नहीं, मैं चेयर को ऐसे बिस्तर बना के ऐसे कर लूंगा.
Plentifully filled. At this point, there's no reason to change it up. And look at the minimap. 4 players towards the C site at the start of the round. Now, you will not see this very often. This will be an immediate push down. And what we can see is that 100 Thieves have 2 players outside the C site, one of which has the spike. If BBL are pacey on this, they could already set themselves up for success in the round. In fact, they're waiting. They're waiting for a signal to send utility through. That's the players.
वाह गुरु क्या करते हो, वाह. दो बंदे निपटा दे रहे हैं सबको.
And no one was paying attention. He's flown under the radar. He's emerged from the shadows and become a nightmare for BBL as he's found 3 already. That means that Lloyd is completely isolated. Trapped on long. Yes, he has the spike, but he's got some hungry mouths looking to take a bite out of him. Lloyd down. This round has crumbled. It looked like they had the right read, the right play. But in the end, their own trap sprung on them. Unless Kraven can make this work, he needs to get out of here alive. And okay, a 1v2.
Managed to deny the plant for the moment. But it will go down for Bang. This has been his round. That TP stuck was a gamble, but it was a gamble that saved them from certain demise. And now for Kraven. Ability. All on the other side of the map. Nothing to play with, and they will peek him together to make sure that that didn't go any further. A nice attempt, but it is 100 Thieves, and more importantly, Bang, that takes them home around.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of the pacing of 100 Thieves. A lot of the time, the utility from Bang has been absolutely perfect. But this was something else entirely. Just so pigeonholed in on that one position. They go towards C long, C players there. They've got utility ready and lined up, and they're throwing in hot hands. But all 4 of these players are only worried about the front, and it is that one small, tiny little detail of the Omen TP that takes them a second too long to piece together. But still big from Bang to hit those shots as well. Hunter's Fury searching for Loida. Run it back used by Asuna. Kraven might be tagged a little bit, trading out the run it backs, but they will indeed keep Asuna away from the big punish. And Kraven still hasn't been detected in the corner. The snake in the grass striking. This time the Venom sinks deep, but they respond convincingly.
Yeah, I think Timotino is actually quick enough to get his teammate while he's hiding in that corner. And then the Molotov just forces an awkward fight for Kraven. Looking like a much tighter map than what we saw in the last. The back and forth, leaving us level once again, and the trade-outs of those run-it-backs mean that there's not going to be a massive amount to play with going into the next round. I was very worried that for 100 Thieves, this might just be the mental break. But instead, after that back and forth continues, going to be a pause now taken for BBL. Of course, both teams desperate to go into that second half with the advantage, not wanting the pistol to potentially be a defining factor in this map. And for BBL, after having a good streak of rounds, you can understand why, after a couple of blips, their coach wants to get involved.
Well, yeah, I think especially that one. Like I said, it's one of those moments where your attention is elsewhere. Your full focus is on those 2 players swinging. He was on the spike that just fell to the floor. And, you know, at that point, you probably imagine there's 2 or 3 more guys about to come swinging around that corner, getting ready for it, pushing down to take the space, and you miss a small detail. In moments like this, that can cost you a map, and it can cost you a series. And a game as close as this,
this should do.
Very well might. Maybe I'll take that timeout with 2 rounds left to play for in this half. For 100 Thieves, certainly coming in better armed, but But in terms of ultimates, miles away from the important ones. I think there's a good chance we don't even get to see Asuna's run it back online by the time the half ends, but the same can be said for LaRock. Them both burning those up in the last round has taken them out of the equation. And a crucial swing part of the map. I do think, though, if I remove the ultimates and we still see that aggression from BBL, I think they'll go back to winning ways. Because the disruption from 100 Thieves in that round, the only thing that saved them was that from the shadows. If Kang even just gets one there, the round's over.
छोटा सा आराम कर लिए, मजा आ गया. पीठ भी सीधी हो गई, सब बढ़िया हो गया एकदम.
A little bit more chaotic, and I think the thing that I liked from the last round was there was a lot of chaos. There was players missing corners. There was bits that you could look at as mistakes, but then you go, okay, 100 Thieves come out of it alive. And I think that was where you look back to the last map, where the second chaos ensued. That was where it seemed like BBL just ran away with it. So the fact they're able to weather the storm a little bit more in this map at least fills me with some confidence. I think that TP is a great example of it. That is Bang adapting to the chaos that has been this BBL side. And that is why we've maybe seen BBL put on the back foot a little bit here. That, okay, we're not just going to allow you to go in swinging and decimate us. And also, LaRock, for his standards, is now having a quieter map. The last one, he was untouchable, unstoppable. And now I think he's being matched.
Well, indeed, for 100 Thieves, that previous map, it was definitely a blow. 13 rounds in a row. And going 2-0 down in this one. I did start to wonder, is this team crumbling? With it being their map pick previously as well, it's rare to see the blowout like that. Oh, look at that. Come prepared. Still their half back home. Well, it's been an interesting series so far. I think the one thing, though, for me, looking at BBL, is the aggression, is how it gets tempered over time. Because this is a young roster. And you can get away with this. We've seen it in the old days with like your G2 roster back in 2021, where they used to play an insanely aggressive style. They played loose with much less structure than we have nowadays. But nobody punished them. For like a year, they got away with it. They would take fights they shouldn't. They would push when they had advantages. And every time they'd find success. But we always said one day people will figure this out. One day teams will just have the fundamentals, the structure there to then make the adaptations to punish every mistake you're making. And when that day comes, you'll fade into irrelevance. Most of those players don't play anymore. So it kind of shows you where we're at in that world. And I view it as a similarity with BBL right now, in that you can play like this, that all-out aggression. But Turkey themselves had to adapt. They used to be that. They used to be your, not even G2 clone. They were a more aggressive version of that old G2 roster. They played so aggressive in every single fight. It was a 5v1. They'll push you one by one because every single player on that roster believes that not only can he beat you, that he will beat you 9 out of 10 times. If not, I think they believe 10 out of 10 times. And then they go, oh, I guess it was lag, latency, something like that. The mouse let me down. So for BBL, yeah, it works for now. But if 100 Thieves can crack that code here today, and it's going to be one day, someone's going to figure it out. Someone's going to have that response, and we'll need to see that extra layer to it. Oh, the admin doesn't want to play.
I like that. I like the fact that LaRock is trying to play with anybody that he can. He's clearly not feeling the pressure whatsoever. Oh, he's now playing with Mitch. Oh.
He got me.
He got you.
He got me.
You've taken...
Damn it!
Taken a massive L.
Over in London, I was doing well. I was slaying people with it. I did my scissors rock method. It always works.
Against the best in the world?
I shouldn't say that. Now people know my method.
No, against the best in the world.
No, not against the best. And that's it. He's proven it there in the States.
You need to train.
He's got the dub already.
He can beat you in aim. He could beat you in the rock, paper, scissors as well, but ultimately, there's a slightly bigger game at hand. And I am looking forward to the conclusion, because of course it is the talk of the town of who's going to be making into that playoff stage first. Of course, we know, I believe now at this point, we know that it's going to be a EDG on that bounce back after defeating RRQ in the elimination game earlier on over on the B stream. So ultimately, this team One of them goes through, gets to go straight into the playoffs. The other has to go back and play EDG, which, yeah, I don't know if that's something anybody would really want.
For 100 Thieves, you come up against EDG there. You know, I believe they've got a chance, for sure. Could be definitely be a fun game to watch. But facing EDG in the lower bracket, that's not somewhere I want to be. And then for BBL facing EDG in the lower bracket in a rematch, that's definitely not putting a nice taste in my mouth. I don't think anyone wants to be down there, and I think for most people, maybe with full roster, EDG should be running through that upper bracket run. So for 100 Thieves, for BBL, this matchup, yeah, we've got a second chance, but that second chance is a chance to outswim a shark. Now it looks like we're getting fist bumps down on the stage, folks. We might be ready to roll pretty soon. And indeed, we are already underway. 1:35 on the clock, and aggression from Lovers Rock. He's been caught this time, but he's got backup. Rose, the second layer to it, but they're suspecting it. The Molly's caught him. He's dead to rights. He's taken full health bar from the hot hands. Oh, that's a devastating way to kick this one off. They're in a 5v2.
Yeah, a little bit of karma, baby. You've given the game away with how aggressive you're going to be, that your opponents are starting to just throw utility into smokes.
I have the spike.
But either way, like they might continue in towards the remaining setup. Kreven and Loiter, this would have to be an impressive hold. The drone already going through, likely to give the game away, and already Kreven distracted, leaves Loiter alone. They could just leave and go back the other way, but they want to send this man into the dirt, and he's having none of it. Running out of the site, the round all but concluded. And 100 Thieves will take back the lead.
Well, disgraceful you don't believe in the Loiter 1v5 Ninja Defuse.
I do not.
Yeah, he was just getting the weapon for the Ninja Defuse. Now he thought it was planted on C. It's a little mistake. He'll figure it out. But obviously saving this weapon through to the next with the state of the economy is very important. But hold on, there's a player very close. Now he's whiffed on him. This should be it. Lloyd has got to run for the hills, and he has no chance of escape. Asuna right behind him for the flawless round in 100 Thieves camp. That's got to feel good. What a bounce back.
Yeah, and it has been a constant back and forth throughout this map so far. Of course, the pistol taken home by the IGL. But this is the fact that you could see that throughout this game, 100 Thieves have had to be more prepared for the opponents just taking these risks through the smoke and shutting down both Lovers Rock and Rose within the first few seconds of the round. Felt like a domino effect. The buy that's coming up here is maybe not the greatest, but it is still going to be rifles across the board. And again, 100 Thieves are in the right place at the right time, watching for those players into middle. An early shutdown, but LaRock has quickly found a kill back. He's denied the ultimate and is still going. Finally, they've managed to deal with him, but it is just back and forths all over the shop.
The TP taken to the A site, steps close as Rose is already at the gates. He's closing the distance. He's right on the site. He slipped past. They have no idea. The paranoia does nothing. And now out goes the drone to see the last, to mark him. Marked for death is Cryo. Rose single-handedly solving the problem that was that 2v2 and putting us neck and neck at the halftime.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. That is him winning the first round and the last round of the half.
3K in the first, yeah.
And then doing not a lot in between. We finished 7-7, so that's 5 kills.
Oh, it was a 3K and a 2K.
Rounds, and then for the rest of the entirety of the half. But hey, if you could win your team 2 rounds as an IGL, I don't think that's too bad. And of course, will leave us level. I think ultimately you're going to look at this and go, you win the pistol and it ends up 6-6. It's not the greatest of halves for BBL. I think a good recovery from 100 Thieves, especially when you see that 3-round streak coming in. You might start to get a little bit nervous, but I think they've done well where they utilize their pauses. Both sides keeping this one close. And of course, you go back to map number 1 and OT defeat on their own map choice for BBL. Very easily could have taken this one in 2, and I unfortunately won't be saying the same for 100 Thieves, who really struggled on their own map choice. But I'm glad to see that that hasn't boomed them. That they are back in this map and back in this matchup, and as said, the victory will take them through to the playoffs, which when you think back to last year, BBL with a completely different squad did make it. 100 Thieves in the group of death failed. It would be new heights for them at EWC.
Yeah, I think the main one in BBL's camp, just the fact that this is a roster that after those changes come out to the Yoru, we see them fade a little bit, right? They have to take time to adapt, but they don't have time going from an international to a regional event. The meta shifts multiple times, and playing keep up, playing catch up is more so the issue. They can prove that they're still a team that can make those deep international runs with just one map here. It'd already be solidifying themselves amongst the upper echelon for what wouldn't be the first time this year. That's when you call it proof as opposed to circumstance. We certainly know they're capable, but after that second map, gotta be honest, I thought it was a definite. I thought they were a shoo-in to take this across the line, but 100 Thieves have dug deep. Timotino's been very impressive as well today. I think especially on Lotus, like his raise there was fantastic, or sorry, the Waylay was fantastic there. Raise on the previous, and now here on the Neon, finding that impact again. But Kraven last two maps for BBL has stepped up. He's been such an important sentinel in terms of staying alive, but now putting up that impact as well. As Sheriff is starting to sing. Although here, he has got the Bandit for the pistol.
Slower. Patient start from the side of BBL. Maybe expecting some aggression on the other side as well. Of course, you do have that double duelist in tow, but it's Timotino's gone walking out. But that's more of the bait. There's a second player up close, but he's been caught by the cam. Good spot. But they're not done fighting this just yet. Continuing that brawl towards the A site. Maybe trying to force them back into the utility.
Yeah, this is all just a ruse towards that A site, right? Sending the drone out towards long. The cam's been checking the entire time. They want to take any early information, any silent alarms that could start ringing out of the hands of 100 Thieves, so they don't know that there's no one on A long. They don't know there's no one close on A short. And as a result, they don't rotate to the other side of the map, which means that all alone is going to be Cry. Although, actually, support coming through. Bangs on the quick rotation. Run through the smoke so quickly, and Bangs found two. A shock dart kills come in, and all of a sudden, Lloyd is the last man standing. It looked like BBL had managed to strike with a surprise, but 100 Thieves, and especially Bang, looked more than ready for that play.
Oh, for Loiter. It then becomes an impossible clutch. Not enough time to do anything, and another high-impact round from Bang. A triple kill over on that C site, and honestly, it's looking like his site at the moment after the TP play we saw earlier, and now holding on that side of the map. But even just the way he danced around his own utility, had that additional support as well, and an important victory to grant them the lead.
And I think for Bang, what's important to highlight is like this guy's been in a position where he's had a lot of impact so far, down from the utility, from the survivability and keeping the smokes online, but mainly those paranoias have been on fire. They got 100 Thieves. I think 2 of the 3 rounds that they found on Split were because of entries that came off the back of that paranoia, perfectly timed, perfectly positioned. But now he's starting to have big individual rounds as well, top of the scoreboard for 100 Thieves at the moment. And that's a dangerous prospect. The From the Shadows success, no doubt, giving him a little bit more confidence, peppering those players from behind. It looks like we might have another small break in the action. Hopefully nothing to keep you too long. We'll see if I can get a rematch. I'm confident this time, to be honest. I think the strategy is to start with paper. He started scissors last time, so he'll change. Always.
Right.
Very embarrassing if I'm wrong, but hey, no time for that.
Game chal raha, maza aa
It was
gaya.
already embarrassing.
We'll get the game in off camera, off stage, so I can say I won no matter what.
Well, you could have done that anyway, but you know.
That's true, actually. They didn't
Just
see
no
it,
one
did
would
they?
have believed you.
Yeah. He was asking me what I picked as well, so I could have just lied. I could have been like, oh yeah, I picked scissors, mate. Unlucky.
Yeah, but that would have kept you up at night.
It would have. Yeah. I need to win fair and square. And I will one day. I'll figure him out. Well, let's see if 100 Thieves can figure them out. As right now the lead is already found and a chance to extend it even further up against the Pistols. But this is where BBL do some of their finest, and by that I mean stress-inducing work. But the Pistols It's only 2 bandits to work with. Majority classics. And Loida has ripped Asuna's head off. I believe he was blind also.
Oh. Giving them an opener.
And a weapon.
A few spam shots going through. 3 players will be on this A side of the map, but it seems like BBL want absolutely nothing to do with it. And a lot of this is just being covered off by utility.
Go, go, go.
Already spamming a couple of bullets towards the dart, trying to hold players to that side of the map, and it has done exactly that. But now they need to get running. They need to get moving. As Cryo's here completely alone. Bear in mind that Spectre has been put into the Neon's hand. A good trip will get 1, but it's an immediate trade back. Solid work from Larocque. The plant being baited to try and get somebody to try and swing if they were close. Instead, though, the shock dart will come through. Do quite a lot of damage, in fact, to Larocque, but he still stands.
Plan found for Larocque as well. 2 away from a run it back, and this is an all-out aggression from the attacking side. They're going straight into the spawn, but there's no back to return. At least brought a moment of reprieve for this squad. It doesn't last long. Lover's Rock. Some of the kill feed says Bang killed him after he died, which is, it must have been instantaneous. But what a play from BBL to come into that round having as little as they did, 2 bandits, find the opening. And again, I'm pretty sure Larocque was flashed when he found that opening. Or was it Loida? Loida, yeah, I'm pretty sure he was blind. That's crazy. Eats the flash and just pops the headshot. Anyways, fair enough.
And that Spectre's what ends up closing the round as well. So that is a bitter defeat for 100 Thieves. They get the start they were looking for, but it really does feel like nothing is separating these 2 teams. Well, now you get that massive injection of cash. You look at the investment into rifles for the side of
Scanning ahead.
BBL. Of course, the only freebie is Lover's Rock. There's going to have the Outlaw, which, to be honest, would have been his weapon of choice. I like this push-up, though, from Matino, but unfortunately the trip is going to be in his way. No sneaky play to be had. Hoping maybe there was a way under it, but he's definitely too tall for that.
Another for Loida. That walk out of the smoke almost got a lot for Asuna. Damage, but nothing to convert into kills. The problem with having the pistols, of course. And the rest of the squad now just going to sit back and wait. Let the spike explode and avoid giving any orbs away. When you look at the orb play for BBL already, the ultimate economy, the main man who would want those already has them. Larocque would run it back for the next round, the full buy of 100 Thieves. And especially on the attack side, like, well, obviously on the defense, in terms of playing the retake, it's going to have a lot of value. So for Asuna coming into the next round, if they can find an orb, if he finds a pick, that's going to be huge. But Larocque can get them in. And the problem is, Larocque could probably just run it aside anyways, and I'll give him a pretty good chance of taking it. If he's has the opportunity to go at it twice, it's a different story altogether.
Well, that's what he was doing on the last map, on the Rays. He was just dropping down off high angles, and then while landing, having enough time to correct and insta-headshot people. Like, his performance in the last map was phenomenal. And yeah, he's been a little bit quieter in this one, but with Loiter stepping up, Kreven up there as well, they are now in the lead. Now, the investment into the Odin is a new piece for them to deal with. But it seems like they found their gap. They found the place where they want to put the pressure on, and that is the seaside.
The response from 100 Thieves is mid-control. The Odin spam is just to break that window wall and maybe do a little bit of damage, but nobody's there. BBL are playing a very direct game straight into this C site, but already the rotates are there. 100 Thieves have to read, and that Hot Hands hasn't reached fully into backside. Run it back now, online. Larocque already tagged down to 46. The flash, though, might get him an opening. Never mind. Bang and Vora. With Rose and Lover's Rock down, they might think about leaving this site, running for the hills, and that's exactly the port of call. Problem is, the cam saw them, and Loida gets spammed to death, leaving Larocque to do it all. A 1v5. Hey, listen, I said second lease of life. This guy would be dangerous, but not against these odds.
Yeah, fantastic hold.
चल क्या रहा है समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई. एक राउंड वो एक राउंड ये एक राउंड वो एक राउंड.
That rotation come in from 100 Thieves. Even though they left one man alone on that site, they felt incredibly ready to make that move back in. Now look at the time they actually pushed the backside. There's already about 4 players ready and waiting for BBL to try and make that move. Even still, it's another investment, but Really does feel like this is going to go all the way. Neither team really able to find a steady footing just yet.
There they are.
Oh, Timotino has taken a lot of space and hearing a lot of steps. The rotations are already coming towards this A site from 100 Thieves.
PRX का ब्रो सप्तऋषि भाई PRX का मैच इसके जस्ट बाद है ये जब खत्म होगा PRX का मैच चालू होगा हाँ
क्या कर रहा है
कुछ नहीं भाई मैच देख रहा हूँ एक राउंड वो जीत रहे एक राउंड ये जीत रहे एक राउंड वो जीत रहे एक राउंड ये जीत रहे
यही तो चल रहा है कब से सन 1971 में यही कर रहे हैं
समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ मैं जीतेगा कौन
मैं
Still, now they've been spotted. They've been seen around that middle area, but it does seem like 100 Thieves are playing into the retake this time. You have the running back available to you. Maybe hoping for a kill off the back of the trip. Instead, he goes walking out. I'm surprised by that. It looked like a retake setup. Instead, damage being done onto the ult, but even still, they've got to be careful. And advantage still held. Timotino, the first to make a move. Creven's shot not connected and bypassed by his opponent, leaving Lovers Rock in an impossible scenario. An easy cleanup for 100 Thieves and maybe a gamble or two taken by Cryo. I was surprised by that swing, but even still disrupting the take of BBL and now taking the lead back for themselves.
I was looking at the minimap when he opened cam. Did you see if he saw them on site? Because I'm guessing he just...
I think so.
Oh, well, yeah. That's
I thought he saw them in the cam.
That's unhinged then. Is if he missed them, if they were behind the box, then that makes sense. You know, you just think, oh, I can get out on the site a little quicker before they get in.
Yeah,
but,
वो कितना handsome दिख रहा है भाई.
हाँ भाई.
He was ready to take the fight. Swung out with intentions.
हाँ भाई है तो.
Well, can't knock him for trying.
बहुत अच्छा खेलता है
सुना.
बस मेरा एक काम कर देगा.
With the lead,
क्या बोल?
9-8.
मैं वॉक करने जा रहा हूँ. मेरे को ना फोन कर देना क्या बोलते हैं जब तेरा ना वो गेम आ जाए. ठीक है? जो भी बात करेगा मेरे स्ट्रीम पे भी आवाज जाएगी.
हाँ ठीक.
Grab a plant out of this situation. It won't be the end of the
ठीक है
world.
ना
Few
ठीक.
ultimates
मेरे को
close
फोन
by
कर
as
देना जब
well.
PRX का वो हो.
Reality is 100 Thieves.
अब मेरे को
They have
डॉक्टर बोल
plenty
के
of
रखा है कि
credits.
मेरे को
They can
वॉकिंग
keep you
करना
blind.
है.
They also have ultimates that are coming online.
बताऊंगा तेरे को क्या चल रहा है.
Especially for Vora.
हाँ ठीक है ना कोई दिक्कत नहीं ब्रो कोई
The lead under their belt.
ठीक है. मैं आ रहा हूँ आधे घंटे में वॉक करके तब तक ये गेम खत्म हो जाएगा. आता हूँ. वो हैंड दिख रहा है भाई.
It's just whether or not he moves at the wrong time.
मेरे हैंडसम दिख रहा है.
हाँ भाई हाँ
needs to
हाँ.
be denied. Instead, they're going to
हाँ
try and
सुना
catch him.
हाँ भाई बहुत अच्छा है बहुत बहुत
Maybe not the
बढ़िया.
best position anymore.
खेल तो बहुत अच्छा खेलता तो बहुत
The opening is
अच्छा है.
cleared. Pinged up is going to make it awkward, but instead, Asner again. This is looking like a complete shutdown, and now they're almost tempted to get aggressive to clear out those remaining couple. Rifle retrieve for Loiter. It's the deadly
सप्तऋषि
duo
भाई
that
कहाँ
were
से हो?
desired by many. But turning this round seems impossible. They are boxed in.
Yep, and now they know it. Timotino striking from behind with the operator, puts it down to just LaRock with 4 players on their way. And a very good idea of exactly where he can be. If he doesn't even get spammed behind that box, I'll be surprised. And now he certainly will. Asuna takes him down for double digits on 100 Thieves, and they do it in flawless fashion. If you thought their money was a problem before, it most definitely will be now. And for BBL, after a close, incredibly close first map, going to OT, and then a dominant second in their favor, seems like they might be running out of steam at the very last moment.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like button. जल्दी से like कर दो guys.
Even the way that first map started, it looked like there was an opportunity for 100 Thieves to run away with it. Then the same for BBL. Then map number 2, after 100 Thieves took the victory, I was going in saying, oh, they need to have a dominant half. Well, they had a dominant 13 rounds in a row. And now, this map has been anything but dominance. It's been back and forth all the way through. 3 rounds in a row is the most that any team has managed to garner in a streak. And while after a few in a row, that's the moment that a pause comes through. I believe from the BBL coaching staff, a chance potentially for them to get some wise words from Key, but it's a scenario where yeah, you fought tooth and nail. You've shown that maybe there's more depth to your map pool than you might have expected with Split, and obviously Haven being a little bit further down their pecking order. But if this is the first time we see 4 rounds in a row in this map, I wonder if it might be the trigger towards the end.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like.
Well, this is the last stand of BBL. 100 Thieves are about to hit 11. It will have to be a gargantuan effort to get back into the game if they lose this one. And the full buy comes into play. No credits for the next spam from Asuna. He's put under pressure. Vora delivers, but the kills, at least for now, not picking a favorite. Trading back and forth. Kreven's done his work, but there is much more to be done. BBL calling the freeze for now, or perhaps the full-on retreat, leaving the A site, making their way. If it's towards those pings, I fear they may go C. No, okay, into the window. I think they were saying be careful of the C push, and that's a good thing, because now look at where Timotino is. The operator's waiting on C, watching for Garage, watching for C long. But the B site, the easier fight. Still Bang to deal with. He's actually stepped away.
Fury could deny them. Look at the position of Vora. You don't play this spot for no reason. He's trying to get them, and he's caught Loiter, his 3rd kill of the round already. Rose will get his own ultimate online from this plant, but it's finding a position where he's able to use it that's going to be far more of a problem. In fact, I think he's just going to have to commit to playing the site alongside his teammate, Larocque at the back. That's Bang spotted, but the other 2 are still unknown. There could be a player flanking through middle that they have to be aware of. The spam shot's not bad, but not quite the kill, and Bang leaves it now just to Rose. A nice first shot, but he's so desperately low, but he gets them all! 5 HP for Rose! But once again, he shows those thorns!
It seemed like it was BBL's darkest day, and Rose decides to bloom. A fantastic clutch from a man on 5 HP against players held in much higher regard than him. That is something else. It was an even trade situation to start this out, but it looked like the work was done. The game was over, and just like that.
I didn't believe for a second. Not 1 second, especially when I see Timotino jump across to bait for his teammate. It looked like the freest kill of all time, but somehow Rose has managed to land the shots. 3 rounds in a row, we mentioned it, nobody has broken that trend throughout this map so far, and still nobody has broken that trend. It took 1 versus 3, and lucky to be alive is Vora.
Joke's over. Oh, the run it back from Asuna right away. They heard players in mid, and he just wants to full pressure them. Still plenty of room left on that for him to find a battle, but not one that he wins. Rose dealing with that ultimate.
Take flight.
And BBL have plenty of their own in response to Hunter's Fury that had a lot of impact for 100 Thieves in the previous round. Now online for Rose thanks to his big clutch. The finger guns there. If Lover's Rock wants to up the pace and play pace even without that operator, might be the way to entry into Garage. And indeed it will be. Activated, fired in, and now with the stun, this becomes very dangerous, but that Molly has bought Asuna a lot of time. He's able to slip out, he's made it to long. He should have been dead to rights.
That paranoia also helped him. Bang slowed them down, walking on the other side, but Larocque's won the fight. Spike now going back towards A. An aggressive push coming in, but the lurk of Kreven has been dealt with. Leaves things back into a 3v3 scenario. Now they know exactly where their opponents are sitting. The aggressive heaven spot was bait, but Rose has been dealt with immediately. Puts them back. For 2v3, another clutch scenario needed for BBL.
It was a big round for Larocque, and now Void is joining him. 2 versus 2. Bang and Cryo to find. And they're split as well. They're coming from different sides. Time is against them now, ticking. Ever quicker is the spike. The timing for Bang perfect as he catches Lloyd, and now just Larocque left to deal with. Caught in the corner and taken out with plenty of time left. 100 Thieves. They managed to make it all the way to 11.
It definitely got a little bit spicy in the middle, and a good recovery towards the end of the round. The breakback's also going to cause massive issues for the economy of that BBL side. Bear in mind that only a singular player survived in the last round. They were having to utilize Guardians, etc. And with advantages found in this round, they weren't able to capitalize. Even the shots connected, it was just timing of that push through the smoke. And you can see what they've had. It's LaRock with a run it back and a rifle. Everybody else will be down to the pistols. They're going to need him to have a lights out round.
This, if ever, is his moment. All eyes on LaRock. The Phoenix with the ult online. And in fact, this push towards the seaside, it started well. They've actually managed to send Timotino backwards on 40 HP. Creven falls, unfortunately, but that rifle of LaRock is all we're worried about. How much can it get done? It's being caught by a trap. More time delayed, more time wasted. The op now fires, but it catches him as he's fading into the mist. Oh my goodness, the shorty came out for Timotino. Cryo rushed in for a big side swipe. And what looked to be a scary round with that run it back leading the charge with the op shots missed with the damage onto Timotino ends up as a flawless.
They are set up and ready to close out this map. The third and final in the series. They've had to fight tooth and nail to claw their way through their maps, with Split in the middle being a different story. However, if they make it into that playoff stage, I don't think they're going to give a damn how they got there. The main thing is making it there, having that extra preparation time for what will be coming up next week.
100 Thieves, मेरे को लग ही रहा था.
And for BBL, they are around the way from having to try and fight versus EDG again. It's a faster pace, but Cryo again living for the moment. Caught the push up from Bang. It's going to be an interesting one, and he's found another victim. Leaves another disadvantage TP to the other side of the map with the spike, in fact, from Loiter. Mates are nowhere to be seen. They're waiting for the rotations to be pulled. I'd be able to get a plant that, I don't know, I feel like it would leave me confused, and I can see everything that's going on.
It's too risky as well. He has no idea if there's a player close to him in heaven. You plant, he kills you, nobody can stop the defuse. Have to wait for the rest of the team, but the problem is the longer that takes, and they don't know if short or long are clear, they have to take their time. But now 100 Thieves start to realize they're not going to keep 3 players outside C. They're going to push. They're going to go through mid,
Guys,
through
don't forget
garage,
to
see
hit
that
the like
nobody's
and
there.
subscribe button.
Eventually, you're going to have Asuna check C long. No one's there. And all the pieces start to add up and starts to make sense. 30 seconds on the clock, and as soon as they're spotted here, there's going to be a player on their back immediately. BBL should expect that. No noise across the map. Somebody must be contacting somewhere. But can they expect them to be this close? Bang. Drawing their eye to start with. Still has a paranoia, and that's going to be set up any moment now. They're waiting for it. In fact, there's the paranoia. Now the swing comes through, and he misses. It's a whiff from Timotino. A lifeline for a BBL that looked dead to rights moments ago. 3 players fall from the same angle. A spray down could solve this. Could give BBL another chance.
20 HP है. एक गोली पैर में लगने की देरी है. बस जीत गए.
100 Thieves 13-9 with a bounce back from the desolation.
अब next match PRX.
They've locked in and planted their flag in playoffs.
Last year at EWC, they were placed into the group of death. Of course, a lot has changed since then. New players, new blood. I think Timotino has definitely been one of the most exciting to add into this roster. But the changes of coaching staff as well have brought them to a place they've not made it to before. The playoff stage is theirs. And for BBL, this means another fight needs to be had if they are going to make it into that playoffs bracket later in the tournament. It is a big step up from 100 Thieves and a victory well earned.
And I think you see exactly what I was talking about during that game as well. The shirt game from MBS, almost as beautiful as a 100 Thieves game on the server. It's great to see them living their best life down there on the stage. And I say down there, right behind us on the stage. There's a lot of energy from these boys, and I think it was so important looking back at some of the moments where they were trailing, where they were down, even on split. They find a round, a flash in the pan, they're on their feet. They're getting excited. They didn't allow all of the death blows that they were dealt to take them out of this game. And in the end, they come through with a splendid final map to close out this series. For playoffs, this is definitely going to be a team to keep your eye on. And with a little bit of time to prepare now.
Yeah, that's the main thing. They get that little bit of additional days, I guess it is, to acclimatize and to get ready. to be on point for the playoffs. Nonetheless, a man who's always on point. It's T-Gon.
I thought it was me.
Thank you very much, guys. And it was all the way there, 13-9 for 100 Thieves to finally put BBL to bed. But it was a fantastic match and hero moments throughout, finally on that Haven. But 100 Thieves, they get it done and right the wrongs from last year's EWC qualification and make it through to the playoff stage. Our first team to do it here. T-Gon here alongside Kukuka, and big time to break that last one down. Feels good for 100 Thieves. Still something to build upon for BBL, because even BBL had their hero moments.
Yeah, I think that especially this last map.
To that 2v3, 2 ults online though. Sayonara with the run it back. He's on that cat. Might try to do something a little bit aggressive, and Durka back on this B main.
I mean, one more round and NRG's going to be full broke here. Kiko at least will shut down the run it back quick and easy as the rest of the players start to find their way on towards B. 3 minutes from Vitality here receiving Durka all the way in boat. Speaking of that, Chronicle will be the first up. Durka doubles for Ethan. It's only Kiko that will get something against Yampi here to keep things so competitive. So 4 alive, though, as the Steel Garden comes on through. At this point in time, NRG got to peel away from B, at least for the time being.
4v3, shutting down that retake, but it just wasn't enough because 2 of these players on site just doing such a good job here for Vitality, holding, playing passive, not overextending, not over peeking, just getting theirs and delaying long enough for Yampi and Sayonara to be able to be on that B site. But Profek, he's alone on A here. Needs to play it a little bit safe. I think he's in hell. Kiko trying to find one, trying to find a rotation pick at least so that they can equalize numbers.
There's a shot. Kiko on the Durka.
30 seconds
Well,
left.
at least bring numbers back a little bit, but have to start thinking about the speed up now as Kiko will move through mid, join his teammates, potentially mid to A here. Smoke to slow things down. One smoke available on Scuba as well. That's all the util they really have. Still have time to play through this one, and now the jig is up. Vitality knows what is happening here. Playing around the generator. Profit needs to find something. Sayonara coming down. Thought the flash was going to be good, but it's not good enough. Profit now has to do it all, and he's done it! What a kill through the smoke! And a clutch from Vitality to send them through another round, evening us up.
What a crazy clutch. They needed that. The round fell apart, even though it looked so good for Vitality. That was absolutely stunning. Here, Chronicle, Durka doing their jobs really well. Kiko with that pick. But oh my god, Profek. That was insane. And he got the final shot too. That's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, through the smoke as well. And that's not even a typical plant. You might often see the plant like behind the gen, looking over towards tree. Well, that's spam wouldn't have really connected with anything. But he'll get it done now. Sayonara tucked away, easy on the Kiko. Can't TP away. It's another 5v4. Vitality happy with that start.
Pushing all the way through to Tiles. Gets Mata with his back turn, but it doesn't matter. The pick comes in. Mata now still set up towards mid. The spike going towards that A. All these players, though, in NRG are split up.
Mata's trying to break his way into sight here. Durka finally gets punished through. And just as Mata sees Yampi, running back is expended. Just want to end that trade 4 versus 3. With limited numbers here from Vitality, they've completely left B open. I mean, there's still a bunch of Vice util on A, but they're just going to have to play for retake on B now.
4v3. The retake potential is there. They do have that Paranoia online. They have the dart ready. But 4 players for NRG, it's going to be really hard because they have all this extra util as well. The Paranoia on Scuba. Spike's going to go down, using a lot of util to clear onto site. Going to figure out that no one's there.
Yep. Notably, though, drone saved. Paranoia saved by Scuba there as well. This is the round that will put us into map point. Now, you talked about the utility available from Vitality. Paranoias will be traded shortly here, you'd imagine. Importantly, the recon is gone as well. The smoke start to fade here. Paranoia prepped and ready. That's going to be the go button. Profek Should be looking to send it through. Yampi in. First kill should be easy. Imagine with a relay bolt calls and Province. Prophet again wanted to be the hero. Now Chronicle has to be for his team, and it won't be enough. Doesn't quite see Scuba. 2 is left. You'd imagine, even if he did, the trade would have been there anyway. NRG found the open site, got the free plant, forced the full retake to come on through, and it was not successful for Vitality.
इंसान स्किन का लालच करे तो टपक जाता है.
11. NRG 1 round away from
गन
winning
का लालच करे तो
Vitality's
राउंड
pick.
हार
The
जाता है.
map that they haven't had that much success on. But of course, Vitality able to bring it to an overtime here. They have the means to do so. Operator online for Durka once again. He's holding that towards mid. But NRG, 5 players outside of A.
Rockers ult for this one as well. Excellent for a post-plant opportunity. Okay, this is going to be Util just thrown on in. Ethan and Marta not wasting any time here. Yampi on Tomato. Wow, this attack is starting to fall apart just like that. A couple players already gone. Hunter's Fury now coming through from main to cause some problems. Sayonara has been taken down. Profek finds that Sova, and we'll get a little bit more to Yampi as well. OT, here we come.
Again, these retakes have been so good from Vitality when they have the means to do so, when they're doing that flood retake every time that NRG seems to be grouped, executing as 5, it seems to always get shut down. Profek, beautiful shot, and Yampi, of course, running out through tree. Again, Profek staying alive for so long on site, just being annoying, throwing down that dark cover in the middle of site, playing hell, using the paranoia as well on the timing that his teammates are coming to retake. Just such a well-played round here from Vitality, and all of a sudden, we're in overtime. From 7-0, we're in overtime.
Never tell me the odds, says Vitality. It's always good for a comeback. A win behind their sails. First round of the OT here. Oh, smoke comes down just in time. That's actually from Vitality. Prevents them from finding that opening kill. Drone sees 2. That's pretty massive information.
They know that trap setup is set up towards mid now. Breaking that drone, not getting the information right away. They're walking to another trap setup on Cat.
Big flash. Ethan, though, gets a big stun in response. And Sayonara has no exit. Paranoia will flood on through. Kiko now back on the line. Those are the jet of Durka is there, who now eats the Paranoia from the opposite side through. So still a little bit of difficulty pushing into tree as we slow down.
Deep A main smoke here, preventing the easy retake of the A main here. Profek, he's going to see over it though. He knows no one's in there. But the players of Vitality, they're going towards this B. They're setting up where Chronicle is. The Vice wall still.
No information here from NRG at all.
30
Rock's
seconds
got
left.
1 recon, no drone. Marta's already prepping his hot hands, understanding that if he gets executed on, he's only got a small amount of window to do anything about this. Ethan is somewhat close by, but not really close enough immediately, and now the calls come on through. All the Phoenix utility you can manage to try and slow this one down. Ethan, where are you going? He just completely walks into Chronicle, doesn't realize that he's there. Marta trying to hold his position, shorty in hand. The boat location is so important, but he can't cover both the angles, which means both your duelists are gone now. 3 versus 4, and an operator for the retake here as well. At least you have Scuba coming through from main. Shot available potentially. I don't think Profit's going to really peek into that one, though. We're running out of utility here as well. The setup from Profit and Dirk is going to cause some real issues for players walking downstairs. But you start to make some real moves here on the top. Durka wasn't expecting it, but Kiko wasn't expecting Profit either! Who just completely stabs them in the dark. And a big celebration for Vitality as they take the lead for the first time in the map.
What a wild round. This looks so back and forth. Ethan just running into sight, not realizing that players were already up, or at least not seeing them, and Profek with a beautiful 3K to end that. The players, they're so excited. You can hear the yelling on stage. You can hear Yampi hyping up his teammates. And now 13-12, NRG back to the same main, back to doing something together, a little bit on the quick side with the spam towards mid just to apply some sort of pressure, but it's not really gonna pull any rotates. Vitality, 2 setups towards mid, trying to fight for that cat in mid. They got the information, they hear, they execute, and now are they gonna be able to flood?
It's another fast Exy coming through for NRG. They've done this one plenty of times. Fast lane gets Ethan all the way into hell for a fast plant. Doesn't even matter now that Durka found his way in towards the mid. Even if he looks for the long rotate, we'll be pushing into some trademarks, some util being left behind. See what we can get out of this Vitality full 5-on-5 retake. NRG looking to push us into another 2 rounds of OT. Paranoia prepped. Not deep enough. Brock, really important now. He's the one that needs to do a lot of work to stop these 2 players. He's already been mollied out. Sayonara diffuses his location. Dirk onto Ethan here as well. It's looking good for Vitality until NRG strike back. Kick a low HP, but it's just Sayonara available. He's flashed out. And Martin makes sure that there's not going to be a finish just yet.
Playing on side in that post plants, making sure that they're having that crossfire. Really well done. They knew not to overextend the second that they got all that information. But NRG using this time to pull out a timeout to talk about this next round. They've struggled on their defense side. They've struggled also on their attack side, but that was the first one they won in a while. It seems like for Vitality, they're going to use this time as well to just discuss how to prep for this. The adaptations for both these teams are coming through. It feels like every single round, each team is adapting and they're always one step ahead of each other. But of course, for Vitality, they need to win this map, in my opinion. I feel like this is the map in this map videos so far that plays towards what they want for NRG. Again, the first time we've seen this comp, first time we've seen them play this successfully in a while. And so I'm really looking at Vitality to lock it down here if they want any chance at making this a 2 or 3 map series.
Haven't seen too many OT so far in this tournament. EDG had one on the first day. 100 Thieves had one against BBL. And that winners bracket game as well. You haven't caught up with the scoreline so far. 100 Thieves will be our first team qualified through into playoffs. So there's already one North American / America's team already in for the EWC playoffs. NRG looking to be the second, unless they get spoiled here by Vitality on the comeback run through. Once again, defensive side. This time it's NRG able to walk down.
4 players, make it 5 on the side of Vitality, setting up for a B hit. But it seems like NRG, they have the right read. They've all rotated over towards this B side because of Mata being pushed all the way up through A main. And this might be the adaptive thing that NRG has done in order to be ahead.
Smokes up. Scuba knows something is coming on in. You already have Durka finding his way onto side, but Kiko had an easy shot that doesn't quite land, and a scan in towards Logs as well. Could cost the life of Yampies out of that position, and Brock makes sure that Durka doesn't get away with anything further than he already has in towards the site itself, though. Scuba goes for 1-to-1. Mardon to profit here as well. Just Chronicle left alive now. We're post timeout here for NRG, and it seems like they found success on the back of that one. A triple face from NRG will secure that round in OT.
Really nice gamble to get proactive to push that A main there from Mata, and it worked out in their favor because not a single soul was there, not even a Vice wall. They had 0 passive information on the side of that map, and now Vitality, they're gonna sit and talk about it. They have that timeout. They've just used it because they need to figure out what went wrong. I think NRG just made a really good gamble, but now this next round, this attack side, it's going to be so important.
You had that big walk down from Mata super early, down cat in the round.
Yep.
Some good information gained, and then noticing the lack of presence from Vitality, they're saying, okay, let's start pushing our way over towards the correct side of the map. And over there, on B, waiting for Vitality to strike. Durka got away with a little bit of sneakiness there, but ultimately, Brock and the rest of the fellas, NRG, put the numbers in their advantage in a 3v1 that happy to take those odds in their favor.
Looking at the scoreboard too, Mata going absolutely insane, and it feels like every player on Vitality is putting in the work as well. But it's just coming down to those small little gambles and whoever wins out. NRG finally winning a defensive round in this overtime. But for Vitality, they really need to figure out what's going wrong. 3 players again towards the side of B main, trying to get some sort of aggression.
So, Marta already dropping a 30 bomb, by the way. He's on 31 now. He's showing his value here as a player that in the PRX game had quite a slow start on to Fracture here. He's all been lights out. Plenty of players on the Vitality side have already made their way into B main, but no info currently in mid. Market's dirty and Turka finally
Beats is actually good.
It was, you guys brought your earplugs, right?
They've turtled up onto sites here, using that A main smoke too from B just to put a little bit more pressure, but they're ending towards where all the Vice util is. Chronicle, he's been really good when they have ended on his site to delay for as long as possible, just be annoying, and the cat split is up.
Okay, here we go. The Recon's already tagged a player. Marta just walks on in, no fear. Yampi deleted, and a big shot from Kika as well. Patience being rewarded, Durka being taken care of. And is this the beginning of the end here? NRG, they've been sniffing for this map victory for so long now. Double OT, but it might just all end. Vitality can't find a solution. This Marta just walks on in, double up players into hell, and all the spam in the world is not enough for Vitality to get rid of those players. From NRG, 5 versus 2. And you're just running out of players, running out of time. The plant hasn't come on. For Sayonara, he has to do something. They're trying to run him down. Profig is good for 2 here. The flash has been good, but Scuba's unspotted. Sayonara's on very low HP. He needs a couple of good kills. A clutch would be required here. And in comes Kiko, but it's not enough. 1 versus 1! Sayonara! An unbelievable clutch!
एक रन तुम जीते एक रन हम जीते
I can't believe this. NRG, they have full sight, they have numbers, 3 players in hell, they just didn't put the spike down. That spike was stuck, and all of a sudden the one flash ruining the momentum of NRG, getting 2 players caught off guard. They didn't even clear Scuba, they didn't know that he was in here, and he still managed to not win this round for them. Sayonara with a beautiful 3K. That was insane.
The monster rookie for Vitality gives a big pop-off for Chronicle, feeling how amazing that win was to keep them into this map for another round of OT. My God, Sayonara. What a save to keep Vitality in this game, and now Marta and the rest of NRG looking once again for that cat control, but it's all Vitality in main.
I think they heard all that pressure towards Cat. Vitality still a little bit scared, not fully going even after hearing that flash, but they heard the steps. Now, chamber trip. They have a free site here. Using that drone, it's going to get all that information. Chronicle has the full flank as well, but the Vice wall's already towards that main. He has to hold it. And a free site for Vitality. They just need to not oversend here to make sure they get that post plant.
Similar round to what we saw before, but unfortunately it's not
EDG जीत गई ये चल रहा है बस मैच.
It's now the 5v5 retake, but it's NRG on the defensive side of this one. NRG will be kicking themselves if they don't start winning these rounds. That last one, they felt like should have been theirs many times over. Prophet in hell, flash up in towards heaven. Keeping things interesting here. Chronicle's positioning should be pretty safe for the time being as well. No pressure onto him for the time being. They keep them into hell. 1-for-1 trade so far, and now Durka as well. Looking for a double up, but Kika will get him down. 3 versus 3. Still need to get these hell players out of the mix, so Chronicle finally activates all the way from A main. And Sayonara once again is just so damn sharp. Vitality once again in the lead.
Another 3K from Sayonara to save them from sadness on these overtime rounds. NRG, they're going to be so unsure of what to do after those last 2 rounds now, especially that last round.
क्या बोलूं पता है इन लोग का जब से ओवर टाइम चल रहा है एक वो जीत रहा है एक ये जीत रहा है एक वो जीत रहा है एक ये जीत रहा है बस यही चल रहा है दोनों का वो तो खत्म हो गया एनर्जी और वाइटैलिटी कर रहे हैं अभी ये काम वो बीबीएल और वो कर रहे थे पहले अब इन लोग भी कर रहे हैं यही काम इन लोग का पहला मैप ही ओवर टाइम चला गया भाई और दोनों अपना डिफेंस जीत जा रहे हैं दोनों के दोनों.
Little cutesy tapsies on the orb there in main. Vitality, a rare opportunity once again in the lead. 30th round, by the way. This one has gone deep.
Yep, they're just setting up onto site again. Profek, alone on this A site, knows that he can delay for as long as possible, though, because Durka on this cat side with that operator might be able to catch one off guard. That Yampi drone is going to get some information, and Durka, he's about to have contact on cat.
Oh, this is a big one. Oh, and he doesn't land the shot. Ethan, a little bit quicker here. Frustrating situation from Durka. You thought he would have had that for sure. Now the stun coming on through. Sayonara's position might just be caught out here. The hot hands will slow things down a little bit. Profit once again from the off angle. Drops that spike on the floor. A flash will force a TP away. And Profit will double up. And Sayonara Chronicle now from Armada, the lone player. But NRG has to do so much. He's going to go for the plant to be.
तीनों फनाटिक में थे पहले
1v3 it's so hard no util online either for have to do this raw
मुझे याद नहीं है सायनारा तो याद है क्रॉनिकल और सायनारा तो याद है मेरे को ये देखना दोनों अपना डिफेंस जीत जा रहे हैं
30 rounds deep from a 0-7 deficit
Vitality जीत गई
Vitality
पहला मैच जीत गई
what an insane
लेकिन बस वही है वो तो पता है उस राउंड में भी गलती किसकी थी एनआरजी की ही गलती थी इसलिए वो हार गई नहीं तो दोनों अपना डिफेंस जीत रहे थे एनआरजी छोटा सा मिस्टेक कर गई लास्ट में वहां पे वो तेरा आपका जनरेटर के पास वो दिक्कत हो गया उस वजह से हार गए नहीं तो हर राउंड दोनों अपना वो डिफेंस जीत रहे थे परफेक्टली एकदम
I am quite impressed after seeing 7-0. I thought this was NRG about to steamroll it. Then it's getting closer and closer. After Mata turned in round 27 and picked off the opposing Phoenix, I was like, NRG's running away with this. That is a full confidence move. Mata charges the spawn on defense, and then Avril, the game falls apart. NRG, what was that, a 2v5, 2v4?
It was a 2v5.
मैं तो चाहता हूँ एनर्जी जाए लोअर ब्रैकेट के लिए डिसाइडर
so long that would have been the round for them to close it out but
Vitality
they have the perseverance, they got the endurance to go 30 rounds coming back from an 0-7 deficit. Many teams, most teams, almost all teams will not be able to handle that.
Yeah, you know how insane it is to come back from a 7-0. You know the mentality that you have to have as a player in order to bring it back. It's insane.
I was loving the little mental game, the warfare we saw from Yampi, trying to chirp back after being down. He's like, all right, we need something to get us excited. But then when it's in the overtime rounds, he's getting super hyped up. And then the next round, he instantly gets silenced. It's not until Sayonara pops a second 3K that he's able to celebrate, put his hands in the air, and walk away as victors of map number 1. But we could still go 2 more maps in this series. Avril, great little sampler to open up what could be the best match on the day. This one will decide who moves into our playoff bracket. And now after Vitality strikes on Ascent, they are 1 map away from securing a spot in our top 8.
We are eating good in Paris today. And I'm not just talking about the Parisian food. This match is already delivering. If we don't get 3 maps out of these 2 teams, something is going wrong.
Yeah, and I think... Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, taking a look at the best shots of this game. Athena, who has the hottest hand in the lobby right now?
Oh my God.
Sayonara
has Sayonara. No, he had it the whole time. Like, he had it the whole time. I think Mata, he kind of ran away with it.
Me too today.
अरे अभी भी चल रहा है भाई ये सब चीज इन लोग का
I'm very happy that we managed to qualify to EWC because it's a very big step for us. We don't really care about the enemies we're playing against. There's PRX who were top 2 in Masters. Of course, they're insane teams. But if we manage to get out of this group, then we have a high chance winning the whole tournament.
He's got a teammate.
It was 2v5. It was Narrate and Lewan. They were alive. I see them both in insane positions, and I thought we could actually win this round. And then they got kill after kill after kill. Then it's 1v1. And my heartbeat is like 180, and I cannot do anything about it. He won it, and then I'm relieved. Going into playoffs is like my biggest dream I did back then in KCX, so it was very insane. There was 30k people just rooting for us, playing against Koi. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the specs of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big crowd, so they're gonna give us other momentum for sure. During stage 1, we had like, it was the worst split of my career, and I think for everyone in my team, and it was just super sad that we hard worked the whole year just to win something and we cannot. It was a good learning lesson for all of us, and it showed actually in AWC how well we learned from it. I think we had some issues with like our momentum, I would say. We're getting overconfident, we're doing so many mistakes, and then once we do these mistakes, we get low confidence, and then it turns from up to high, and then it's very hard to play like this. It was my rookie split as an IGL, so this was for sure a part of it because I did so many mistakes, but I learned from it. That's the most important, and yeah, I'm looking forward for AWC. I think Zeech worked a lot in our mental aspect more than in-game because we were all super sad. We went in a really bad rough times, and he worked into this, like he tried to make us stay alive again. In-game stuff is not as important as the connection between the players. The team has to be loving each other so they can be able to perform. If we manage to get out of this group as it, we can for sure win some. We might be the underdogs, but we're here to prove we're not.
तो पापा को चाय नहीं मिली करके.
9th, 10th during kickoff, 11th, 12th during split 1. I think we got a very honest response there by Aves in his rookie season as the IGL here in KC. But then they go first, second, and knock out Fnatic from EWC qualification, which is just absolutely nuts.
It was crazy. I was watching from home and I could not believe it myself. You know, when they started winning matches and they won one, fell into the lower, and I was like, oh no, KC, not this feeling again of yes, you can do it, but you're just literally one step away from the door, but you just can't cross it. And it's good to see that from one side. You're saying that, and he's also speaking about his rookie split as an IGL, but also we need to think about the fact that is a role that is completely jinxed for the side of KC. So. That is bad news. And apparently we have them at Vito already.
Yeah, we see KC take out split. PRX banning Haven. They love to ban Haven there.
What?
And a Sunset pick.
First.
I love this. I love this so much from Karmine because PRX came straight from London, straight from the very final of it. They haven't had as much time to prep for this event at all. With Sunset coming into the pool, I can, I promise you, you can probably count the number of Sunset reps on one hand.
Oh, the fracture! We're going to get, is our definitely on this. This is our first fracture. Yeah, PRX with Pearl out of the pool. Yeah, Haven is the next best option, especially if you're going up against a team that has succeeded a lot on a Haven. And I love that you're saying that about of course, PRX has not had time to prepare the Sunset. They did have a good Sunset though with the Vi on the Sage. Please, I'm playing for that one. Please, the Vi on the Sage. That will make me so happy. But at the same time, think about this. If you're KC, you know that you're the underdog. It is PRX. You've played against them twice. You didn't win. It is difficult. Everybody knows that. If this is the way that you go home, get some Sunset practice before you leave and do it against PRX. That is the best one.
Absolutely. Again, very much an underdog story here with PRX coming straight off of Masters in a opportunity to win it, falling short yet again, but still one of the most dominant teams at every single tournament, every single competition that they play in.
I mean, 2 second place finishers internationally this year, and realistically, London, they were the heavy favorites going into the tournament. Everyone, myself included, was saying it's their tournament to lose, and they couldn't make it work in the final.
It's always the same, no?
But I will say, they love a lower bracket. I'm not surprised to see them fall down to the lowers in the groups. They don't like to win cleanly.
They like it track by track.
Exactly.
Yeah, but from the bottom.
You gotta have a little bit of adversity if you're PRX, so the lower bracket is exactly where they want to be. The question is really, can KC fight this David and Goliath story? PRX are huge names, but KC, they have that hometown advantage here.
Yeah, and Aves said it earlier when he played for KCX over at the venue against MCOY.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
It was absolutely crazy, 30,000 people there, but there is none of that here. Right now, it's just pure Valorant. The crowd, the commodity, the shouting, and all of that support has to come by earning it here, and you have to earn it against probably the toughest team in the tournament.
In EWC, everything is earned. That is our motto here. And of course, the crowd is also a big part of that. For this Sunset, what do we expect in the compositions? Is there any angle that you would like to see KC going towards? Like, do we want to see that double duelist? Oh, we're just
we're straight into it. Well, let's find out. It looks like we saw a glimpse of it. Let's go. So, Lewin.
They can play in Harbor. I know there's not going to be a stage. Something in Jing, something on the Whaley Jing, on the race. And Narek apparently is going to get the chamber. We're getting it and not getting it at the same time.
Yeah, I'd like to see Narek go on that chamber. I think that's a fun little angle here, especially into a double duelist. It's going to want to contact a lot of space before they burst. Lun on that Neon and DOS9 on that Omen. Man, I love this kid on the smoke show. I think he's fantastic at it. And the Omen has such an important job on Sunset, especially when we look towards A main. You're often left alone there, and he's going to have to fight the whole weight of PRX bearing down on him.
We know that obviously PRX are the favorites to win this match, but if I look at the highlights from the last match from KC, Levin was having a very good performance. To me, it is important that he reaches EMEA back in a very, very good form. The player that I actually have been missing for quite some time now, it's Suigetsu. I need him to go back into that Pharaoh mode, and I think that, you know, against PRX, it would be a brilliant time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, he's an excellent player, so storied throughout his career, but is he falling off? Can he reverse that narrative here against one of the toughest teams?
Well, a cheeky map pick here by KC, using the Sunset against PRX, who haven't practiced, come straight off of London. Let's see if they can steal a map away, or will the dominance continue by PRX despite a little bit of a stop down in the lower bracket. Let's send it on over to Achilleos and Paper Thin to get into our elimination match of Group B.
Thank you very much. In we go. Sunset, Forsaken, leaning into the harbor. Something back over on to the Waylay. The Sage, nowhere to be seen.
Sag. I'm very sad. I was really hoping for a little bit more creativity with the Sage walls from Divide, but PRX wants to go in a very different direction in a lot of ways compared to what we're used to seeing from them on this map. You know, the Waylay in there, Forsaken on the harbor, something, you know, you and I were talking a lot about different ideas, different possibilities on Sunset for this PRX squad coming into this new meta, this new year, this new team. Well, slightly new team, one different player, but the harbor is something that I thought on this match.
चालू हो गया भाई मैच.
I didn't think PRX would be the ones to debut it.
Like, yeah, maybe
Oh, Igniter.
Players, it was very known for playing that harbor, but it's going to be Forsaken. Obviously, has played it in the past. Only a couple agents that he hasn't touched quite just yet. It's not Reina. Not Reina actually in the mix there, but Indy's gonna be able to find two off the rip. And the Raider gonna take it up.
Wow.
As we're talking about it, Kakuka in particular wanting to see Sugetsu.
Hello, Viper bhai, kya haal hai?
Hit his stride
Kya
again,
londe?
and he is a second kill found as Forsaken will fall, and suddenly it's a player advantage.
Viper bhai, yaar kitne saal baad aaya ho meri stream pe? बदतमीज हो गया यार आजकल आप भूल गए हो भाई
PRX, a little bit of an exploration by Envy though. He's getting
याद ही नहीं करते भाई आजकल लगता है कहीं तो मंडरा रहे हैं इधर उधर
back, but Sugetsu watching for this. Can he find the kill? No, he cannot. It's going to be Envy staying alive. But down to 22 health, something as well previously tagged.
कोई और boost कर रहा होगा ना इसीलिए नहीं.
कौन boost कर रहा है भाई? आदि क्या बोल रहा है?
But it's not really going to be seeing much of anything here. So we'll have to continue just scaling
Boost
forward.
होते रहते हैं और कुछ नहीं.
Saturate to the corner. Nothing to be found. Both players of KC playing here in main. Ready for the swing. The paranoia to fly does not connect, but it's going to be DOS9 with the Sheriff to take down Envy. Now everything on something, and the time is just going to be gone. Finds the headshot. They know he doesn't have it. Held up the half.
Hello, Viper bhai, क्या हाल है?
The round win. KC take the opening pistol on Sunset.
This is
क्या हाल है Viper भाई?
नहीं आ रहा है ना पता ही नहीं चल रहा है क्या टिक-टिक हो रहा है
that there was going to want to be some kind of mid exploration from the side of KC.
क्या चल रहा है बताओ?
The stack numbers there, but Sugetsu, one of the players who devastated
जब तक कोई आदमी वेट करने नहीं मिलता ना इस आदमी को तब तक ये आदमी मार नहीं पाता है.
तो माइक ऑन कर
लेते तो अच्छा मेरा माइक बंद है क्या?
Starts things off with a bang once again for Karmine Corp.
मेरे को पता नहीं था भाई कि मेरा माइक बंद है. माफ करो भाई. गुस्सा क्यों होते हो? वो सब तो ठीक है.
ये अपनी बाबू लोग के साथ
क्या बोल रहा है ये सब?
और नहीं तो क्या भाई? तू नहीं ध्यान दिया है जब भी हमारे साथ खेलते देखना सबको बेट करेंगे तो 1-2 किल लगा के फिर उसके धीरे स्टॉप रैक करते हैं. एग्जिट फ्रैग ले लेते हैं.
ये क्या बोल रहा है? थोड़ी देर पहले बोल रहा था कि आप बूस्ट करते हैं.
बूस्ट होते हैं करते नहीं होते हैं.
हाँ वही कह रहा हूँ कि बूस्ट होते हो. कहाँ से कौन कर रहा है?
being very aggressive on the map, but again,
बात तो है आपके अंदर बेट करने का स्किल है वो मैं जानता हूँ.
Under pressure, down and dusted.
Yeah, unable to get that near-sided out onto 11 fast enough. Will end up falling to the wayside now.
परीक्षित भाई तो है मास्टर बेटर.
Need at least 2 kills to really start getting any significant damage to the economy of KC. Push in, look at the try. To just take down this Neon, but he's able to hold his own. The paranoia as well, going for the assist. And DOS9 able to find Divide, so it's a flawless anti-eco for KC.
मास्टर बेट नहीं सॉरी बेट बहुत करते हैं.
They invested a ton into that
गलत
round.
चीज बोल दिया था भाई. वो गलत वर्ड हो जाता. बोल तो मैं बेट वाला ही रहा था लेकिन वो गलत वर्ड हो जाता है इसलिए रुक गया.
It might have been another Guardian or a Bulldog, but regardless, you carry that all over, and PRX did grab a few
Master
pistol
in
buy-ups
baiting.
into that, so now the Marshall won't be a one-tap.
भाई
Still scary.
जब नहीं हुआ ये पूछो.
PRX didn't find any value. Usually if they're grabbing those sheriffs, they're
सच
gonna find at least
चुभता है
a
भाई.
few.
क्यों? क्योंकि सच में पॉइंट होता है.
Any damage. Ketsu.
सही बात है.
Some kind of push out. PRX.
कम से कम वाइपर भाई एक चीज तो एक्सेप्ट किए कि कितना गलत करते हैं.
That's not going to be the case.
लेकिन यार परीक्षित भाई ये बस सब कुछ ठीक है बट बूस्ट हो रहा है ये मैं नहीं मान रहा.
बूस्टेड तो है नो डाउट.
मतलब अगर मैं होता तो फिर मेरे को बुरा लग जाता भाई.
11 dead on the entry. Ducks back, sees to be avoided. Smoke's not going to be set up. It's just going to be a matter of time, and there you go. Before he tries to go for a timing spray.
दरवाजा काहे नहीं बंद करते हैं इन लोग मिड डोर्स का.
Able to spot out a little bit here as Jing going to be the one under some pressure. Blast pack attempted, but cannot pull the trigger on that one fast enough. Sugetsu, however, will get out trained.
नहीं बंद नहीं है. देखना डोर का हैंडल कहाँ ब्लिंक कर रहा है.
Just there at the bottom of mid.
आप खेले हो मेरे साथ.
Just Abbas with an opportunity to find some more damage. Something is at 10 HP.
यार आप मेरे को कैरी करोगे तब मानूंगा.
Will be able to steady the spray, finds that elimination.
देखो मैं रेगुलर नहीं खेल रहा हूँ. मतलब मेरा मॉनिटर टूटा है उसके बाद से मेरे को ऑलमोस्ट कितने दिन हो गए होंगे आदि 20 22 25 दिन.
Really clean anti-eco to
20 दिन तो हुए होंगे. मैं खेला नहीं हूँ.
See some of the early ideas.
एक महीना तो हो गया होगा.
Stack up, be aggressive early. They're always pushing them out.
आप मेरे साथ खेल ले अगर आप मेरे को आप तो कर लोगे ऑब्वियस बात है.
I like the backup plans they have in that previous round. Push out A, have the harbor at B.
ना ये बोलिए स्किल गई है एक्सेप्ट कर रहे. अच्छा स्किल चली गई आपकी. वो तो ठीक अब जो चली गई.
For that first kill and he gets a tag.
Gets a tag but does get taken down.
ठीक अब.
Rather just Sugetsu.
भाई ये तो भाई नहीं सहता मैं. ना.
The regen armor, so back up to 25 on that front. Otherwise, HP is quite low. And 11 nearly with an opportunity to be able to
परीक्षित तू मैं तेरे को गारंटी दे सकता हूँ तू ना अगर परीक्षित भाई टॉप रैक कर रहे हैं तो बस तू एक काम कर परीक्षित भाई को आगे रखना चालू कर दे. कसम से बता रहा हूँ उस राउंड से वो आदमी एक किल नहीं करेगा देखना. फिर डोर बंद नहीं है. देख डोर टूटा नहीं है. डोर बंद ही नहीं है.
सामने में अभी वैलो नहीं खेला. मेका खेल रहा था बस फीफा 26 परीक्षित भाई मेका खेलना है क्या?
बाबू के साथ खेलेंगे वो तो हमारे साथ थोड़ी ना खेलेंगे.
अरे भैया बाबू के लिए तो वो कौन सा गेम था? बाबू के लिए कितना खेले थे भाई ये आदमी तो उसमें वो बन गया था. क्या था वो?
As far as the kid is concerned, looks like he wants to maybe just try to swing out of this one on a timing.
इतना खेले थे बाप रे बाप.
Patiently tries to go for it, gets a spot out. DOS9 now going to be taken down, and Narrate completely isolated at backside. No way in hell. Trying to get his way out of here. Maybe can get some more damage in, get towards an ultimate.
पीक में तो भाई वो बन गए थे. क्या बोलना चाहिए? गॉड लेवल बन गए थे परीक्षित भाई.
And he'll get the extra charge towards it. So now
इतना पीक ले रहे थे. इतना पीक ले रहे थे.
Really good map awareness from PRX.
भाई गॉड लेवल बन चुके थे परीक्षित भाई. एक समय खेल सकते हैं मेका.
If they don't read that you know, with that push up through mid.
मास्टर पीकर हो गए थे
Which direction
खेल सकते हैं मैं कहा वही दिलवाई है तो खेल लेते हैं देख रहा
है wide open back there, but they send the 2 towards A. They read that nicely.
बोला था ना सिर्फ बाबू के साथ खेलेंगे
मैं मजाक नहीं एक दिन ना मैं आपकी स्ट्रीम पे आके ना कसम से अति मचा दूंगा परीक्षित भाई कसम से आप मेरे को बैन कर दोगे
Envy and Forsaken already a little bit beat up.
इतनी बाबू बना ली ना
आके ना आपके बाबू का और आपका ना मजे ले लूंगा पूरे आप मेरे बैन ही करोगे फिर सीधा
Push out, all right, immediately going to be dispatched. Paranoia now going to be sent, double dash over the side, and Forsaken scaling forward at alleys.
Nice, something बढ़िया, अच्छा decision. Ball back कर देगा.
Slam the door in the faces of KC. DOS9, however, little headshot, cheeky little scale forward, but something.
Oh, short way something.
Quickly gets the scope through.
By light चली गई.
As the spike stranded over towards the defender's side. Levin not too far away from being able to recover that for Forsaken.
अबे 4 सेकंड पीछे देख अबे 4 सेकंड पीछे देख पीछे देख पीछे देख
if he swings out would have a very easy kill, but instead we'll send the Prowler. That's the alert here that PRX needed.
That's kind of unfortunate for Avis.
चिंगू भैया आ गए चारों तरफ से इन लोग गिर गए
कितना देर चल जाएगा
No way to know.
क्या चीज स्ट्रीम के साथ अबे स्ट्रीम के साथ तो आराम से आधा घंटा 30 मिनट चल जाएगा गेम में तेरे को बैकअप कम देगा क्यों है भाई ऐसा क्यों है 2v5 था और 2v1 पहुंच गया था
आपको तो पता है मेरा नेचर मैं मना नहीं कर सकता समझ रहा हूँ बस हमें मना कर सकते हो बाकी किसी को मना नहीं कर सकते
वही तो गंदे आदमी
बाबू भी खेल लो ना
बाबू क्यों नहीं हो रहे बेकाबू ऐसे बोल रहे होंगे कौन है अच्छा यार बताना क्यों नहीं ये सब बोल रहा हूँ
दोनों मिलके बेकाबू
A ton of ults as PRX. Same for KC.
Showstopper going to be sent off the rip, looking for that stun. Lobbing, but now the rendezvous will pick up the safety, even though it's a short hob. The Hunter's Fury, however, looking to hound him down, has him low. It's going to be Forsaken having the kill. That's 2 invested off the rip.
सुमथिंग को देखना कहाँ जाके बैठा है
क्योंकि वो उधर वो होल्ड करके बैठा है ना
हाँ हाँ
Still going to be having
भाई उधर होल्ड
as
किया
well
है
as Vandals, so a 4v5
ये भी आ
still
गया
possible for KC.
मारेगा और भाग जाएगा
Something scouted out by that Prowler. Quick little exit, double dashes out towards safety.
मेरा ब्लूटूथ डिस्चार्ज हो गया रे अब डिले दे रहा है ऑडियो में अब हेडफोन लगाना पड़ेगा
Rare signs of restraint, but then we'll just get taken down.
नाइस शॉट बे
Alpha is not quite going to be able to get the catch on Divide through that market door as it does get slammed shut.
Yeah, that's why they're going to slide something up the top mid to watch that.
Done भाई done.
Case.
मेरा मॉनिटर आने दो नया फिर खेलते हैं जो खेलना है आपको सब खेल लेंगे भाई मोनू के साथ वो खेलना है क्या रीएनिमल
A little bit of a delayed reaction there. Unable to find that kill, but Envy very much slotted forward just outside of main. Able to find a kill. Now they hear the sprint coming their way. The Neon, the slide in.
Arre shit!
Weapon's going to be grabbed as well. Levin wants to try to utilize this as well. I've got an overdrive behind it, so I might as well go
Something
for it.
को ना थोड़ा सा रुकना था.
They go pushing into his
slide in हो देना था.
They're sprinting. He's going to be able to have the read here. Slow things down. Levin should absolutely be favored. Just holding on this corner. No way to try to break that aim. And will be Divide taken down. Envy now to try to clutch it, but as he swoops in, Levin with the recovered op will have his
भाई इतना स्लो पीक लोगे तो बिल्कुल ऑफ से कैसे बचोगे? आपको तो वाइड पीक लेना पड़ेगा ना.
From KC. They
बस
realize
वो
that
बाबा
the B side is a
बेटर
little bit
को बोलना
overstacked.
स्किल लेके आया
That
थोड़ा
Neon
अपनी
gives something fits. Good early set piece from PRX using that
Arre.
showstopper in the position of the chamber. They know where that rendezvous is going to be set up.
लेकिन सच जो है वो छुपता नहीं.
कि बूस्ट होता है.
हाँ.
KC better just when it matters
बूस्ट
most.
होते हैं बेटर हैं ये क्या कौन सा सच
बूस्ट होते हैं और बेटर भी हैं. ये दो सच कभी छुप नहीं सकता उनका.
Oh my God. Straight into this and be lucky. Be able to skirt back away from that one. Had he committed in with a drone, almost certainly would have died, but he also did have something there for the covering fire, so manages to find the punish. Get the early start here for PRX in the round and Divide.
अच्छा तू मेरे को एक बात बता भाई, तू असेंडेंट है तो तू असेंडेंट ही रहेगा ना, है ना, या डायमंड रहेगा, इमॉर्टल रह सकता है ना, लेकिन तेरी रैंक तो छुपा नहीं सकते ना किसी भी हद उससे। वैसी वाइपर भाई की एक अलग से रैंक है।
Catch somebody from PaperX making a mistake. Forsaken though does get the reconfirm. They're still in market.
Boosting Viper.
Now the door to be shut.
Sorry, boosted Viper.
When something to have the shot off is going to be taken down.
समझ रहे हो?
Lost 9.
Better Viper, boosted Viper.
Knows is a second player, but still just can't quite get on the angle. But the Vi absolutely does. Spike now down on the floor. The rate would be able to buy another operator into the next round, but in all likelihood we'll have to just try to.
अगर कभी रैंक बनाया ना वैलोरेंट ने ऐसा नया, तो एकलौता पूरे दुनिया में जो होगा बंदा जिसको ये रैंक मिलेगा वो हो गया वाइपर भाई।
From PaperX, an extra layer.
बुस्टानी ऐसा बोलने दे दुख हुआ है उसको।
दुख क्या है, सच बोलने में दुख थोड़ी ना होता है। अबे मेरे को एक बात बता, बूस्टेड इसलिए बोलता हूँ, जो आदमी अचानक से ठीक है ब्रॉन्ज पे था, फिर सिल्वर आया, ठीक है, सिल्वर आ गया डायरेक्ट फ्लैट पहुंच गया, लेकिन उसके साथ जब खेलो तब उसका गेम ना तो ब्रॉन्ज पे है ना सिल्वर पे, तो किस हिसाब से वो फ्लैट पहुंच गया भाई?
बात तो है।
नो डाउट मैं नहीं बोलता कि वो चेम्बर अच्छा नहीं खेलते, हाँ एक एजेंट है वो जो बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं, वो है चेम्बर, बस नाम है वाइपर, खेलते चेम्बर। समझ रहे हो? तो अब ऐसे पोजीशन पे भाई बेचारा स्नेक बाइट से मर गया बेचारा। नहीं कार्माइन कॉर्प तो नहीं जीत सकती, कार्माइन कॉर्प तो नहीं जीत सकती ब्रो पेपर एक्स से, इतनी बड़ी टीम नहीं हुई है कार्माइन कॉर्प।
My goodness.
And after a round like that, I think that
यही खासियत है VCT प्लेयर की कि आप नहीं जान पाओगे।
PaperX is starting to have a very strong understanding of how you want to pilot
कौन से VCT? धारावी का VCT।
Go ahead, pump the brakes a little bit.
नहीं ये मीशो के
मीशो के, अच्छा मीशो के VCT प्लेयर।
Nice for PaperX to get Jing going here. He really struggled against NRG. You know, something that we haven't seen too much from him. Since stage 1, since London, I mean, he was incredible. You talk about how good his raise is, best raise in the world.
अपने आप को एसके रॉसी समझने की कोशिश करो, पर एक्चुअल में क्या है? वाइपर मौसी।
That's tough when you put so many of your chips into that basket. You know, like he's so good at times. So if they get him fired up as well, something already very much.
सोचा था एसके रॉसी निकल गया वाइपर मौसी।
Get that other duelist rolling. This should be pretty easy sledding for PaperX.
Yeah, and while it's not something that we see too often from something, obviously he's got plenty of experience playing the Waylay as well at this point.
Yeah.
Was his main duelist selection when Corrode was in the map pool.
अब भाई अगर ईमानदारी से देखें तो भाई मजनू जलता नहीं था भाई।
ये तो मानते हो ना कि चेम्बर मेन तो हूँ।
PRX were kind of gonna, look to slot in.
हाँ तो भाई चेम्बर मेन हो, लेकिन मेन तब बनो ना जब बेट करना बंद करो। बेट करके तो मैं तो हर
नाम वाइपर क्यों है?
Compared to something like Ascent where he does play it.
नाम चेम्बर रख लो।
That's right out. We'll just
अब एक राइटर मैं भी इमो रहूंगा ब्रॉन्ज में। अरे भाई मैं तो चाहता हूँ सब इमोर्टल साला रेडिएंट पहुंच जाओ, जाओ तो पहले।
PaperX is expecting this to be
मेरे को अपने रैंक से प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है, मेरे को पता है मैं किस रैंक का हूँ, प्रॉब्लम ये है आप लोग नहीं जानते अपना रैंक। मैं तो हुई गंदा प्लेयर, मेरे को पता है।
परीक्षित भाई गुस्सा हो रहे हैं भाई।
गुस्सा हो गए? कोई बात नहीं।
Watching for it. Yeah. Great. Reading the angles correctly and will be able to find that headshot, clearing him out.
परीक्षित भाई
which direction the flood's going to be coming through, but he sends out that reckoning, trying to slow up this approach.
परीक्षित भाई के अंदर का गोकू जाग जाएगा
here in the back. Forsaken, however, fiercely just goes pushing forward, because of course he does. He's able to find the enemy Omen after all. With something finishing the job that he had started, is able to find that elimination, but Levin gets rid of Forsaken at the same time. Their own pit now placed, fanning out towards the back of site as well as absorbing some of Alley.
भाई ब्रिमस्टोन होता तो अभी वाइपर प्लांट ही नहीं कर पाती, या तो करते करते मर जाती। अरे ये कैसा लगा है भाई, डिटेक्ट ही नहीं कर पाया।
Paint shell going to be sent, but no swing wide enough to actually get the spot out there. Just a bound around the corner, out towards safety. Divine out, arriving. The rendezvous placed, the leg spotted. Narrate just showing a bit too much. But Levin re-arrives over on the street side, cleans up Jing, gets it back into a 2v2, and the time is starting to bleed away.
अरे माँ कसम बेटर वाइपर
मार दिया भाई।
Gets the clutch, gets the 4K. And gets a 4th round win for KC.
वाइपर तो वाइपर खेलती है।
Love this little bit of
वाइपर तो आपसे खेल रही है भाई, भूल गया हो क्या?
Narrate able to get a big win against Envy at top mid. That starts making it really difficult for PRX to have info on what's going on around the map. So then, you know, Forsaken and something left to their own devices to try to lock this out. The pit almost doesn't work for KC.
भाई क्या फ्लिक मारा था भाई, लेकिन
brilliant round. Just like we saw earlier, 10 kills for the Neon.
Looking for the stun on the array, but it's going to be something taken
ब्लाइंड में मार के चला गया
ऐसी। ज़्यादा और पीक कर रहा है।
अबे ब्लाइंड मार के चला गया भाई गलती से।
Envy as well. Now will fall Forsaken, having to backpedal away. Eats a little bit of damage to jump forward though, right through the poison orb, and Narrate will be able to find him with a
ये
headhunter.
तो पेपर एक्स की पुरानी आदत है, जब तक एक राउंड थ्रो नहीं होगा तब तक मजा, हाँ जब तक एक राउंड थ्रो नहीं होगा मजा नहीं आता।
एक दो।
They look shaken. Operator not to be recovered. Jing just to play back, maybe try to find some kind of exits.
नहीं करेंगे वो ना माने।
Fan out over towards that defender's side and keep all 5 players alive.
At this time, I wonder if maybe that push from something was ahead of the dart, or the dart landed just a little late. Feels like a little bit of a timing thing there.
आज मौसी का मैच है भाई, मौसी सॉरी हो गया मौसी का मैच।
Before the rest of PRX could do anything about it.
भाई लेकिन कुछ भी कहो भाई, मौसी चीटर आदमी तो भयंकर है।
Leading the charge with that operator like that, not an easy task. He's able to shut down something who's having a really solid map so far.
अरे दवाई कैसे मर गया बे?
I think it's time for a timeout on the PRX camp.
He's done it again.
Yeah, that's. I mean, just misjudging where they had planted the
population
spike,
5 लाख है,
be
समझना।
safe, but obviously there was no one near him.
उनका जो गोलकीपर है वो 40 साल का है, 40 से 38 साल का है शायद वो।
Okay, no timeout.
कल इतना चीटिंग किए हैं ये साले लोग, बिके हुए हैं पूरा अर्जेंटीना के लिए।
As far as the cash is concerned, bank can be broken after this
अबे
round.
वो बॉडी यूज मत कर, बीके वाला, बाकी ठीक।
अरे तो मौसी बोला है मैंने।
हाँ नहीं, देश का नाम ले रहा है ना, देश का नाम ले रहा है इसलिए बोल।
तो मौसी बोल रहा हूँ। अबे तो
हाँ समझ गया।
जिसको गरिया रहा हूँ उसका नाम ही नहीं ले रहा, मौसी बोल रहा हूँ। तो भाई मतलब क्या बोलूं भाई, उतने छोटी टीम से चीटिंग करना
now getting taken. Paranoid does not connect on to Divine, but he's going to go swinging out, takes the fight, and does manage to win it for 1. Something now up and over in the market, but he's also going to be struck down, so player advantage, something spam to 5 HP.
बंद होने वाला है क्या?
UPS
हाँ
जोर-जोर से बज रहा है।
Alright, dialed in, something dispatched.
ठीक है ना, जब बंद होगा तब बंद होगा, देखा जाएगा। अभी चला।
And now it's just Forsaken, a world away, and the shot's not connecting. They're trying to hold on to this weapon, but and KC, it's one more round to play. They have so much money, they can absolutely try to hound him down. They can. Planting himself here in mid, finds the first, looks for the second, won't be able to get it done. Aves will find the elimination, putting him 1 away from a nightfall as KC now get up to 6.
And again, it's using some of that conditioning from the last couple of rounds. This is a great read by Aves to say we've gone A twice. It's been successful. They're probably going to overstack that side. Let's go the other way. Divide only good for one. The trade's nice. And then Narrate really sharp again with the operator. So just able to get into those post plants comfortably, hold those angles. PRX never getting much done. Sugetsu's lurk as well. Really
guys, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. There is like, share and subscribe.
Able to just go ahead and force back Narrate.
Chai pee lo friends.
Showstopper online.
Garam hai.
Taken, trying to use that one way to get himself positioned. That showstopper going to be in the back of KC's minds. That's why they have.
ये हार्बर का ये जो स्मोक है ना बे, ये स्मोक का अगर तेरे को टाइमिंग पता है तो पहले स्मोक डाल और फिर शील्ड ओपन कर दे, तो टोटल 21 सेकंड तक रहता है वो स्मोक. अरे मिस कर गया था.
Slow it down, finds that kill. The showstopper comes away with absolutely nothing. Jing planting his feet, however, still going to be able to find DOS9. Defy got Aves moments before. A 2v2, the spike still there in main. Narrate swooping forward, grabbing it, rendezvousing back. Peek in, see if they go on this push. He will just make his exit. Jing now, ooh, puts away the gun right as the peek comes in, but Levin will decide to just back away. Jing quickly swooping forward, trying to find that elimination, but the damage is just not going to be coming through. Narrate now with a swap of the guns, has the torque behind this vandal.
खेलो तो बताओ, मैं आ जाऊंगा. बिल्कुल ठीक है. अरे वाइपर भाई कभी तो मेंबरशिप ले लो यार, कुछ सपोर्ट कर दो, मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट कर दो, कम से कम 50 मेंबरशिप तो गिफ्ट कर दो. इतने अमीर आदमी हो साला, फिर भी चोरी चोरी करते हो यार. आज 50 मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट कर दो यार मेरे और इग्नाइटर को, कर दो यार. चलो कम से कम इतना तो मतलब इतने छोटे आदमी तो हो नहीं कि 50 ना कर पाओ. तुम तो 150 कर दो, मैं तो लेकिन फिर भी 50 बोल रहा हूँ.
Hearing a bit now, we'll just take that fight forward. We'll be able to have that elimination now. Devaya 1v2, the time working against him. Narrate not quite on the right angle, so kill is going to be found, but Levin, can he just play this correctly, play with his food? Will just before the half can come in. It's going to be 7-5. KC out in front by 2.
Yeah, really impressive.
जिंगो अगर निकाल दिया होता ना वहाँ पे लेवन को,
macro read, able to kind of
Rex's
aggressive maneuvers, able to get some big shots when they needed them most. Started in the Pitzel, started with Sugetsu. Really clean bandit shooting there, and even though something able to find all the kills, wasn't able to find the round, and then from there, saw some good stuff from Levin in a couple of the rounds. He had a really impactful performance on the Neon. Really broke PRX's lines at a couple moments where he's able to rush forward, get past the op, get past their guns a bit. But Narrate, that one rolled on. He got more and more comfortable with that operator. Really started to lock the players out.
Yeah, and they locked something out of being able to find an operator again.
Yep.
Just never were able to get that money rolling back through, never able to take it out of Narrate's hands, carry it over into the next round, because it was that 4 rounds in a row that were collected by KC to close this out. So,
I mean, I think something went killless like in those 4 rounds in a row, or maybe he got 1 in there, but it wasn't many. Because he was at 12 for a long time during that half. He'd gotten up to like 12-6, and then I don't think he found another one after that.
Yeah, was doing a lot of the early lifting, but then all of PRX started dropping the spaghetti. Well, a lot to be a little bit concerned about if you want PRX to come away with this win on Sunset. 5 from the defender's side, not going to be too terrible. Obviously, as they are going to be running that double duelist, now shifting over to the attack. But if this doesn't have fangs and KC win another pistol, they're looking pretty well suited to collect a win on this opening map.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would feel like there's a shout here for PRX for sure. But again, how much practice have they had on this map with this new comp? You know, how well drilled is this going to be? Sometimes that can kind of work for you because you're kind of figuring it out on the fly, which means your opponent is going to have a tough time maybe reading exactly what you're trying to accomplish with some of your macro and those kind of things. But usually it's going to be the more prepared team, the team that has the better protocols that comes through. PRX gonna scoop up. Okay, 2 sheriffs. Ghost for something. Forsaken just gonna stick with the classic and armor. Jing with the frenzy. Everybody else on KC. Bandit for Sugetsu again. Sheriff for Levin.
They're starting to get clustered in mid again. End up being a very big fight here. Couple shots to go out. PRX starting to lean in towards his A side of the map, but so too is KC. 4 players nearby enough. As Levin gonna go repositioning, wrapping around over into alley.
Oh,
push
what a
through that
shot.
wall though, and yep, Divide. Whenever he's got a sheriff, you always have to be concerned, but something now gonna get caught. Levin bringing this back to parity. Swing at the corner. Aves to stay tucked in. Finds the first, looks for a little bit more. Jing will be able to shut him down with that frenzy, but Levin's still able to find Forsaken as well, so it's a 2v2 with Jing at 15 health. Avoids the first shot, 4 more in that headhunter though, 4 and 8. Absolutely still be deadly. They want to try to re-clear this and maybe even pivot. 30 seconds though. Have to start sprinting pretty damn soon, but maybe just a forward check and then a tuck back over to A.
I mean, I think they'd like to try to isolate Narrate, take him down. Doesn't give him the chance. Suspecting that they have moved all the way over towards B, but now he's going to know the time's just running too low.
Do they read that Sugetsu could be an alley? Jing going to be going for the plant that is safe from this position. No sightlines given over by Devi either. As Devi looking for the shots, and he cannot line them up. Jing dead off screen. It's another pistol for KC, who are now up by 3.
Yeah, again, it's just so slow here off the rip from PRX that KC has tons of time to get their pieces into
guys,
place.
don't forget to hit the like button.
Even
Jaldi se like kar do.
PRX's
Please do
individual
like the
skill is
stream,
able to
guys.
fight back
Thank you
enough
so
to
much
get them
for
into that 2v2. Jing
coming
was
on my
so
live
weak
stream.
already. Time was
Hello
working
brother,
against
hello
them, and
Soundtrack
that
bhai,
allows
welcome to
Sugetsu
the
to
stream.
reposition.
Kya chal?
Sure what happened there.
How are you brother?
Something just stuck out there, maybe some util from KC.
1v1 कैसे हार जा रहे हैं यार? PRX. Why? Why this cola very
Bandits
deep?
and a sheriff this time. Oh my god. Levin. He's a few players, goes for some sprays, but it's only going to be Jing who takes any damage. So for PRX there, not too shabby. Oh, something drifting back. Uses that refract just to get a little bit of info about what's going on in the B site. Now I think I try and challenge.
Thank
maybe
you so
a
much,
different part
मेरे
of the
भाई
map.
Soundtrack भाई. Thank you so much.
Prowler here doesn't confirm.
They want to go for a bit of a market split. Dawson will offer up quite a bit of damage.
Sir,
but still
सरा दिए
suffers a
4
hell of a
HP
lot
बचे.
in kind. 4
Just
HP
नहीं.
remaining on this Omen. They're going for the full push up now through up into this smoke, and Aves with that stinger ready to greet them. Paranoia as well. Going to be sent through, but if I able to find the one, something gets the right click in. DOS9 going to be taken down. Levin eliminated.
Nice.
PRX. Oh, it just feels like you can
1v4,
never really
1v4.
count them out.
Come on, guys.
Sugetsu will get
बहुत
one,
बढ़िया.
nothing more. It's a thrifty. Go ahead
Is
and
India
reply
playing?
right back
Yes.
after dropping the
Global
pistol.
Esports is competing
so crafty from
from India.
PRX, and again,
in
the combos on the
EDG.
fly when they're going to
So
throw
for Valorant,
something one direction, another's
Global
going to push
Esports is
out
there.
at the
For
same
chess,
time. That's
SATL,
so hard to react to.
for
as KC,
Free Fire,
Aves there, just stuck in a bad
SATL,
position, and everybody's swinging together
and Total
outside of the
Gaming,
harbor smoke.
and for PUBG Mobile, Godel.
Just a great moment there for PRX.
These are the
and KC
lineups from
has to be
India
kicking
in
themselves.
different
Had a
games
great
in
opportunity
EWC.
to maybe put this map to a really difficult place, but Aves just
अभी
said,
सिर्फ
okay,
Valorant
fine.
चालू है, बाकी गेम्स अभी चालू
Here we
नहीं है,
go.
जिसमें इंडिया compete कर रही है.
Aves can find another.
Oh,
Yes, it
भाई.
absolutely can happen. Something now going to be isolated. The swing coming through. He cannot line it up. And my God, what a reply. KC looking to give themselves up to 9.
But Valorant में
down to
Global
30 health,
Esports
the
में कुछ
weapons
अच्छा performance
Not
दिखाया
been
है नहीं.
recollected here. DOS9 is going to be eating that stun. Knows exactly where Forsaken is. Shock Dart, they are heavily convinced about this, and yeah, they've got him down low. Shock Dart.
He predicted he was going to leave.
Meanwhile, Forsaken able to find the first. The spam through of his
Oh,
10.
भाई
Rescuing this round.
क्या round निकाला है भाई.
1v2, a bulldog in hand. 5 bullets and a headhunter.
Who will win this tournament? टूर्नामेंट का तो नहीं पता.
One of the most PRX rounds.
EWC का जो टूर्नामेंट का वो है फॉर्मेट बहुत अलग है.
A very good TLDR for this team.
That is an interesting smoke to set up there, Forsaken.
I'll just have to make him walk through, walk out of it. The shots ringing out, and Forsaken is dialed in on the angle, gets himself the 3K to save this round. PRX now 1 away from tying it up.
अच्छा बोनस था, अच्छा बोनस.
It is so amazing to me sometimes when players just read a situation so well.
बोनस क्या सुपर बोनस था. सामने वालों की तो गन उठाई थी.
Blind in there. DOS9 doesn't move a muscle, doesn't make any noise.
Like, nah, he's there.
Yeah, enemy's like, nah, I know you're there. And then not only does he get that, he predicts that he's going to leave when he does. I mean, crazy good stuff. Forsaken as well, brilliantly played there individually. That 3K, absolutely a difference maker. That's going to keep things very much alive here for PRX. Something going to have that operator as well. So let's see if he can match a little bit of what Narrate was showing us with the chamber. Over on the other side, doesn't have the funds to get into it yet himself.
1 away from a showstopper is Jing. It's Devi taking this contact fight outside of market in mid, and he will get overwhelmed. So gets to the one to collect it. It's Forsaken now going to be spotted, just trying to set up this walls to go for a faster hit onto the A site.
Weather is like
get slowed down. Trademark on the one side. Boombox still having to clear through alley. Jing's going to go up and over.
बरसात तो होगी बहुत ज़्यादा हो रही है. रेगुलर हो रही है बरसात.
On reveals.
डाल दे.
Would be coming from. He's just going to lob it over towards street, where no one will receive it, but DOS9 still going to get caught.
अबे पहले DOS9 किस में था? याद है भी इग्नाइटर तेरे को?
Isolated here. Behind the box on site, the scale forward from Levin, but Envy has him outdone. He's looking for the next. Forsaken going to be swinging in.
Fnatic में था ना DOS9?
Envy collects it. A 3rd kill for him. As Jing is able to find Narrate, and now it's just Sugetsu having to backpedal, having to run away to save this weapon. The op will be carried over, and PRX will tie it up 8-8.
Soundtrack भाई आपको पता है DOS9 किस में था?
That's definitely a Himby round. No doubt about it. Getting that first kill up onto the player on the box at back site.
एक मिनट guys.
That was really instrumental, making sure that that retake could never really formulate. There just wasn't any legs to it after that. It felt like KC just was trying to individually make a play here and there to cut things.
अच्छा हाँ DOS9 Boom Esports में था. हाँ Boom में था.
Nothing Devi can do there. That's
ठीक
a really
याद आ
tricky spot
गया.
to be in. Maybe if he had kind of held that angle just a half second longer initially when he was looking through the market door, he might have gotten one.
Boom
But
में था Boom.
tough spot to be in.
Boom
Good
Esports.
read by KC initially there to get that man advantage. But
और Envy किस में था
further as
पहले?
that one went on,
Envy Team Secret से
individually
आया
took the round
है.
over.
Envy.
Boombot to make sure that Jing can get more, and oh boy.
Sugetsu, yep, it's just a death squad on the other side. Clean fadeaway shot there from Levin. He wants to go in for a little bit more. 2 bullets remaining here in the cylinder, and he can't quite line it up. Jing finds DOS9 behind him, and cleans up the neon. This thrifty attempt not getting nearly as close here for KC, at least not at the moment. As Jing, he might have just activated. Was down at the bottom of the standings, and now is slingshotting his way up towards the top.
Save करना पड़ेगा.
Nothing more for Narrate to do.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like button.
But you
Please
especially
do
don't want to give
like
Jing
the
another ult
stream.
charge.
Thank you so much, guys.
He's nearly to another showstopper.
It's 3 away, and that's why he's the one sprinting on the prowl, looking for this chamber. Taken not too far off as well. In the end, it doesn't seem likely that they will be able to find him.
Idea तो
will
आपको भी
find
नहीं मेरे
themselves
को पता
back
है.
into a
ठीक है,
1-round
समझ
lead.
गया.
Could get to him potentially. A chance.
Fight gone, so 5 seconds remaining. Have to just rush at him. They're going to try to do so, but won't be able to find him in the end. So Narrate will be able to carry that Phantom over into the next. One away from a tour de force for himself, but PRX very much finding their footing so far on this attacker side.
I have to imagine this is a good opportunity for a timeout because both teams are going to be having some big ults coming into this next round.
Dawai almost हर round मर जा रहा है.
PRX. You have the Nightfall plus Levin's overdrive.
सबसे ज़्यादा death उसी की है उनके team में.
Zeiss wants to talk about this a little bit and make sure that they get some value here because it's a pivotal round in this map. You win this one as
वैसे
KC
बेचारे controller लोग का यही हाल होता है, मेरा भी रहता है.
Things at least very close, but if PRX wins this one, you're back to losing money. You've just wasted an ult cycle, and it's really getting scary after that.
I mean, I'm just moderately shocked that we haven't seen a timeout call from Alex after some of the just, you know, wild things that PRX have done that costed them rounds, particularly in that first half. And he's decided to just keep it tabled for now. Holds both timeouts in his back pocket, has gotten both out of Karmine Corp.
Could be the old Termy strategy of they need to figure it out themselves.
I've done enough suffering.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button.
Let them suffer. Well, he might not be on the Sage, but operator's still going to be passed over into Devi's hands, as it looks like something likely going to be needed for the entry.
Yeah, I like this. Devi usually really sturdy on this map with the operator.
So it's going to be a very quick hit, the reckoning out.
Wow.
Yes,
your fear.
This wall, still able to survive now, but Levin's going to be punished as Jing is able to find that kill. Hunter's Fury going to be sent through as well as Inbi will take that Aves. All right, with a quick peek in towards Talios, is able to find just the one kill, but has to try to escape, but he can.
Nice.
Devi with the up, able to strike.
दवाई भाई ने दवाई खिला दी.
Worlds apart. Getsu just watching here in market. Devi not quite ready on this approach. Will get timinged. Taking down the drone to be sent through, trying to find this enemy. Viper tries a swing out. Find a timing of his own, but Forsaken.
Nice भाई. क्या खेली है भाई टीम. मजा आ गया यार देख के guys.
Starting to steady this lead.
बहुत बेहतरीन गेमप्ले चल रहा है
doesn't
भाई.
really come to fruition here for KC. Just don't quite have the right answers to that initial alt dump over at A into the pivot from PRX when they realize that it's a little bit too congested over on that side of the map, and they make a nice move. And Devi, again, Johnny on the spot with that operator. Gonna have it for this round. The good news here is KC got the tour de force, got enough for another half buy. In terms of armors, you got a full buy with weapons.
देख रहा था कहीं और.
Still bring a lot of weaponry to bear.
Send walls up, showstoppers out. PRX looking to try to make this one a very pacey hit. As Narrate able to escape the showstopper. Again, not going to be able to collect any eliminations. Saturate, however, keeps him contained into the corner. Now the pit is going to be invested as well. Something able to find the first as Levin will fall. The skirt forward. Narrate up close and personal, quick scopes in, finds something for an elimination. They still have to find their way forward into this pit. And KC just don't have the right tools to try to breach this position. They're going to have to brute force it. This DOS9, he's going to find both of the market. Now a 2v4, the spam through Narrate, fishing for anything that he can get. It's a smattering of damage found onto Inbi. TV forward, quickly cancel Devi now for the reposition, but Inbi to peel back some of the pressure. Devi out into the open, is able to find a second. Haves taken down.
भाई दवाई ने क्या निकाला है भाई.
To get PRX up to 11.
Oh shit, bro.
I saw the evil cackle from Devi there on that one. He just absolutely saved that round for PRX because what a moment for DOS9. I thought they swing on him on a timing. This is exactly how you draw it up as Jing and Forsaken. They play this fine. They just can't hit their shots, and DOS9 does. And then Devi, through the wall there.
Now, even with the pit on their side, a 2v4 still damn impressive. 11-8. The buy a bit fractured as the overdrive is going to be coming through, and something left on a bit of an island, but no, still finds a headshot. Aves will be able to clean up one, but Convergent Path's going to be sent out as they look to try to reclaim this space in B main. The double dash in the back of sight. Jing held in position for the moment, but right now on that arrival from Boma, will be able to shut down the enemy Waylily, so player advantage back into the hands of KC.
PRX trying to use an unexpected aggressive moment there where they're, pinned back. You've got the overdrive flying at you. You get nailed by the paranoia with a bunch of your players, and you're able to trade. Most teams would take a pause there. PRX is like, no, we're going to try. KC very ready for that reaggression, though. +9. going to cycle.
टॉस नहीं को पकड़ लिया.
Must have done that, or we need to investigate. Either way, Forsaken, feeling back a miraculous kill, is able to get this into a 3v3. Sugetsu still having to make his way back from that A side of the map. Working through market in all likelihood. Envy will be watching the rear for now. No shocks, no Hunter's Fury. So it's very much relying on the dynamic duo of Forsaken and Jing to try to hold this line. Drop down from Narrate, swing in the corner of the gun barrel, nearly spotted, but just has the read. But Forsaken on the counter swing is able to find 2 kills. On 4, potential 4th. It's going to be a necessary one if he wants to clutch this and take them up to map point. He's considering the reckoning. And will just be sending that to the fuse. Just going to be held. He's got the poison orb. And Forsaken, he cannot.
अरे यार.
He just sticks it all the way to
अरे यार spam करना था bro. जब पता है corner में है तो.
Oh my God. It is just barely there. But Sugetsu knows that
Spam
he really has
क्यों नहीं
no other
किया
choice but trying to
यार?
stick it adjacent, just some little hesitation.
If anyone should know about sticking the fuses on Sunset, it's Forsaken.
That's true. That's a great read right there. I don't know if they could see the foot, but I thought right there Forsaken had locked it down, and Envy trying to cover the exit, but Sugetsu gets a big one, and we go again. Signs of life.
Levin again trying to find that aggression here. And this time we'll be able to skirt away unscathed.
Spam क्यों नहीं किया यार? Spam करता तो एक बार में head पड़ जाता भाई.
Enough time has passed. Invests the pit, but it's only on the alley side. Still plenty of sight opened up, but obviously Trademark in position to alert. We've got 3 players out in mid.
एक ही तो जगह होती है वहाँ बैठने के लिए. इतना corner plant है, एक ही जगह तो बैठेगा. थोड़ा सरसरा देता पड़ जाता है हेड उसको तुरंत. डिफ्यूज ही नहीं होता. हाफ डिफ्यूज भी नहीं हो पाता अगर स्पैम किया होता.
Harbor wall kind of gives away that he was lingering in the back, but moving forward to group up. I think the timing on this hit.
Oh, and he's just watching. He's waiting for that raise to come bounding up over the top, but instead it's going to be something. Just pushing forward, able to find that kill, but traded back. Forsaken now will fall. And getting slotted in, Divide trying to play him in, bait them forward. Meanwhile, something clearing the heart, but as he turns to the side, he ends up getting taken down. Divide. At the same time, able to find DOS9. Still a 3v3, but never mind. It is a 1v3 as Levin quickly cleans up 2 kills. Jing now isolated, cannot find the spray. Narrate will take him down, the defuse to come through, and KC not done with this map yet.
Yeah, it's just that little bit of extra timing there from KC, where they're just fast enough to the punch. I mean, Forsaken gets into a position where he's trying to hold that flank angle, but there are 3 players there. The crosshair is just a little bit off. That cost him his life, then something dealt with by the recon, and even though there's some punch back from PRX, it's Levin again who strikes when they need him. He's up to 18 on the map. Narrate was 17. Those 2 leading the charge, and there we go. Finally, Alex has said, okay, all right. Maybe now. Get in here and talk to them a bit.
Still a good amount of money to work with. AC not quite going to be able to break the bank and get an easy round out of PRX. And again, I mean, we did just see the, the thrifty after the pistol loss. None of them were really that easy.
Yeah. Well, and I like some of the stuff that we've been seeing from KC eventually post their last time out, where they're really contesting that B main orb to make sure that Jing can't be funneling these showstoppers every other round. Like, they have to be a little bit more aggressive. They have to keep that PRX ult economy cycle off their game. And so we've seen them take a couple rounds in a row where they've sent that Neon forward to claim that space and at least challenge PRX for it, make them reconsider it. And they've been so quick to get back into position. So much of what KC's able to do here on Sunset flows through Levin.
This is timeout going to be enough. The conversions so far haven't been fantastic, but Narrate just going to be making a quick exit. Does find some damage on the Jing.
Like the response. A little bit of aggression now from PRX to take some space of their own.
Forsaken is making noise. Levin hearing all of this, just begging for him to come peeking.
Forsaken was just trying to bait from top mid, but
not going to give him that chance. Meanwhile, wall falling. Levin still able to find that kill. Something taken down. Meanwhile, Envy going to be overwhelmed DOS9 cleans it up. Now it's a 3v5. Forsaken still convinced that Levin has not left his position. He would be right for that. Brings back one to try to give them a chance. Left scratching their heads, wondering where the hell is going to be the best place to try to take this spike. Oh God!
गलत time reload का भाई.
Rough timing there. Sugetsu able to find it. Now another 2v4 would be necessary for PaperX to try to take this up to map point.
That was really nice timing from KC. They knew exactly how long it would take him.
Aves looking for Jing. Puts him down a little bit lower, 30 HP. Just out of range of being wall banged, but it's still going to be caught. DOS9 able to find it, and Devi can't even pull the trigger. Narrate so damn fast with it. As KC tied up 11-11.
Now we're getting to the point where PaperX's economy suffering a bit. So his next round, so important here in this map. You have enough, but for the buy and could have had the knockout blow.
हमेशा या तो something मिलेगा या ऐसा करता हो या तो चिंगू भाई मिलते हैं.
Really reading the map right now with these multi-man pushes.
यही दोनों
Isolated
मिलते हैं
players
मेरे को
getting
ऐसे
caught.
करते हुए ऐसे पूरा मेरा दिल का भेल पूरी
really
बना
making
देते
some
हैं.
nice reads, and it's got a ton of energy back into them. They have that Nightfall there. One away from a Hunter's Fury for Envy. It's going to be the closest ult for PaperX in this cycle.
Getsu just going to go backing away. Still this three-player lean. Forsaken with the spike. Solo at the moment. Looking for this peek, and Narrate gets a little antsy. Sends out those shots. Makes his exit with the rendezvous.
Going to be put into a tough position. See if they can get this execute to go. Clear the drone. You know Narrate's back there.
Dash forward into the copy of the wall, getting set up some shots out there. Warning Levin, rerouting him as Hunter's Fury through. Will get the tag on the one, but cannot find that elimination in the end. Nightfall now going to be going out of Sugetsu quickly. Scales in behind this. All of PaperX evacuating the site, but something still here at Market is able to find the first as Sugetsu gets taken down. A little bit of ring around the rosy there that Levin comes out on top of. Cleans up a kill onto something. His shock dart's going to be sent in from Envy to try to delay, but he is tagged down low. There's 8 HP remaining, but Devi refills the space from Market, finds the kill. Levin dead. DOS9 now having to do it all.
Nice.
He cannot find the Jing. Comes out on top of PaperX. Now move up to map point.
Oh, this is a nifty little idea from PaperX. They have an extra little layer there. They're able to get something tucked into Market. He strikes. There's so much attention on site behind that Nightfall from KC. They just kind of tunnel vision in that direction. A little bit of a in-ear issue there. Sugetsu maybe having a quick issue with the headset.
Having to get that checked out. And the Nightfall effects lingering on past the round.
Yeah. It's the next big thing in gaming.
Mm-hmm. Death play. Now, look to get this rectified quickly, but KC, they're going to have to get this done in overtime. It's all very extended one, I believe, over on the other stream between Vitality. Taking that one. I actually don't even know where that went.
I mean, they're still on stage. I have no idea.
केसी वाले जानबूझ के टेक पॉज लिए मेरे को लग रहा है.
At the moment, that looks like energy.
सोच रहे momentum तोड़ देंगे पर है. Momentum.
Well, you got two titanic teams there on that stage, so really to be unexpected.
That one I knew was going to be a long series, one way or another.
All right, this one absolutely could be as well. If
sure.
KC are able to close this out on Sunset.
KC have had some really nice rounds, some really good reads. Individually, some stellar moments from the likes of Levin and Narrate, who have been really, really instrumental here, keeping KC flowing. PaperX has had kind of a little bit of everything from everyone. Seen big multi-kill rounds from literally all 5 of those players in the pink and blue and purple. But hopefully this one doesn't take too long. I think maybe they're just going to try swapping his device there. Get the sound issue taken care of.
Unplug it, plug it back in again.
Yeah.
Power cycle.
Yeah.
All that good stuff.
The classic. But this is...
I mean, and that's already gone away, but I'm thinking back to the old days, cartridge games,
oh,
N64, etc.
You had to...
Take out the cartridge, blow on it a little bit, try to clear the dust. Now we're hitting the point where physical media is just going to be completely dead. What a fun time.
What a world we live in. I do
still
miss
have
the
an archive?
cartridges. Do I still have a what?
Like an archive of all your old games? You have those still back in the States?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're at my friend's house. I have them. Still have a bunch of PS1 games.
Got my Genesis.
I have an original Nintendo, yeah.
It's either 2600 or 200.
Oh, really? Okay.
Still have one of those. A couple different games.
That is even older than I had.
It's my father's.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm not that old.
Well, when I was a kid, I had to have 2 Nintendos because when I was like 7, I took the first one apart because I wanted to see how it worked. And then I thought I could put it back together because I'm 7 and stupid.
Yep. And nothing's really changed over the
I'm still 7 years old.
34 years. Still stupid. Maybe a little bit wiser. But it looks like we are ready to go back into the action here. So enough of us yapping about yesteryear.
Back in a flag.
See if KC can try to take this into overtime. Prowler to be cleared, the spam to connect, something. Worked down to 76 health.
Gets a showstopper. Forsaken one away from a reckoning. Couldn't quite claim that orb himself. On the other side. So they want to give him the spike plant or what? Throw up the wall. Drone gonna lead the way. Not much resistance.
Showstopper sent. Haunt. Oh, gonna get the reveal. Lets them know where the showstopper's gonna be coming from. Sends it forward. Damage not to be found. Alphys just out of range of that. But they're gonna try to fight this one forward. It looks like Reckoning gonna be sent. And Dawstein, he's just trying to TP past it, not anticipating this forward layer from PRX. He offers himself a Jing is able to find himself a third, fourth, and maybe an ace to close out this map. Levin having to do it all. Finds the first, but needs so much more. Debai there shuts him down. 13 to 11. PRX change up the comp. They come out on top here on KC's pick of Sunset.
It certainly looked a little uncomfortable for PRX, though. A map that used to be very much one of their hallmarks, but this time around, KC had some really nice ideas, some good mid-rounds, some good individual moments, but PRX just a little bit too deep in the long run on the attack side. Some of those alt cycles catching in favorable moments and able to get lots of value out of PRX.
And now we get ready to go to Fracture as PRX try to keep themselves alive here at EWC 2026. Karmine Corp, the ones on the chopping block, need to be able to turn this around, get that reverse sweep if they want to be performing in front of the French crowd. But for now, we'll go ahead, give the players a break, and pass things back over to the analyst as to break down all the wild action from Sunset.
Ended up stopping and slowing down. And
The wall is still there. They don't really know where the wall is yet for the side of NRG. And Durka, he's going to peek down this A line again. That Viper wall is going to go up, but I think he just saw.
Interesting round that took.
Clutch.
So now the long rotation comes on through. Plenty of ice util there. That's it. 2 kills left to play through NRG. They want this map.
अच्छा ब्रेक हुआ इनका भी
Play
इनका
is
भी
in
ब्रेक
our DNA.
Rex has not been playing on that since being at Masters London, and it just doesn't quite work out because the guns come alive, the plays come alive, and it's just a bit too much here for KC.
Especially on that second half, Jing was absolutely amazing. But for the side of KC, so many cool things that we saw throughout that match. How Narrate was playing the chamber, how they actually had to work around the map because of Forsaken being on the harbor and all the conditioning that he was having. But they found a lot of solutions. But at the end, man, I just feel like with KC, it's always the same. Like they're so close to close in all of these matches. And if you could see it on the cameras, we could also feel it here. The way that they were celebrating, because at the end of the day, you're about to win against PaperX. That is something that not many people can see. But when we looked at PaperX, man, they were stressed. They were really, really stressed.
Yeah.
There was no celebration after winning rounds.
Yeah, very much. I think for me, I was impressed by KC, and I was definitely a little bit disappointed with PaperX in this first half for sure. Yes, it was 7-5, but it felt like they were only really winning on their set pieces. That was where they were at their best down middle. Those aggressive W gaming plays are what they were known for, but I thought they were struggling in a macro aspect. Then we move across onto that second half. The attacker side is where they really begin to show their true form and light it up. KC fall away a little bit there. They put in a good shift. 13-11 is very, very respectable.
मजा आ गया भाई देख के guys मजा आ गया इसी बात पे लाइक कर दो यार तुम लोग अगर पेपर
if you're KC.
But one thing that has happened a lot here at EWC, you lose your map pick, you win on the other team's map pick. We've seen that happen a lot in the first 2 days.
Way more than it should.
Yeah, again. But I think this one's a bit different with Sunset being the one out of the pool, and you know,
I mean, you could definitely tell that the PaperX is still thinking about, you know, the way that Sunset was playing. I think that you could tell that KC is way more intentional with their Viper walls and how they're moving around the map. There is some sort of level of preparation into here. I mean, it's not like PaperX didn't know how to play this map. I think that they were brilliant on it. Davai also had a couple of rounds like this one, for example, in the Viper split that made absolutely no sense. So many of them, as we said, very small margins. It is good to see, though, that Forsaken can bounce back from the performance that he had against NRG, because he had a couple of maps that did not look good.
Yeah, very much so. I think, you know, when we talk about this PaperX team, you talk about how stacked it is across the board. It really does feel like on any given day, any one of them can win them games. So they all always have to be at 100%. They're a roster that's talented enough where if one drops off, you know that there's star power elsewhere, but it does feel like they need everybody here in this tournament to start converting. They are in that lower bracket, and that was a very, very close map one against heavy underdogs of Karmine Corp.
Things are not going to get easy for the second map on Fracture, as Paper Thing was saying, and of course, if we know KC, it's not going to get easy. But I liked also seeing Levin, as I said before, coming into the map. To me, it's important that when we go back to EMEA, he has the confidence that he needs to prosper and to be good at other duelists. Last year, BBL ended up putting him in a jet because they didn't know how to make it work. Like, you have a kid that has so much talent, but you cannot exploit it. And now I really feel like I'm getting to that. Levin is growing in him, you know?
Yeah, again, stood toe-to-toe here with PaperX, one of the best in the world to do it. And I think going back to your point of PaperX being more muted and stressed, I agree they were stressed, but even in the winning round, it was like, this is what we do, you know? We have to win these rounds because, you know, our aspirations aren't just making it out of the group.
It's like Argentina versus Cape Verde last night. Almost the same.
Our expectation is, let's celebrate that we won, but also we've got bigger things in sight. You know what's in sight? It will be a short break, but after that, we'll have map number 2 of this matchup, KC versus PaperX. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
अरे इधर तो ब्रेक चल रहा है ठीक है इधर ब्रेक चल रही इधर ही देख सकते हैं
It's time to find out who is going to power into our playoff bracket and earn some club championship points, and who is going to be fighting for their lives in elimination later in the week. We've got our two casters ready to go as we welcome Avril and Athena back on the desk. Athena, we're going into this one after a very spicy game one. The best we've seen on the Bravo stream went 30 rounds.
Yep.
But what did we just see in game two?
We just saw Lotus NRG really understanding how they wanted to play. They took that away from Vitality, and I think they played really well, especially when Vitality had a little mini bit of a comeback, but it didn't matter because NRG, they just ended it.
Avril, for anyone who's just joining the stream, who are these teams? What regions do they represent, and where are they at in your power rankings right now?
Pretty close to the power rankings all up. You got NRG from Americas, current defending world champion. Vitality from EMEA, one of their top teams. Built for stardom, a super team many have called them, and currently I think still living up to that name, but if they can deliver the result today versus NRG, they'll certainly be on for the big one, because NRG are a top team to take down. NRG have already beaten PRX, which is a heavy favorite for this tournament.
I think Vitality for me actually ranks higher than NRG.
Really?
Just because based on how they performed at Masters, right? Vitality, they made it through almost to lower round 3, I think it was. They made it all the way through, but NRG, they dropped 2 games in playoffs and we're out instantly. So it feels like it's a little bit of a struggle for me to feel like I'm on that NRG train. Yes, they are champs from last year, but I'm struggling to see them kind of win out. That being said, the last map is going to be Breeze, and NRG have had a lot of success on that.
Could come down to what Sayonara plays for me. You saw an incredible game one
True.
from him on the Phoenix. As soon as he switches over to the Viper, I feel like he's not able to get as much into the plays. Viper, very good on this map historically. Do you still put him on that agent going in?
He's actually going to be on most likely the Sova here. He flexes a decent amount for the team.
So Phoenix, Viper, and Sova are his 3 different roles that he plays, and 3 incredible different mains.
Basically, he's a bit of a flex player for the team. Look at the history of Breeze for Vitality. They don't really have the double duelist on this map. They might show it off today, who knows. I just changed things up for the first time. I'm expecting a mirror matchup, though, in terms of the agents being played here. And looking at how things are starting to reveal themselves for us so far, Sayonara is, in fact, going to be on the Sova.
You called it. We're going to see same comps across the board. Go ahead, Athena.
Yep. Mirror comps, the double controllers makes a lot of sense. We talked about Ethan. We talked about Sayonara. These 2 players as well doing a good job. I think Chronicle on the Viper 2 is absolutely phenomenal. But for me, we need to see Kiko pop off because I feel like that first map on Ascent, the reason why it was so close was mainly on the back of Kiko's op on the chamber. And now he's able to pull it out again, making sure he's opping on this side. Obviously playing Omen that last map, now going into the Jet. I'm excited to see how they pop this one off and make sure that they're aggressing, playing to their strengths. The problem is, though, for Vitality is NRG are starting on defense, and that's their strongest side on this map.
The other thing is, I mean, I still look towards the fact that Vitality, 2 maps in a row now, I've just had this deficit constantly having to fight back from behind. I've no doubt in my mind that Durka, once again, will be the pop-off here. Really showed up against Marta on that last map, and of course Marta still ended up heavy in the frags department for NRG, and no problems. That Durka was the one for me that was causing huge problems for NRG.
And I really like that him and Chronicle are online together at the same time, making sure that they're getting that synergy in, because both these players, they were part of that Fnatic roster that won Masters 2023. It feels like they're really trying to bring that into the server. Of course, Chronicle, he has been just a tiny bit quiet. And I'm looking to see that synergy rebuild back up into this matchup with that Viper, of course. And I think as well on the side of NRG, they're reigning champions, but their global performance just hasn't been that good this year so far. And I'm looking at them to just make sure they're setting in stone where they are. Because right now, I'm convinced by Vitality. Yes, they lost that last map, but this Breeze, it's good for both of these teams. It's really 50-50 for me.
Well, as Puckett heads on out here, we are going to head into the decider final map of the day, of the match rather. When it goes on through the playoffs, the loser goes down to the lower bracket. Vitality group up over towards shops for now, but a big NRG presence on the pyramids.
Slow start, Vitality. trying to win that pistol so they could change the tides of the round. Going into this execute, the dart goes up, pushing past that wall. Durka gets scanned, and Kiko and Brock are picking up picks as long as Ethan. Prophet getting the pick onto Brock, and now 1v3. All of a sudden, Chronicle left in mid, and now it's looking like another pistol on this first round going towards the side of NRG.
It's just consistent defensive sides for NRG. Lotus defense, Ascent defense.
Yep.
They win those opening defensive pistols. 8-4 starts on that half. It's about to be another defensive first half pistol win for NRG unless Chronicle can really show us why. As a former Masters champion, he can do something big here. Has to navigate his way through 3 players, and health is dwindling quick. 3 players on the other side of the wall. Goodbye, good night.
This seems like deja vu, Avril. Every single map so far, NRG has won that first pistol. We did see a force, though, the last time from Vitality. I don't think they're going to do that this time, just because
one enemy remaining.
Feels like they're learning their lesson unless they have a really solid plan. Yep, the Thrifty coming in now. Just pistols across the board, but Kiko, he has that Marshall online. Gonna be able to get some picks, but he's on the wrong side, on the A site. Vitality grouped up towards B.
Being on the wrong side, that's where I would have described Vitality on that last round, but I think this one a bit more spread out is going to be NRG. Marshall won't come into effect until quite a bit later into the round, as even through the wall, even with the flash, some spray damage popping onto Durka. Scuba is in for a good position though. Snakebite is still in play, and that's going to allow damage on the Yampi. Despite Durka beating the timing of the Snakebite, he doesn't really last any longer here. It'll be a flawless in just a couple moments here with Chronicle being pinged out.
The timing on Scuba, having that molly ready, the Snakebite. Sees that knife coming in and just knows he has to pop that down right away. He delayed the rest of the team from coming in. The vulnerable from running through that Snakebite as well, letting him get that easy kill. Trying to tap the orb, but Scuba just spamming Chronicle through, and all of a sudden, the 2-0 is here. Quick couple rounds. NRG, they're going to be on their bonus for this next round, though.
Even on Lotus, NRG got 4 in a row. So what are we going to find this time around? Very little to say here on this eco coming through from Vitality. And a big smile for Marta, who has a lot to be happy about, given that over the course of both the previous maps, he's by far the lobby leader, 54-36 with a plus 18.
Yep.
He's been the guy for NRG.
Vitality playing this slow. We've seen both these teams just making sure they're playing passive. Not overextending, trying to get some sort of passive information just to make sure that the other team is not aggressing too hard on their bonus round. And grouped up towards A main, Vitality, they're only going to see the 2 players on this site. The 2 controllers, actually, for NRG are sitting here. Viper with that Snakebite, Scuba, trying to get that timing down. The drone's going to be a little bit of info. And the delay
again.
is in.
Yeah, Snakebite again is going to cause problems here. How much does NRG believe that there's going to be a massive showing of Vitality on this site? Well, Vitality are just making their way in now. No issue so far. The Storm Surge is going to slow things down a little bit. Both the Vipers get active on the site so far. More utility being spent out. All of these walls from the Vipers, from the Hub, is obscuring the vision. And once these walls fall, Vitality will be the first to strike. Prophet onto Brock. Scuba still hiding behind the pyramid. Sights from Kiko will find a player. At least sees him. No kill to be found so far. Scuba, though, good shots. Kiko falls, so does Yampi. 2 versus 3. And just as I say that, Vitality, all 3 of those members will get the plays they need to get that round done.
Yeah, just playing it slow, making sure they're trading, getting all the angles down, and makes a lot of sense here for Vitality. We're going to see a first gun round now here for this map of Breeze. And I think the reason why we keep saying that NRG, they're so good on that defensive side. One, it's been proven in this series so far, constantly up when they finish this half. But 2, they've known to be so good with their rotates, their protocols as well. It's really been drilled into them, and it feels like they don't struggle when it comes to understanding what they want to do as a team in the middle of the round. Vitality trying to go towards that elbow. The knife is going to scan them, though. That's really nice information. The Cove coming in. And these players are actually fighting towards mid for NRG.
Kiko on op, by the way. Playing it pretty far back over towards B. Chronicle is the one that's interesting right now. He's got plenty of NRG around him. Hiding behind orb. Could be first blood found on the mid side of the map, but Vitality slowly making the way into A main.
Slow and steady. 2 players here. Ethan and Brock holding this side. The drone's going to get the information, but they're going to hear the execute starting with this drone again.
Here we go. Util being spent. The in is where Vitality would like to be. They're currently still just loitering around the entrances, and finally it's going to be Durka walking up. Brock instantly falls. Chronicle on the Scuba as well, as we finally find that player over towards Belt doing something. Vitality have big player advantage. Mind you, again, Kiko still is operated. Now I don't think he wants a 1v5.
Definitely going to save that op. Brock and Ethan not having a good crossfire. Brock getting picked off right away. Durka pathing all the way to the left. Really beautiful. He took the timing. He saw the spacing was free and saw that no one was contesting it. He did not hold back. The confidence to have that swing actually ended up shutting down the defenses on that A site. They had the 2 initiators there. One of them dropped almost instantly after using that drone and that dart. And then Ethan left alone. He tries to get that spam kill. Doesn't really work out. This op. Kiko. Dart comes out.
Well, I think
they hear that cloud burst.
I think he actually does manage to dodge out the recon, but he won't dodge out from Durka. They want that op on the floor. And does Durka want to pick it up? Find out next round. Vitality. Tell you what, they're not on the major comebacks that we saw on that first half like we have on the first 2 maps. Took a while for them to get on towards the site itself, but once we actually get there, it's all lights out. No response at all from NRG, and a flawless to end things. Not allowing any semblance of a save. Durka says, not the operator, not just yet. Maybe on a future round, 2 and 2.
Yeah, but now it's equalized, and it might be the first time we see Vitality in the lead in the first half of a game where NRG is on defense side, because the whole side of NRG, they're on pistols. Bandit, 2 sheriffs on the board. They're just setting up this trap setup towards the mid doors. That flash is going to go in. They're going to clear mid. Not going to see anything because Vitality, again, playing this passive, playing it really smart.
Sinar and Prophet as well, 1 away from the ult. A plant or an orb will do it, or a kill. But I'm sure this round, as long as they don't run into any obvious traps, they shouldn't have any real issues to deal with. Hope that those won't be any famous last words, because otherwise Vitality, as you say, will be, for the first time in an opening half of the map, actually be in the lead. They're going to leave behind Yampi over towards A, but Vitality now working their way up B through Belt as well.
He's just asked for that cove towards A main. Getting that knife, scanning that someone's close, gets scanned back, but they know it's only one. The execute is out onto B. These players, they have all this space, but Scuba, he's tucked back sight.
Scuba,
30 seconds left.
is there any opportunity here? He's dodged out most utility, and well, it doesn't look like Vitality know he's deep inside so far. Oh, he has to get out. What's happening here? Finally, he goes down, but he's just back-to-back against multiple players. And speaking of multiple players, not a single one of those players from NRG is going to get a shot landed. Kiko just looking for some damage here. Walk in, find something, put a rifle on the ground. Vitality, they are in fact going to find their 3rd.
Scuba having a little bit of a jump scare because Mada's just flooded back into sight, and it's so scary. But they weren't able to do anything. They were isolated onto sight. They were forced into that angle. The cove was there. The dart was into the cove. They pushed them out of it. They had to play on that side. But now, for NRG, they're definitely going to be looking forward to that next round where they're able to buy. Beautiful flash coming in, actually, from Yampi. Durka getting the pick onto Kiko. Now we're going to see another gun round coming in for both of these teams. Vitality, they've done just such a good job at waiting, holding passively towards mid, and ending. When they end, they're just doing it with such conviction, making sure nobody's playing in those close angles, clearing every single thing on the sites.
Fastest timeout for NRG that we've had all series. Of course, they haven't needed to do the timeouts very often. in the past couple of maps. They didn't come in until quite a bit later on. And I just want to make sure that Vitality are not going to get away with it too much here. And in recent showings of Breeze as well, you have NRG taking away Breeze from PRX that we had on our opening day. Vitality, fun fact, last time they played Breeze was also versus PRX and they lost quite handily, 3-13. PRX completely dismantled them. That was in Masters London.
Yeah, PRX playing that single controller on the Viper, but also having the Omen online. I feel like the Omen just hasn't been doing enough for these teams, especially when that Viper wall goes down and the Viper falls. You're kind of struggling because Omen, he can't do enough smokes to make sure that you're getting into sight safely. So it makes sense to see these double wall controllers on the sides of this matchup right here and now. 3 ults for Vitality. They have really good execute ults. I wonder if Sayonara is going to set up for the Sova ult. Make sure they clear a zoning ult towards this B site because they're all grouped up here trying to get a first initial pick. Not going to find anything. But it really looks like they're setting up for this execute.
Operated back in the hands of Kiko, by the way. No one is going to be exploring that side of the map. It's going to be Reckoning straight away for Vitality. No response yet realistically coming through from NRG. Hunter's Fury being rolled in.
Aiken's trying to stay tucked into the corner, but will get taken down. Something around the back now going to be dealt with out from that underpass side. It's just Envy and Jing trying to fight their way forward against 3 on KC.
Envy's got the spike and he's thinking about maybe changing directions here. Wants to clear a little bit of space. Risky, but
Jing needing to find that second kill. That would have been the thing that makes it feel very doable, but be in his own right still could absolutely clutch this out, but everything going to be working against him. Down in numbers, down in health. Doesn't have an ult. He's going to try to shift things up, go for a reposition.
I'd be hoping that KC had bit that he had gone to A.
Oh, NB looking to try to take down Evans and cannot. So tied up 2-2. PRX. Economy getting whittled away at now.
Yeah, I think as PRX, you're going to have to talk a little bit about what's going on this B side if you're going to keep trying to make some hits over in this direction, because the smokes are all over the place and KC has been finding really good timings around them to shut down the initial hit. Sugetsu so wily there and giving over that first blood.
Hello Amit bhai, welcome to the stream. मेरे भाई क्या हाल चाल है? पाजी वीडियो नहीं है. अरे हाँ अमित भाई, तुमको मैं सोचा मैसेज करूंगा करके दिन में. मेरे को एक क्वेश्चन है तुमसे. बताओ, मैं मतलब एकदम रॉ वीडियो टाइप का बनाऊं या कटिंग फटिंग करके अपलोड कर दूं? कि कटिंग फटिंग वाला है मेरे पास, रॉ वाला भी है. रॉ में मैं थोड़ी मोड़ी कटिंग फटिंग करके रखा हूं, दोनों है. बताओ दोनों में से कौन सा डालूं? ये बताओ.
3 players from Dish.
बस ये बता दो.
Envy, lone defender here, the top of sight. At the aftershock, tries to buy some time. Blaze wall going to be situated, forces him a little bit further forward. Paint shell as well to try to buy some space with a reapproach coming in from that sand side. Envy able to find the one. DOS9 in a rate, however, answering back in kind, keeping it 2 and 3.
दोनों एडिट है मेरे पास. वही चीज तो पूछ रहा हूँ. कटिंग फटिंग वाला डालूं, मतलब जिसमें कट ऐसे करके होता है ना, वैसा वाला डालूं या रॉ चाहिए तुमको जानने के लिए? बस दोनों वीडियो है मेरे पास.
Of how PRX likes to set up these A post plants. You know, they know they're probably going to tuck a player into that corner, so they're throwing a little bit of util Envy's direction, try to make him uncomfortable. And then they know they have to go clear rope because there's usually going to be 2 players over there. They just can't quite do it. Divide. Right where he needs to be when he needs to be there.
कल कितने बजे शेड्यूल करूं? कितने बजे देखोगे? 9 बजे, 10 बजे, 11 बजे? दोनों में से टाइम बताओ. 12 बजे से. माइक को क्या हुआ? माइक को क्या हुआ? मतलब अच्छा साउंड नहीं आ रहा क्या माइक का? क्या हो गया?
Get some of their ult cycles to go.
Oh, I mean, maybe not quite hearing that curveball either way. Something swings out into the open to his death. Little strike. A non-factor now in this round as the running back is coming through narrate, trying to find a target. Swings the corner, but Jing will be able to shut that down. But Levin is right there behind him. Gets himself on the board. Divide now. Clear down through this underpass, but narrate.
अब अच्छे से. थोड़ा माइक पास था, इस वजह से हो रहा हूँ. क्योंकि मेरे को सुनाई दे रही है मेरी आवाज।
Forsaken and Envy,
अच्छा
a
नहीं।
2v5.
Hello.
Find nothing, and there are so many angles that they have to try to
Where is
re-clear.
coming?
Or
अच्छा
they can even consider trying to make a go
अभी
of
भी हो
this,
रही?
but in all likelihood, this should just be a save.
Yeah, I mean, again, KC understands the tendencies of Paper X and able to really beat them to the punch.
Spotting each other out. They see the breach, and that means that all the other players now rotating back over, but Envy wins that fight, and Raid's going to be taken down, but Forsaken only able to find the one before falling.
Hello.
Top of the rope, the Prowler. Scouting his position, trying to run them forward. Gets the dink through the wall, but cannot finish the job. And that stays alive. KC on parity once again.
I think we might see a timeout. I would maybe consider one here as Alex. You want to talk a little bit about how to work the map a little bit more, how to be a little bit more prepared, because KC's being pretty aggressive themselves. Exactly what you need to be doing on the defender side. When they're throwing you a lot of different looks. This time they come from sewers unexpectedly. That just throws the round completely off balance, and then Paper X knows that the Phoenix ult is coming, and so they have to just take a pause. But that means that you get a free trade there. Because you identify where Jing is. Got Levin right there behind Narrate. So absolutely need to talk this one over.
हाँ अब नहीं होगी क्योंकि पंखा बंद हो गया ना बाजू में ही रखा है पंखा टेबल फैन है ना वो वाला पंखा खराब हो गया बिजली गिरी ना उस दिन उड़ गया पंखा पता नहीं कैसे उड़ा
Don't want us to be seeing the players overcommitting those.
1 minute.
Curious what the buy is going to look like for Paper X. How much money was left? Memory fails me in that regard, but important round. Try to set this off balance. Yeah, I was going to say, I think they were pretty poor.
Hello?
It's just going to be some sheriffs.
हाँ सुनना भाई
Bandit. I mean, something. He has a classic Forsaken, the only one with anything really to buy up with. Just a Guardian. So, kind of brutal for Paper X because you would expect that you're going to lose this round, chew through some ult cycles, and then KC's going to be right back into theirs to match yours.
Oh, well, timing found. Sugetsu tries to go in for that cam. Forsaken swing that corner, Guardian hand, able to find that elimination. Orbital Strike will slow down the rest of the players' approach. Meanwhile, Narrate able to burn Envy to a crisp. Setting out that Molly, gets that kill.
बराबर ही चल रहा है.
will be given the sight for now.
Fracture खेल रही है.
Divide, world away, exploring into B, but even if he calls for the rotations, you still have Levin on this very deep angle. Outlaw in hand. Should be good for it. So something on this swing. Headshot will be confirmed, and that's the spike now dropped.
अच्छा पानी गिर रहा है इतना जोर से गिर रहा है ऐसा लग रहा है पंखा चल रहा है.
I think that this is going to be tough.
बहुत जोर से पानी गिर रहा है पता है.
Very, very difficult.
King's got to clear this angle. But it's going to be Divide walking in first and foremost. The DOS9 able to find that kill. Jing repivoted, walking through sands. Take the rope up the top. And even then, not necessarily favored. Will still be able to come away with that kill, but there is so much more to do and just not enough time for it. Plows forward to his demise. Just the two eliminations found. KC now up 4-3.
गड़बड़ हो गया.
Well, I mean, what can you say? KC's just really got good reads right now. Good flow for the map. Again, I saw this on Sunset where they were able to start stringing rounds together on their defenders when they were starting to make some good maneuvers to kind of counteract what Paper X wanted to do. The utility's been so good here.
1 minute ना. अमित भाई थोड़ा chat देखना तो.
I think on the brim, even though he's not racking up a ton of kills. It's been really hard for Paper X to just get the gunfights cleanly that they want. 3 ults available. Concern for Paper X is there's 2 big ults of 11. Gonna rip one.
First one's gonna be sent through. But Envy just going to be taken down. A Northside crunch. Sugetsu snapping on for the headshot. Divide eliminated. Jing at the same time. He's eaten an immense amount of damage. He's down to 10. He's now dead. Narrate has him. And once again, there's a 2v5. KC just having a chokehold on this defender's half so far. And looking to move up 5-3. Levin grabbing an orb. Forsaken. Grabbing a couple bullets between the eyes. Flawless here. The economy is already built up quite significantly for KC. Break Paper X's yet again. You're going to have players cash capped as, yep, Levin will make it a flawless.
Well, this is just going from bad to worse for Paper X because you don't have any buy to come into this next round, and you're sitting through 3 really powerful ults again without getting any value out of them. They're just spreading the map, and KC just keeps pushing every angle, and they're winning every fight.
Oh,
yeah.
Boy.
Yeah.
It felt inevitable, but it's still difficult to see here. Second and final timeout for Paper X here on Fracture. Going to be spent just 9 rounds, not even. 8 rounds of play. Alex very much not happy with the way that things have been going.
No. I mean, I think in some ways, you might just need to simplify the game a little bit here as Paper X just kind of 4-1. Death ball around the map a little bit. But the way that KC is responding to everything is just so good. I give so much credit to these players and the coaches. They are very well prepared. I mean, they knew that Fracture was going to be picked if they left it open. So, again, Paper X has been on quite the streak on this map. They obliterated Leviathan on it to open up the Masters London final. Just beat Vitality yesterday on it. Here today, AC is saying, no, we've got this figured out. We know how to shut you down. It's all sheriffs except for Jing with the bandit. And then let's get hit by, that's the Trailblazer there, but.
Okay.
Bye.
Belt of a shot just from main. Plus 9. Eliminated. Reveal was there, but Narrate can't really play off of it. Sugetsu's still going to be able to find one as the lockdown now placed. That underpass. Sugetsu, I was going to say, has to respect this one, but won't be allowed to escape. Jing will just come away with that elimination, and now suddenly, it's looking like a damn good thrifty here for Paper X as they start getting these weapons into their hands. 2v4, the swing in, something with the recovered Phantom, able to find Alves, and that leaves just Levin. Now to his own devices to try to stop this from going over, but this could be a huge swing round for Paper Rex. Feels very necessary after committing the second time out.
Oh, yes. Already giving up 5 on the defender side. That's brutal. I mean, this is already a win in this half for KC. Every other round they can get here is gravy. So all the pressure is onto Paper Rex to be clean the rest of the way through.
But that is damn clean. I mean, you know, Thrifty confirmed, but you also only had to commit the 1 ultimate into this, so you still hold on to 2 critical ones.
Yeah.
But that's about as good as it could be for Paper Rex to try to get themselves back into this attacker's side. KC, like you said, still not quite sweating. They're still in a very comfortable position.
Oh.
Can they stop the momentum build-up is the question. Now.
And this time, you know, Paper Rex goes for that crunch on both
Guys,
sides
don't
of the
forget
map.
to hit the like and subscribe button. जल्दी से like, share और subscribe कर दो.
Challenge Alves here.
Trying to get this orb into the hands of Jing, gives him a showstopper.
Yeah, he's been on guard duty. He has the Nightfall as well. I don't imagine he's going to want to rip it just to slow him down here. Now he knows where they're at. Now he can use it to counteract them because, look, you've got Narrate, you've got Sugetsu here, you've got the Cypher util.
Sugetsu going to have to be careful. I mean, he's still playing quite far forward. Showstopper up and over the top of the raid.
Oh.
Says, I can disrespect that. I've got to run it back. He's still able to find the kill. Something will be able to snap him back with the ultimate. Trying to get himself, and it's a very open plant. This is incredibly risky. The peek's not coming in. Police wall now sent up. Molly is going to be sent out early, not using this for the post plant, just trying to stop and dissuade the push forward. Orbital strike as well, going to be committed. Paper Rex, it feels like they're sending everything far too early. Forsaken Divine, now gone. Something having to play forward here alongside his teammate, but they both just fall to the wayside. And this feels like a massive, monstrous overcook from Paper Rex as they drop the round.
Absolutely. This is beautifully thought out by KC. Again, they're so quick to react, but one of the things that's been really impressive today overall is the way that Narrate has been able to absorb Jing's showstoppers. We saw it with the chamber on Sunset many times where he's the one there and then rendezvous out. This time he has to run it back. He doesn't even get hit by it. Just blows right by it, and Jing just off balance with it.
I mean, what an inversion from what we had just seen. A gorgeous, thrifty one ult committed. There you get the showstopper, the rolling thunder, an orbital strike, everything invested, and they can't get the round over the line.
Oh, it was a huge nightfall as well from Aves. It hit 3 players on PRX. Nullified any of their ability to get into decent positions. Now Narrate tucked around the box. Just gonna bypass him. Let's see how quick he wants to be. To challenge something, and he wins.
And something now dead. King still on this approach. Flash there, Narrate descending out the molly to try to get himself covered. It ends up rebounding off the box, but it might not matter at all. Still gets Forsaken. Jing dead. Narrate recovering, finding Invi. Gets the 3K in device position, absolutely known. They'll find one, but nothing more. The best that PRX can do is stop it from being a flawless KC. Already guaranteeing a lead at the half.
And they've just got so many plans here. Every time PRX tries something, they're winning a bunch of the 1v1s. Narrate, another huge one. Instantly deletes something. That means your smokes are gone. Means this becomes way more challenging. Try to fight their way through, but KC has been reacting so quickly. Whatever PRX tries to accomplish. Sugetsu even as a judge here. Plenty of money and has some kind of trickery up his sleeve. Ooh.
Up shot, not quite to connect, but Sugetsu just ready and waiting. He hears the player below him, but doesn't want to pull the trigger. Decides to just back off for now. Some space taken, but still no closer to getting their way forward into the site. Meanwhile, Karmine Corp, they are on this north side approach. Ping coming down, starting to get a sense of this as PRX. Meanwhile, Devi is trying to beckon them back over to the A site that has been evacuated.
Well, it took a while, but I think PRX has now kind of figured out what the real sort of game plan was here for KC, and that's just swarm off of contact. Forsaken going to be able to get his ult here, assuming he can get the plant down. DOS9 and Aves not too far away. They're having to check so many angles, so many corners here as PRX.
And the longer they take, the more obvious this becomes. Meanwhile, something is going to be found. Narrate just pushed down through the underpass. He's able to find that kill. Wants up over the top, not going to be getting a reveal. Right now in play, and the Seekers sent immediately by Forsaken. The flash over the top, trying to go for a timing shot. Aves, however, able to avoid it. Meanwhile, Forsaken has to backpedal away as a run it back is going to be called in. Envy still on this approach, trying to slide in from behind. Intercept, will be able to do so. Aves now eliminated as Forsaken going to be forced into the open by that molly. Lemon, however, able to find one. Envy up over the top, cleans up DOS9, gets it back into a 2v2. Time bled away. But Envy will fall, and Jing now has to do it all. Fully flashed up, doesn't know which way is up, and that is going to be Narrate with a 4K, the defuse to come in, and Karmine Corp will make this 8-4 at the half.
Well, this is feeling pretty darn comfy for Narrate and Karmine Corp. That was an incredible round from him. He really found a ton of value with that Phoenix as it went along. So many ults that he's able to run together. Able to absorb so much pressure from PRX. What looked like maybe it was going to be a pretty clean start for PRX quickly crumbled. Karmine Corp is just feasting.
Sugetsu and Narrate in particular. A massive half for both of these players. And if that is going to continue as they move over to the attack, then yep, I'm feeling pretty confident about seeing these squads go over to Lotus. The third and final map to determine it all. See who is going to be going home and who gets to stick around. Play against the loser of the other ongoing series. Vitality and NRG fighting tooth and nail at the moment on their third and final map.
I just love the game theory here. Love the individual play from Karmine Corp. Sugetsu absolutely just so annoying. DOS9 really timely. A lot of his utility. Narrate so good with that Phoenix. Started to cause a lot of problems with those A-site post plants. just about everything PaperX tried, boarded.
And there's no further help. Both timeouts committed. This has to be on the players after this break. Run back enough rounds and force a timeout out of KC. That's the only way that Alex is going to be able to communicate after this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, PaperX, you got to have maybe the best defender side on Fracture you've had ever to roll this back. I mean, certainly they can be good on that side of the map. They do generally play it pretty well. They do generally play it more like an attacker side. So it can be a little tricky to go up against them, but just felt a little bit shaken there. Everything looked a little bit crisp, clean for Karmine Corp. Every department. PaperX, not so much. They looked a little off balance, a little discombobulated. A big time pistol. If PaperX can get this, yeah, there's definitely a shout. There's definitely a hope. Karmine Corp gets it. You have such a massive hill to climb. So they're going to stack 4 up towards the north side of the map. They're looking to use a little bit of contact for a breach stun, but everybody on Karmine Corp is just on the south side, so.
Basically full gambling on the safe side of the map. Forsaken just going to be shifting over. Envy, the next closest player.
Pivot off to clear this trip. Let's see. It's kind of going to come down to timing.
Bye.
A little bit of spam and plenty of damage is going to be found. Meanwhile, Envy from up and over the top, Sugetsu is not able to spot him. Well, get some damage across, but cannot find that kill. Swing in though, DOS9 taking down the first. Jing eliminated. Devi dancing around these shots. The stun to be avoided, but Devi turns the sights over to main, and Aves is going to be taken down. 2 players. 30 health between them. DOS9, the only one at full HP. The turret to be placed forward into the smoke to try to scout him out. Envy walks right up into him. Doesn't manage to get the spot, but now it is all down to 11. 4 HP will find a parting gift kill on a Forsaken, but cannot stop PaperX from retaking the site. They will find the pistol they so desperately need. Shorten that gap down to 3 rounds.
Yeah, I like the idea here from PaperX. You know, gamble stack one side of the map and just match in the other direction. And they're able to be a little bit patient behind that trip. Envy wins a huge fight there against Getsu, keeps the flanks clear. That allows them to keep their eyes forward. A little bit of trickery attempted by DOS9. Dealt with, cleaned up. PaperX fans, the edge of their seats, but feeling a little bit better after that. But look at this buy. This has bonus conversion written all over it for PaperX if they can get this round to go.
Well, that's exactly what they want. Something, however, needing the back pedal not overstep. Does have some healing to come through. Blaze Wall is going to be sent over into main. Levin getting tagged off screen as well, as Aves, if he swings his corner, might just be dead, but oh, yeah, shot into the thigh. Will fall down to 35 HP. And something hoping that he comes his way to collect that elimination. Would love to try to get that orbital strike online quickly. Getsu tucked here. Jing. Oh, well, there's the cam. Sugetsu revealing his position. Not ready for that second player to be there. Defy will find that kill. Looks for another swing in. DOS9 catching him off guard. Guardian now going to be on the floor.
पीक नहीं लेना चाहिए भाई खुले में.
Snatched up the site to be taken, and suddenly this is a decent position for Karmine to try to win out, but do have 2 players very low on health. Plant in the aftershock to try to push it right into the open. Something's able to collect that one with the sheriff shot, and that's the Guardian now stranded. Nor to be pushed, Forsaken to find it. Just has a reaction time, and the cleanup will be there. 3 players to survive. The key weaponry to be recollected. PaperX will make this an 8-6 scoreline.
That's gigantic that PaperX is able to recover this, because there was a moment here, KC being really patient, really tricky. If Sugetsu doesn't reveal his presence there, I think he's got at least 1 more kill. He pops that camera and goes for the play. Still, I like the idea from KC bouncing across the map a little bit. PaperX wants to keep pushing because they think that maybe A had been left open. You just find the Cypher there. Usually that player, again, often going to be on their own, so you're trying to capitalize on that advantage, trying to get into quicker rotates, but turned out KC was already rotating off the back of him. being so close to the front of A for so long, and here you go. A couple Guardians, a couple Rifles, Marshall for something. Slowed down by KC.
Ball line out. A couple players going to be contained into the corner of the flash. Connecting on a Forsaken. Sends that guiding light up and over the top. Steadies the aim. Nearly finds himself at second. Aves does manage to survive. 40 health, but now Envy joining in the fight. Looks for a little bit more.
जिंगू भाई क्या कर रहा है यार? क्यों पीक ले रहा है ऐसे?
Something with the Marshall, the Prowler, not the scout him. Has that Sheriff still in hand though. Finds the first. Finds the second.
Something भाई.
Great. Kind of sprays through the box. The plant to come in. Has a run it back available. Does he send it for the 1v1? The curveball out. Gets the spot. Gets an immense amount of damage. Devi tagged at 21. It should have this done and dusted. It has to be a quick, crisp, and clean headshot from Devi to try to take this one. He won't be able to have it. Narrate gets himself a 4K clutch to deny the bonus conversion, but it's an immense amount of damage still dealt by PRX.
Narrate, just incredible today. Not sure if Devi made some noise there, and he was able to time that curveball. Looked like maybe there was a shout here for a moment. PRX trying to set up that crunch from Sewers, but
that's something doing his damnedest.
He did. I mean, this almost was his, but spam through the box. Nice. 4K again for Narrate.
29-2.
He is frying.
Well out in front here at the top of the lobby. Orbital Strike is online. Run it back, maybe to be committed here. As Orbital's just going to be called in. Anticipating that this player went up over the top at 11 pound, just enough space to tuck away, avoid taking damage. So in the end, that pull of the trigger does not get rewarded with much of anything. Jing now, however, on the push forward is able to find
Nice, Jingo bhai.
two of his own, but the reply kills are there. Aves himself afloat in this round. Divide jumping across, spotting him out. The 1-2 swing coming in.
Nice.
Something to collect it, not allowing for Aves to isolate. PRX steadying the ship and keeping things close.
It's just a very PRX round here. Just throw everything into the blender. Hope it comes out okay, and it does. Let's rely on those players. Jing, it's up close and personal. Been favoring the Phantom today. It is the perfect gun in that scenario.
Sugetsu is going to go...
Outlaw.
Yeah.
2 players, 1 shot to it. Outlaw for Forsaken too, though. That's the player you would normally expect to have the Outlaw on PRX. He's 1-tap to it, and he's like, whoops, I need help.
Yeah, has to backpedal away now. Here's the Boombot as well on that dish side.
Forsaken trying to get into a position to punish Sugetsu. Has to be concerned about some of that Cypher utility potentially being there.
Trying to push him back with its presence from Jing, and it has worked a treat. Get him completely isolated. Meanwhile, turret there to take contact from tower. Devi just slotting back in here at Canteen.
Narrate's trying to sell a fake. PRX isn't buying it.
Well, especially not after that jiggle peek. On down over the top. The reveal is there, and Devi has to backpedal away. He thought he was going to be safe from that position, but he still finds a good amount of damage. Aves tagged down the 2. Meanwhile, Forsaken re-swinging. Has that Outlaw still and has them dead to rights.
Nice.
Jing will deny any potential for an ace here in this round. That leaves just Narrate with a Sheriff in hand. PRX looking to make this a flawless, as they will get within a 1 round of tying things up.
Guns available over here.
Still doesn't even get, oh, it just deactivated. Just got recalled. But on the peak, Forsaken will get the 4K in the end, in flawless fashion at that.
Okay, Forsaken now starting to get a little rowdy on stage. Trying to rally the troops there too. Hearing some cries from one of the leaders of the team. I'll say him and Devi pretty equally share the role, it feels like most days. Ooh, fantastic. But the patience there and the fact that something doesn't get tagged by that Outlaw, really huge in the way that PRX is then able to make some really nice adjustments in that round to flush Sugetsu into that first kill to take the danger, the big danger weapon out of that round. And then from there, just hold the line. So that's going to give you a little bit of breathing room. You're going to have some ults for PRX. And that's why KC wants to take a timeout.
Well, to see when we go back, much if the Outlaw was still in the hands of PRX, but I think you can continue to get value off that one. So Sugetsu at least is not going to be able to go for a full util, full armor buy, unless he wants to lean back on something like a Bulldog or a Guardian.
Yeah, I think PRX might have bought anyway, like right before the timeout was called. I saw somebody spend a bunch of cash, so they might have dropped it. But yes, it was still in Forsaken's hands, so they very well could have kept it if they wanted to try and make that work, throw it over to maybe something or Divide, you never know. Forsaken has the Seekers off of that round, so he's feeling pretty good. I think they were one away from Envy's ult. Yes. And meanwhile, KC has everything. You basically have everything since Sugetsu's one away from the neural theft. Oh my god.
Jing is just going for this crunch play. Camera to spot him out. Dawson going to be contained into the corner.
Nice.
That is a casual fadeaway shot as the Brim is immediately dispatched. Orbital strike now no longer a concern. Goodbye. Trying to delay. Showstopper out the Prowler to scout, and that's going to be him dead to rights as the Showstopper connects at his feet. Swing in though, it's just a shutdown on the ultimate for now as Sugetsu will get spotted here in the corner. The Nightfall going to be sent through, but Jing has already cleared the angle. He's able to find that kill. Levin trading it back, keeps it in a 3v3. His paint shell will force Envy away. Site now opened up, but Levin trying to take the fight forward into the spawn. Cannot find the contact he was looking for. Has to back away. One smoke remaining here for something. Chavez just jiggling on this angle. The Molly given a consideration for now as the guiding light sent forward, looking to try to find this kill here is Forsaken, but Narain swings out a little bit wider, and he's not ready for it. Now suddenly, KC in with the advantage. Quick clear on that haunt. Levin still on dish, the time bleeding away. Swing out, KC. It's going to be Aves cleaning up the final 2 kills as they will hit double digits. PRX now trailing by 2 again.
Yeah, and again, it's a huge round for Narrate. He has been so instrumental, and he keeps that extra angle on lockdown. Wins the 1v1 against Forsaken there. You know, a hot start. Divide trying to cheat, trying to see if he can get away with being undetected right around that corner, see if he can get an early punish on the execute. But the Prowler connects, and he's just dead to rights. So good diligence being shown by Karmine Corp. You did get a couple outs out of Karmine Corp. Oh boy.
Well, that's a hell of a lot of unhealable damage. Suffered by Forsaken. Quickly has to give it the space. The turret cleared the nano. He's buying some time.
Bye.
Triple approach on
Guys,
the north
don't
side.
forget to hit the like and
Called in
subscribe
though,
button.
and it's going to connect on absolutely no one. Divide now.
Bye.
Trying to hold the line here on the site. Array going to be forced out of position, drops down to his death. Divide just trying to take the fight before the orbital will connect. Ends up falling to the wayside. Now the neural theft going to be called in, but Delsan's going to take it down as Envy is able to find that kill. Brings it now into a 3v2. Spike in hand for Levin, the plant to go in. Look, Envy going to be taking the rope across towards that south side, joined in by Jing, but this is going to be critical time. Bought in the post plant for KC.
They're going to see it too. Cam was still there.
At least saw the one, not sure if he saw the second, so even if he wins the fight versus Envy, he might not be ready for Jing. We're bounding forward, but Jing will just go ahead, clean him up very quickly. And now it is just Levin. The spot out, with a readjust, finds the kill. A ninth round here for PRX once again. Just trailing by 1 behind KC.
This is just wild scenes in this round. I mean, it's one of those rounds where every moment it just can change at the drop of a pin, and you know, you feel like that rolling thunder misses. It gives away the script on PRX trying to make this long flank, but they only send Narrate over to deal with it. He faces a firing squad. Even though the curveball might connect onto 1 or 2, it can't connect onto all 3. The danger
Guys,
man
don't
out of the
forget to hit
round.
the like and subscribe button. Please do like and subscribe, and please
Jing's gonna have the
like the
showstopper.
stream as much as you can.
Lockdown. Now you're out of the ult cycle for KC. You got 1 out of it. PRX. Forsaken looking to challenge the angle just a little bit. doesn't feel comfortable, and I can't blame him, even though it is a weaker buy. Getsu again has that outlaw. Jing, the only one tap to it. Something knows narrate is there. Ask for Forsaken to maybe come help. Oh, what a shot!
What a shot! What a face forward from Levin. Something absolutely destroyed. Triple push now coming through, trying to capitalize and collapse in onto the enemy. Brimstone, DOS9 is lingering here within the smoke, and Jing eliminated, denied any value from that showstopper, and it's just this one sky smoke keeping them contained.
Nice.
Able to find him in the end. Gets us back into a 3v3. The spike being ushered
Nice.
across, but Forsaken finds a
Bahut
backstep
sundar.
on Sugetsu, so now player advantage going to be established. Levin, however, at the ready. Pushes the door, finds Devi. 2v2, the heal's going to be coming through. His Envy will have to try to pace forward, but Levin shuts him down. A monstrous 4K.
भाई माँ कसम 3v2 था यार.
Do not allow for PRX to tie this up.
No, they're just too sharp. This turn, it's Levin's time to shine. This shot initially, absolutely ridiculous to take something out of the equation. And then there's a hope here for PRX. They've got a numbers
इतना
advantage.
बढ़िया एडवांटेज होने के बाद भी यार
just
थ्रो हो
not
गया
even
राउंड.
really considering that he could have been there already. Gets caught looking the wrong way, and Levin's in a much more prime position to take that fight.
Showstopper immediately going to be sent off the rip. Levin looking for a target around Sands. Jing, however, late lurking, but does get punished. Just doesn't pull the trigger fast enough.
भाई इससे अच्छा फैंटम
minor
नहीं
damage going to be suffered.
तेरे को इतना पोजीशन आगे खेलनी है
Starting to
तो
get chaotic now as players get lost within the smokes and the
क्यों
flashes.
करना है भाई?
Paint shell to be lobbed in, trying to desperately clear out this lockdown, and there it is. It has been destroyed. The molly as well on top, just to ensure that it cannot survive. Heat going through, but Envy unable to find DOS9. Stays alive despite the cage being there, despite them having the advantages.
Now we're cooking.
It's something now would have to get the ace clutch to stop them from advancing up to map point. And given the money, the lack thereof.
Come
No other
on
choice but
भाई
to
something
simply
भाई तू कर
back
सकता
away,
है.
try to play for overtime. This Vandal has to be retained. KC 12-9. Lotus just there on the horizon.
This is so incredible. What a couple rounds here from KC. They're right back in the driver's seat. So many moments where they have just been sharper. And now 3 in a row required here just to take it to OT for PRX. Should be rather difficult given the economic situation we just saw. Couple players on 0. So going forward, it is going to be very precarious with the bye. Loss streak bonus.
Dubai.
Gives you a little bit of an extra boost, but it's not great.
No, certainly not. Spectre, Guardian, Sheriff, Stinger, half armors. Very commonplace here. Forsaken, forced away. Lucky to stay alive for now, but for how long is the question? Flash forward into the raid's face. Buying some time as a run it back. Ready to expire. Tosses the molly forward here into tower, and Levin taking a position, staring in towards Canteen. Drops down and finds Envy as well. And that should just be it. As Levin is tearing them limb from limb. Another paint shell chucked forward, keeping them zoned away. Levin on the hunt. Here's Devi on the retreat. He tries to rewrap to join in. And while an ace might not be on the cards, map 3 absolutely is. Jing not a way to do a damn thing. 13-9, KC in flawless fashion will close out Fracture and push us the distance.
Finally, somebody has stopped PRX's reign of terror on Fracture this year. And it's Karmine Corp.
पहली बार हारी है
The
Fracture.
unexpected heroes going to force that final map. And just from start to finish,
Alex भैया मारो इनको पकड़ के पीटो
really understood how to work the map, how to
बड़े भाई बन के पीटो इनको
won a bunch of crucial 1v1s. Narrate and Levin, the double
फालतू का
duelists,
थ्रो किए यार
beyond
2 राउंड
brilliant.
यार
That combination that they were able to string together there, I mean, Narrate's so solid in the middle of that. Levin at the end really shut that out.
An incredible performance from them, but let's go ahead and send things back over to Degon, to Big Time, and to Kakuka, who's going to be feeling very smug.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, it is Karmine Corp doing what most people thought wasn't possible on PRX's.
Going through 2 tiles when he's playing me, trying to figure out what's going wrong. Playing it safe once again, too.
How clean.
To play this reason for them to just be able to get into that post plant once again. Vitality.
On this first match. Very biggest pop-off player for you, Avril, on this Vitality team, because everyone took turns, but who are you going to remember if there's one to take?
We're I'm not coming out of nowhere when I say PRX are an amazing Fracture team. Their record since swapping to this comp has been immaculate. They've dropped it once, maybe twice, I think, but that's it. They've been so flawless. So when I'm saying this is a big hill for Casey to climb, I mean it. But you have to give the credit to the guys. You have to hold my hands up and go, I was wrong. Casey bested them on Fracture. It was a thoroughly deserved victory. You can now gloat away, please.
I love that. Thank you very much for admitting what just happened. Honestly, when I first saw this and I saw that PRX was picking Fracture, it's like, oh, you really care about staying in the event and going the distance, maybe even as a response to being the Sunset, being like, oh, we're gonna be cheeky like this. Fracture's gonna go out of the map pool, but we're good, we're comfortable here, and we know we can take you down. And luckily, KC came out on top. The individuals were so well drilled.
Yeah.
11 coming alive in the second half. In the first half, I was thinking to myself, if Levin keeps playing like this, I don't think that they can make enough space, put enough pressure in a PRX that is never going to second guess themselves. And for many of the rounds we had that, Casey made a lot of mistakes, do not get me wrong, but they also had absolutely brilliant rounds. I also wanted to see a good Suigetsu, and I feel like on the first half, I did get it. And throughout this entire tournament, since EWC started, since the role swap, the narrate that Casey is getting is the narrate that they had in 2024.
For sure. He's the one for me on this Phoenix. I feel like he took the game to PRX. It felt like every time I looked, he had that run it back available. Right? He's chaining them. He's really showing the power of Phoenix on this map, which is something PRX choose to neglect. They go for a more traditional double initiator style, but it didn't feel like they were able to dominate the map in the same way. Their defensive pushes often dealt with. Casey so well prepared here and very deserving of this map win.
All the utility as well, like the work that Avis is doing today, but I love that you highlight the importance of the Phoenix, because on the other side, you have Jing, right? And I love to see that every single time that he had that narrate had that ultimate available and he heard the showstopper going out, he did not doubt in trying to shut down Jing. Worst case scenario, ult for ult, and that is the perfect outcome that you want, especially when your ult is only 6 orbs.
23 and 13, 307 ACS. Narrate definitely popped off right here.
You know the best part?
What's the best part?
We're gonna go to the third map. Vitality has just bested NRG and they have made it out of the group already. And wouldn't it just be a beautiful day to follow up? On day one for this team, for this group, sorry, we had Vitality versus KC. And wouldn't it be lovely to just have all the French teams making it through today?
We got the replay happening right now, but you can't see Big Time's face.
Look, it could be a great day for France. Could be a great day for France, a terrible day for me, which is more important, some might say. So
I would say so.
And I think the scary thing is when we're moving through to Lotus, this is also a map PRX have been historically good on, but that doesn't seem to matter. No one seems to care. And also recently, it's been quite the opposite.
Yeah, it felt like there were multiple rounds there, especially in the second half, where PRX were just taking peak battles that they didn't need to take after getting opening kills, maybe a little bit of disrespect, but also it's kind of how they play, right? They play on that edge, but the edge did not go their way.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't want to take anything away from the win for KC. I think they earned it and they played brilliantly. But I will say this was an underperformance from PRX. I don't think from PRX. I don't think the fundamentals were anywhere near as solid as what we're used to seeing. I don't think the aim was as consistent as we're used to seeing. We saw something hover down the bottom of that scoreboard for a long time, which isn't something that we're used to. But they have no more lifelines left now. They have to turn it around. They are on the brink of elimination from EWC here, one map away from being sent home in the group stage.
I want to double down on Levin. When I was having that interview with Avis during the media day, I was asking me, hey, how is Levin doing? Because again, it has not been easy for him. A lot of ups and downs depending on the duelist that he has been playing. And what he told me is that he does not care what other people say and what other people think. He just needs KC to be on his back. And that is all that he needs. And he proved it today, because I wouldn't be able to do that. I can tell you that.
Well, the guys are in the back getting those team talks, and their tournament lives will be on the line when we come back. That decisive map number 3. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
बोल ना। अरे जीतते जीतते हार गए भाई, 2 राउंड थ्रो कर दिए साले लोग ने। बहुत बुरा लगा भाई मेरे को।
क्या बोले भाई, कर दिए।
तू दे पता सोच, मैं देख रहा हूँ, मेरे को कितना बुरा लगा होगा।
मैं तो देख नहीं रहा था, मैं तो अभी आया हूँ, देखा।
Whenever we let it out,
भाई सुन ना, तू अभी स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करेगा ना, अपनी स्ट्रीम लिंक वो स्ट्रीम की मेरे को कॉपी करके भेज दे डिस्कॉर्ड में।
An entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
यार माँ कसम यार, थ्रो कर दिए यार।
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
A full 6-game day here for Valorant as we welcome you back to EWC 2026.
Guys, don't forget to hit the
this
like and
final
subscribe
series
button.
will
Jल्दी से
go
like, share,
all
and subscribe
3
करो।
maps, PRX and KC fighting for their tournament lives and for their share of the $2 million prize pool. And surprisingly, one of these teams will be going home.
Yeah, one of them will be going home. As we said, for KC, a very short flight, but with the form that they are showing today and the resilience that they're putting into every single round, they managed to take us to this map number 3 for PRX, both in their court. Lotus is for them to lose. It has not been a good map for KC all year around. I believe they've only won it once. So for PRX, and of course, if we speak about experience, it's not even a fair fight.
I mean, historically, Lotus
kind of bad, if you like.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, look, I think Lotus has always been an amazing map for PRX. We talk about it being really that comfort zone. Everybody's on an agent they're incredibly familiar with. But I will say that has seemed to fall apart a little bit. Their last 2 Lotus games. One is that map 5 of the London Grand Final. They lose it 13-5. And then against NRG just yesterday, day before, whenever it was, that was a 13-5 loss as well. So it does feel like maybe they need to figure something out here on this Lotus. And what scares me is that the story that we're setting up right now is very similar to what we said before Fracture. Oh, it's not great for KC. Oh, it's great for PaperX. And look what just happened.
But the real thing that we did set up is that the history doesn't matter. All that matters is who shows up in the day. People showing up today definitely narrate 11. Let's see if KC is going to change their composition or take a different approach. They were playing with the Chamber and with the Neon. I would actually like to keep seeing this playing like this, or maybe even give some more mobility to narrate. I would be super down for that. At the same time, you're mentioning the match that they played against NRG. Forsaken 1-0-9 in first duels.
Yeah.
I have never in my life seen that from Forsaken. I mean,
for sure.
So it's scary, but you know, that just happens once, right? Like having that kind of performance doesn't happen twice.
Yeah, you know, and going back to something you said earlier here, Envy on the breach, one of the best in the world, had a very difficult game that last one.
Yeah.
Maybe that's someone who needs to step up here for PaperX.
I mean, that can be what happens when you play breach. I don't think breach is amazing by any means. I was supporting that comp because it was winning, and then I think when it's not winning, it is
I think there was one of the analysts here on the desk that didn't support the comp, and the casters also were trying to throw shade at them. I wonder who that could have been.
Yeah,
here,
I guess we'll never know. Let's move on to the stage.
Me too. It's okay, you know. Everybody's just gonna push us under the rug because Fracture is coming out of the map, but you know, not just yet. For this entire tournament, we are going to have it, and it's not just PaperX and KC. It's available for absolutely everybody. Definitely an asset to use. We speak about the mental coming into this. For PaperX, it's about bouncing back, just putting the Fracture behind them and focusing on Lotus. So we say we don't expect a lot of changes.
Yeah.
So it's mostly about the vibes and about being able to play for yourself. I think that KC are doing a very good job in opening angles that for some reason PaperX, even being PaperX, are not used to peeking.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, this is a story of pressure now. Everybody knows PaperX are the favorites, and it felt like that got to them a little bit there in the map too. They really have to close this out to keep everybody's expectations really much aligned, but will we see that? I think for KC, we heard Aves talk, and he said, if we make it out of this group, we will win the whole tournament. They're one map away from eliminating arguably the favorites for the tournament, progressing through this bracket and giving them the best chance to ultimately lift this trophy.
Yeah, as you can see on your screen, the chants have been done by KC, and PaperX, no chance needed. They made it on out real quiet, real smooth, real focused.
Yeah.
However, it is 1-1, and it doesn't matter. You can't run from what fate is going to bring in this one as we get into Agent Select.
Yeah, so taking a look for PaperX, this is the comp that we've seen them use time and time again, but I will say there was a difference. When we saw them play against NRG, they had that fade instead of the sky. They've swapped back to that sky now, so clearly feeling like something didn't work previously in that NRG game.
I mean, with all the walls, also knowing that KC is going to be playing most likely with that Viper on, so he gets you. If you add on to Levin, having the Sky actually gives you a lot of tools. The ultimate becomes more strong. The dog, of course, is incredibly strong. I think that every single piece is going to bring so much value. At this moment in time, I am looking at, I will say it, my favorite player in PaperX, Something. I need him to get out that operator and start shutting them down. I need some form of control over Narrate and Levin.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the way that Narrate has been playing, the operator duel here between him and Something could be absolutely
बबो
हाँ भाई
मास्टर्स के
बोल
चैंपियंस को क्यों नहीं दिए स्लॉट इन लोग
क्या पता भाई हिंदी कास्टर्स तो है ही नहीं
हैं
हिंदी कास्टर्स भी नहीं है भाई एक सेक्शन होना चाहिए ना हिंदी कास्टिंग का ऐसा तो है नहीं कि इतना बड़ा प्रोडक्शन है ना उसमें आप चैनलाइज नहीं कर सकते हिंदी कास्टिंग और इंग्लिश कास्टिंग को आप हिंदी स्ट्रीम अलग से करो कितनी कमाई होगी उनकी भाई इंग्लिश से ज्यादा व्यूज तो इनके हिंदी में आएंगे
फिर क्या होगा पता है फिर इनको स्पेनिश भी रखना पड़ेगा फिर सारे लैंग्वेज रखने पड़ जाएंगे.
They go towards narrate for this map. He's been so damn good today, on top of being impactful with the guns.
वो प्रॉब्लम हो
Doing it with
जाएगी.
the brains. Absorbing Jing showstoppers time and time again so they don't find value.
अरे तो कौन सा पैसा कम पड़ रहा है इनको?
That's going to be key here again on Lotus. Paranoia at the ready for Forsaken. Looking for contact, but it might come in a way they don't expect. Levin's gone all the way over to the door, and here they go.
Looking to try to draw some of that tension back, peel some pressure for Sugetsu, and so far it is working a decent treat. Jump to the corner though, but his life on the line is Forsaken. Jing will be able to find that kill.
Nice यार.
Pushing forward, is able to find out Aves, but narrate treats
11
it
को
back.
देख वहाँ
Usually gets
गया
one
है.
there even.
ऊपर चढ़
That
गया है.
was a very big kill because it gives that extra man advantage. Levin continues to scale back towards defender's spawn. DOS9 ready with the paranoia, and narrates right there to claim a life.
They're collecting one. DOS9 collects one as well. Jing now going to be taken down, and suddenly the player advantage is in the hands of KC. Forsaken having to just push out of the smoke, and DOS9 has him dead, and now it is all down to something completely corralled and narrate.
शुरुआत इतनी बढ़िया करके लास्ट
Man
में
is dialed in. Gets the 3K.
जय श्री राम हो गया.
KC get another pistol.
The story's been him today. That is just devastating what he's able to do with that chamber. A nice tee up from DOS9 too. Looked like this was going to go pretty well for PRX. They read the tucked in position of Sugetsu. You know, Tavai at least able to find one with a cheeky little reposition around the smoke, but no. The better play on site for Karmine Corp, and really they have had PRX's number in a lot of the bigger picture sense. See what the buy-up looks like here for PRX. Just one bandit, and well, okay.
They're fully ready for this. It's just a firing squad. The paint shell to no avail as DOS9 will collect 3 for himself. And now just something to try to see if he can stop it from being a flawless, and he cannot. All right, we'll shut him down. We very quickly go into the bonus.
It's
भाई
red
राखी
alert
सावंत
now for
क्या
PRX.
आइटम है भाई.
That's a tough one. Try to
क्या कर
overstack
दिया?
that angle, and
कोई सीरियल है अलायंस करके चल रहा है पता नहीं किस पे.
headshot line over the
हाँ.
box for
उसमें कोई
DOS9.
लड़की आई है श्रेया नाम की.
He collects
हाँ.
5-0. Start
उसके
for
लिए
him,
राखी सावंत
4-0
ने
for
क्या की
narrate.
एक बार देख. पूरा वीडियो
The
देखना
buy
जब
round
भेजा हूं
even
तेरे को.
again because PRX likes to try to sneak in those extra
देख-
pistols.
देखता हूँ.
It's only going to be a couple Guardians or Divine and Envy.
अभी इंटरनेट नहीं चल रहा उतने
Great.
अच्छे से.
Still on that Marshall. Everybody
थोड़ी देर
else,
से देख-
Bulldogs and Vandals. Something very aggressive angle. Bunch of footstep noise being made over here. Maybe to try to
लाइट
bait a
गायब है
little
ना
bit for
पिछले
something, but
1.5-2 घंटे हो गए.
KC waiting for this push out.
Oh, Alves does get taken down, but DOS9 still there, ever present. Cleans up kill on a Forsaken. Now he's immediately going to go TPing with that spike over to the A site. Levin has just about cleared. Quick pivots necessary here for PRX. As KC certainly upping the pace with that ult play.
Love the creativity.
Clear of the arc rows. Levin now to try to scale forward. Tailwind will get the spot out and something, able to find him with that kill. Blinded up, however, and DOS9 collecting one Divide. Going to be taken down now, a 2v3 to stop this bonus conversion. Jing just trying to tap through, trying to fish for anything. He comes up empty-handed. DOS9
क्या
standing
कर रहे हैं
tall.
भाई
Another
PRX वाले? मेरे को
3K
समझ
and
नहीं आ
another
रहा है
round
पता है.
in the hands of Karmine
वो
Corp.
लिटरली गेम प्ले नहीं समझ में आ रहा करना क्या चाह रहे हैं.
Made his tier 1 debut in Pacific, so he's pretty aware of how PRX likes to operate. And this time, another really nice round. He's able to get that ult. completely over. Yep. Hit another nice
भाई तेरी
paranoia.
स्ट्रीम की भेज दे मेरे को.
Beautiful.
कॉपी करके.
8-0-2, 5
ऊपर में देख तेरे
तो OBS
हाँ?
बंद हो जाता है क्योंकि मैं
Like
दूसरा
gods
उसमें
so
हूँ.
far.
भेज दूंगा तेरे को.
हाँ.
Attempted fight over here by Rebel. Sugetsu will just shrug off a bit of damage from that paint shell. Drop back. Now towards relative safety. PRX come up empty-handed once again.
Just trying to turn up the tempo, trying to play their game.
Oh,
Will catch DOS9. Finally, he
बस
dies.
बस अब ज्यादा पुश करने की
There to
जरूरत
give
नहीं
away
है.
the first
आराम
death.
से आराम से.
Quick check out from B main. Nothing going to be
गन मिल
spotted.
गई है.
PRX starting to assess that this is going to be an A
Post
hit
plant
again.
kill.
As
बढ़िया.
Pickle peeks
एक
out from
साथ push
Forsaken. The
करो.
fast lane going to be set up. It's a slow scale forward, but all of this a bit of a ruse now. As they want to try to pivot. Spike again being taken over. There's Narrate. Pop this vice wall. Just playing around with information. As there's the jump and Forsaken will fall.
अरे माँ कसम भाई हाथ में गन क्यों नहीं होती है इनके भाई?
Finds the headshot. A weapon to be collected.
बहुत परेशान हूँ भाई
Trying
मैं.
to make this a thrifty, but they have Narrate in a post plant angle with that outlaw in hand. Everyone's susceptible to it.
जिंगा समथिंग के पास है, जिंगा भाई के पास.
अभी वो भी 4 सेकंड भी नहीं मरता ना, जबरदस्ती गन ही.
Sliding along the side of this one here is Divide. Now going to be spotted and dealt with. Sugetsu able to find that, bringing it back into a 3v3. The jump up over the top of the raid. Just enough time to be able to find the shot. Jing going to be taken down. Envy now eliminated. It's all on something. Try to stop this from going 4-0.
4v3 था.
Not really a concern at all. KC
वो 3 का 3 है लेकिन 4 गायब हो गया.
They will deny him any further damage.
भाई मैं इतनी गर्मी सह के मैच देख रहा हूँ, कुछ तो निकले. साला 2.5 घंटे से लाइट नहीं है, गर्मी में बैठा पंखा खराब हो गया है.
And you know, PRX has moments here where
बिजली बचा रहा हूँ ताकि मैं स्ट्रीम कर सकूँ.
समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि साले बाहर हो जाएंगे.
takes that challenge at the door. Sugetsu's good for it. Narrate has been.
अरे भाई मैं वही सोच रहा भाई आज जीत जाओ, क्या दिक्कत है?
No room to criticize him today, the way he's been playing.
जब इतनी मस्ती करनी थी तो पहला मैच जीत जाते.
Shots along the way.
Showstopper to be invested, lobs it into the corner, does not find that kill.
ले भैया, ले भैया.
Something with the operator only going to be good for the one.
वाह भैया, वाह 4 सेकंड भैया, वाह.
Tap at the door.
एक बार भी रबल चेक नहीं किया 4 सेकंड भैया ने.
Both players completely surrounded. Divide making noise. Levin looking for the kill. He makes it look casual, and the raid has the backstab. And KC have full reign, full control.
They're just so smart, taking those little advantages, matching some of this aggression of PRX. And this Showstopper, don't know how it doesn't kill DOS9, doesn't matter, because he makes the most of it. Oh, Levin. Sick shot there. And there's that timeout, because things already absolutely crumbling, and you're not even into something's Bladestorm yet. Going into round 6. So you don't have that to rely on here in this eco. You tried the Showstopper again. Jing just hasn't been himself, and I mean, again, you could give a lot of credit to Narrate with the way he's been playing the Chamber and the Phoenix to absorb it, but this round here, they know that DOS9 is there. They just can't get it to go. The little things make those rounds spiral out of control quickly, because KC definitely sense the weakness in PRX right now. They're gonna pounce on every opportunity.
That's a whole lot of nothing. Something with a classic, just gonna try to play to get this orb, so nade out, clear some space, stop Sugetsu from scaling. The Bladestorm online. So far, the plan working out. Question becomes, can you now get value off of this ultimate? Can you find a thrifty? KC already getting up to 6.
Yeah, that smoke is
much a death sentence.
Yeah, absolutely. But that smoke right there, just they know right away. Nope. PRX is gearing up for a fight.
Something able to find one, should have gotten the shoulder spot as well. Getsu going to be known for now. So it's a kill found, but not a weapon recovered. While another TP forward onto the side, DOS9 just clearing things out. Spike will be held back for the moment by the vice wall. Divide. First one on the scene, something ready to tap this door.
They're really gonna try to spread Karmine Corp thin, waiting for the reinforcements. They've got them boxed in on the site. A lot of flashes to work with here.
Poke off DOS9's position for now. Something trying to work his way Out on the mound, is able to do so now, joining in alongside two of his teammates. Still 5 players strong. Jing did manage to grab that panel, but he's going to be the first to fall as Narrate is able to find one. Envy, the sheriff shot takes down Levin Divide, getting a piece of the action. The blades will connect.
चलो भाई बहुत बढ़िया पहला राउंड भाई मजा आ गया.
A nice little bonus gift here for PRX as they will be able to find the Thrifty and get themselves on the board in round 6.
Yeah, I mean, I think just a little bit of, let's make sure we're not giving up that A Rubble fight too easily early in the round. That's caused some problems where players have been able to gain space either towards Rubble or towards that A orb and cause a lot of players to go down early for PRX this time. They fight for it, and it has a double effect of getting the Blade Storm into something's hands. He's able to make damn good use of it. That is a huge round there for PRX. They're going to scoop up that operator. Have a couple ults there for Divide and Envy. The Narrate ult. Going to have that tour de force to challenge.
Let's play. We're now watching around B main. No one to clear this Prowler, but Jing, quick scaling of space. Up outside of A main, finds Sugetsu. Potential flanker now going to be dealt with. Of course, could still have Narrate as a concern, but it's going to be a very fast push forward onto the C site. AC position. Try to get this spike planted from now, but PRX are very close by. Shorty at the ready. Levin, shoulder to shoulder. The push forward and something going to be caught. Jing is there for the trade up, and it's going to be the operator and the Jet now out of the equation. As Steel Garden will get invested. Rank calls for the rotations, letting him know that A is pretty much wide open, and he's going to get on a damn deep angle.
That means nobody's going to be able to carry that hop over necessarily. Should be enough money to buy if they can win it cleanly.
There's a secret, but of course has this tour de force as a backup. She'll peek out. First shot rings through. And Flash fully will connect, but there's no fast scaling to be found to try to find that punish, so he's able to just backpedal away. Still a difficult position to try to retake from. Pain Shell will be chucked out. Jing to fall for second on the swing, is able to find one, but Toss9 just pushes the smoke. They're not ready for it at all.
इन लोगों को समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है क्या करना है.
They take the op out of their hands. They take their hope. They shatter it again.
They're just making some really good calls here and doing something that I've been thinking about. A lot of teams, with the success they're able to find against PRX, kind of goes back to Leviathan and what they were able to do. And that's, if you identify where that operator is early for PRX, just put pressure on it, because he's often alone. Something is often on his own with that operator, so you can make him really uncomfortable, and they do just that. Now he has enough for another one, but that means Envy isn't going to be able to gun. Jing can only have a Guardian.
जिसका नंबर है मेरे पास बिजली ऑफिस वाले का, वो फोन बंद करके बैठा है.
Trying to determine which angle he wants to check for.
परेशान हो गया होगा ना इतना फोन.
Go forward now, getting ready to come in. Narrate going to be blinded up. Forsaken able to find the kill, but Toss9 is able to peel back some of that pressure, making sure that nothing goes over for free. Something, a shot to the rear onto Levin.
बढ़िया बढ़िया एक नंबर मेरे भाई. बहुत बढ़िया reposition था. Something ने अच्छा reposition लिया. बहुत सुंदर. नहीं आगे नहीं जाना, आगे नहीं जाना.
Resting on the ground, Toss9 going to be taken down to Sugetsu in a 1v4. The pass has been so very good.
Nice.
Like this, but something not going to give the opportunity. It's going to be a second round win in the hands of PRX. And like you said, they needed that one to get off the ground, and it has.
Yeah, and I think I saw a sigh of relief there from Forsaken after that one was done.
Sure.
It was still, it doesn't feel comfortable with the way Karmine Corp is playing right now. Nice little setup there to deal with Narrate. Get his operator out of the round. I mean, Toss9 as well has picked up the pace here on Lotus. So Karmine Corp has had a couple different players step up to the plate today. Bro. Saw 11 on Fracture. We've seen Narrate the whole day. Now it's Toss9's turn. Let's see what they can do.
Still 3 players. I mean, there's no
on
the other side, but
बचा लिया.
Doing his damnedest to keep something alive. Manages to find Toss9. Will be able to survive with 24 health. Looking for the shot on that jump peak. Levin able to avoid, and something cannot escape this time around.
उसकी help करने के लिए side पे कोई क्यों नहीं था यार?
The plant just below the crossfire. It's going to be Aves catching a stray as Forsaken's able to find the first.
नहीं पेड़ मरा बे. Viper नहीं.
He's out over towards Rubble. Identifies Narrate. They know that it's just going to be the 2 players here within this pit now. Trailblazer looking for the scout. Will be behind Levin, but Levin shuts down Jing. Suddenly now a 3v3. Forsaken trying to reload, but he's swinging out before it's completed. The push forward into the pit, and Levin has Envy dead as well. Devar now in the 1v2, but the time widely is gone. Would have to get onto the spike.
बेचारा
right
दवाई
here, right now.
हर बार
Finds
यही
the
बचता है.
headshot, but has to know that this round is over. Yup. To be collected, to be juggled away. Levin can't try to really save this one here for his teammates. He will go down to the spike.
कम से कम 5 करना पड़ेगा ये 5-7.
Up 7-2.
I mean, they just, again, they do the same thing. Once they know where that op is, they put pressure. PRX kind of, I think, obviously incorrectly, assumes that KC is going to pivot into B through the baby door, but they never do. They're just like, oh, we lit up that operator. He's in dire straits. We've got a pit. We get that down. We've got the A site pretty well defended. And then Levin goes to town. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from
बंद
him.
हो गई होगी इतनी देर से बंद थी ना तो थोड़ा सा टाइम लगता है
Making
वापस
some
आने में.
individual mistakes along the way.
Some up and over here, Jing. Sugetsu's going to be widely boxed into this corner. There are more players coming in to try to peel back this pressure. He turns a flash!
अरे माँ कसम. Flash में दो पड़ मर गए भाई.
Memories. Tournaments long since past of Copenhagen. That final resonating through the minds of PRX's Sugetsu. Absolutely destroys them.
बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है भाई. PRX उसको संभाल ही नहीं पा रही है.
Oh, he can hear him, but he can't do anything to stop him.
नहीं होल्ड कर
Sugetsu
पा रही
gets
है
the third.
PRX उसके आगे.
भाई फ्रैक्चर जैसा मैप पता है तेरे को आज तक मतलब इस साल में जितने टूर्नामेंट हुए हैं उसमें PRX को फ्रैक्चर में हराने वाली कोई टीम नहीं बनी थी.
This is a flawless round win.
ये पहली टीम है जो फ्रैक्चर में हराई है.
And we've talked about it a bit this year where, believe it or not, PRX usually is really sturdy on their defender side of Lotus.
मेरे को तो लग रहा है दवाई रो देगा ऐसा हो गया उसका मुंह.
A little more efficient in their round conversion rate, but it's been, you know,
बहुत गाली खाएंगे इन लोग एलेक्स से. 8-4 करना ही पड़ेगा. अब 7-5 तो मतलब पॉसिबल नहीं लग रहा था मेरे को, लेकिन 8-4 तो करना ही पड़ेगा. अगर नहीं की तो PRX बाहर है ब्रो. EWC से बाहर.
Is there for PRX. A lot of the decisions they make are just being
और इतना बुरा बाहर है कभी एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था मैं.
Outread. I mean, even if that flash connects onto Sugetsu and maybe you get him there, Narrate's right around that corner. He's probably taken at least one with him, so it's at best a trade. I mean, PRX wants to try to play their game, wants to be aggressive, wants to turn up that tempo. KC is so aware, so ready, and all the players are so locked in. I mean, everything.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like button,
seems
please.
To just
like
fall underneath their scopes, underneath their crosshairs, because they are so tuned into this game.
Glass cannon operator. It's a try to keep this one in play for something.
Being showstopper again. This time they're trying to be a little bit cheeky with it. Looking to play off a little bit of contact over at B. Gonna put the vice wall way far forward here at C. That looks like just try to force them over into the showstopper maybe. But they've been given so much space over at A. You know, is Jing then gonna have that plan to pivot over? Is he gonna be able to get value?
Sugetsu just playing that quietly. Probably look for that grab and range.
Nice shot, be.
Ends up losing his life, so critical.
यही चीज पहले कर लिए होते.
Flash getting pinned against the wall. Sugetsu will be able to find the one, but then gets traded out. As Showstopper looking for him, and yep, Levin taking enough damage. Showstopper will be able to collect the kill. Slow push into B.
अब ये मारेगा देखना. वो जेट मारा.
Thorns and might have a backstab angle to take down something if he continues on this path. And for the moment, looks like he's not going to. With smoke out towards upper. Damn, I don't think he did. I think both players narrowly missing each other by pixels.
Find you.
They're just willing to explore the map.
Spike planted.
Shell out. As backpedaling. Forsaken considering that TP forward. Holds it for now. The jump in. Aves able to find two. Forsaken still contained, still low on HP. The rewrap though from something, able to find the one, looking for that second. Jumps up the right click, takes him to 50. Dialed in with the op and
nice.
Will keep them afloat. It's the 3.
ऐसा लग रहा है मेरा मैच है, मेरा रैंक अप होने वाला है. मैं ऐसा फील कर रहा हूँ भाई, पता है?
They know they could just hold that angle. PRX is trying to use some of those jump peaks to see if they can get him to pull the trigger maybe a little bit early, but the discipline is there for KC.
क्या पता भाई, जब से पैटमैन गया है ना, तब से अजीब ही खेल रहे हैं इन लोग, पता है?
Forsaken able to buy enough time for something.
ऐसा नहीं बोलूंगा कि इनवी अच्छा नहीं खेलता, बट ना पैटमैन के साथ कुछ अलग ही था इनका सिनर्जी. बोलना नहीं पड़ता था. मतलब ना बहुत कम होता था कि ना पैटमैन के रहते हुए बैकस्टेप से मरो. अरे
भाई वो रैंडम शॉट मारा है.
It feels like luck is just not on PRX's side.
Luck है भाई, पूरा luck.
One hell of a kill. We found the operator and the hero of the previous round now.
भाई तेरे को पता है इग्नाइटर, ये सब छोड़. तेरे को पता है GTA 6 में येलो डॉलर लगेगा सबकी वीडियोस में. प्योरली 18+ है ना, और एग्जॉटिक है, थोड़ी बहुत वो है, न्यूडिटी है, सब चीज है, तो इस वजह से येलो डॉलर लगेगा कंफर्म है.
Trying to puff out his chest a bit. It's a nightfall, going to be leading him right to him, and the shots are not connecting. It's a bold attempt, but that falls.
भाई जब RNG करना होता है, मैं आज तक नहीं समझ पाया, जब RNG करना ही है तो फैंटम क्यों नहीं खरीदते हो भाई?
Thorn sent on a timing.
बहुत अच्छा
ये
होल्ड
करके बैठा है. A lot of this pressure going to be
है
shouldered by Envy. Alone on this site. Has the first player dead, but now B opened up. Fly quick on the scene. Sugetsu stays tucked away here at stairs. A kill going to be found, but Jing, he never looks back. He never checks that position. Devi is dead. Envy is gone. And the round, this half is dominated
एक बार
by
भी
Karmine Corp.
स्टेयर्स नहीं चेक किए भाई. क्यों? बंदा तो जा ही नहीं सकता. वॉल लगी है. वाइपर की बॉल क्रॉस नहीं हो सकती.
3 players into double digits already for Karmine Corp. No doubt they're the better team right now in this server. It's going to have to be, again, another incredible attacker side for PRX to swing this back. But
उम्मीद है कि अगर पिस्टल जीत गई तो 5-9 कर लेगी. 3 राउंड का डेफिसिट बहुत बड़ा चीज नहीं होता.
The plays that they have, the way that they're able to match the aggression. I mean,
6 राउंड का डेफिसिट बहुत
know
होता
that
है.
PRX is going to over-rotate on stuff, be over-aggressive. They can use that to find space, find moments where they can
गाइस मेरे को लग रहा है ना कि मेरा रैंक अप मैच में ऐसा हो रहा है. पता है? मेरे टीममेट्स थ्रो कर रहे हैं मेरा रैंक अप मैच. ऐसा ही लग रहा है मेरे को. रैंडम्स के साथ खेल रहा हूँ.
Big rounds from something. Being a difference maker, he's the only one who's in double digits for PRX.
अरे डबल डिजिट का क्या करें, अचार खुद में डालेंगे यार. खेलो ना यार, क्यों कर रहे हो ऐसा? दिल तोड़ दे रहे हो यार तुम लोग.
Started off so hot, maintained some good pressure along the way. Levin had a big round.
एक तो 2-0 से जीत जाना चाहिए था. फ्रैक्चर में जबरदस्ती के वो जो 2 राउंड थ्रो हुए ना, उसके बाद इनकी इकोनॉमी हिल गई और फिर ये हार गए.
Want to stick around, want to get further. Want to have another opportunity.
PRX को हराने वाला इस दुनिया में सिर्फ एक इंसान है. मतलब एक ही है, PRX.
This needs to be a monstrous comeback here from PRX, and all, of course, has to start
No
from the
one
pistol.
can defeat PRX. जिस हिसाब से खेलती PRX. But they are the only ones who throw matches, throw rounds, multiple rounds.
Yes, straight up. You're absolutely right.
Only
I mean, I've been thinking it the whole way.
that kind of gameplay they
Game
have.
is just better.
That's why they lost.
Narrate in particular, so clean. You know, Levin, he has these rounds where it just feels like he can't miss. He'll hit and he'll win you one. He might go a little quiet for a few other rounds, but you'll take those every time because they're often impactful ones where it's because KC is already dominating so many of the other rounds that he hits those ones and it's like, oh, now PaperX's economy is back in the dumpster. Like, it's just
भाई शुरू के अगर
so
3 राउंड नहीं जीती ना पेपर एक्स
पिस्टल तो कंपलसरी है पिस्टल नहीं जीती तो वो तो 11 पहुंच गई
outside of main.
फिर तो पूरा खत्म है बंद करो सो जाओ
PRX not quite going to be falling into the trap, but this could still be a very fast scale.
बैक स्टेप तो अपना ऐसा छोड़ते हैं लोग, पीठ ऐसे दिखाते, एक बार भी पलट के भी नहीं देखते भाई.
मेरे को ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है आदि कि कल ये पैकेज मेरे को मिल जाएगा. 4 तारीख है.
PaperX needing to up the pace here. No idea what's waiting for them.
हाँ.
4 है ना 12 नहीं बजा ना 5 होगा.
हाँ हाँ. संडे डिलीवर करता है तेरे Amazon.
No wall. As he goes just
आज
for
तक
that
मंगाया तो संडे का भी डिलीवर किया है.
He'll be giving over some space for now.
याद करने वाली चीज.
It's going to be spotted. Paint shell going to be lobbed up, but something going to be caught. Trying to ride that rope and Forsaken. Risking it all. Try to flush him out. And be the one to push forward. The haunt going through. Drops back down. Jinx slotting just at the bottom of drop. As the spike will get planted. The player disadvantage for PaperX. Absolutely need
उन लोग मेन से पुश करने का वेट कर रहे हैं कि कब मेन से पुश
spotting nothing from behind. They have to know these players are scaled forward, but Forsaken just jumped at the corners, able to find Sugetsu, finishing him off. Now repaces forward, finding Aves with a recovered bandit. And PaperX looking like they're still yet a bit of fight in them.
ये भी थ्रो कर सकते हैं. कुछ भी हो सकता है.
हाँ पता है मेरे को, इसीलिए तो मैं उंगलियां मोड़ के बैठा हूँ.
उंगलियां इन लोगों. वो देख कैसे आ रहे हैं. देख
and trying to get some ult charge, and he will be able to find one. Looks for two, gets it. Forsaken will be able to stop him in his tracks. 5 rounds, so still the lead for
पिछले बार क्या हुआ था?
Okay. This time around, PaperX able to win some of those crucial micro battles.
तो 3 तारीख को दिखाया था कि सुबह भोपाल से वो पार्सल निकला है और 4 तारीख को मेरे को डिलीवर हो गया.
नहीं बट तेरे यहाँ जैसे मेरे संडे को रायपुर में डिलीवर करते हैं अमेज़न वाले, तेरे करते हैं कि नहीं ये नहीं पता है. अगर कल पहुंच जाएगा तो तेरे यहाँ डिलीवर भी हो जाएगा कल ही. बट प्रॉब्लम ये है तेरे यहाँ संडे डिलीवरी है कि नहीं ये नहीं पता मेरे को, क्योंकि कंपलसरी नहीं है हर शहर में संडे डिलीवरी हो. रायपुर में है संडे डिलीवरी. अमेज़न का ऑफिस भी पता है मेरे को कहाँ है, वेयर हाउस.
अरे क्यों भाई.
अबे नरेट मरा है.
मेरे को लगा नहीं, मेरे को लगा फ्लैश अपनी टीम को मार दिया. ऊपर बैठा हुआ था ना.
नाइस. ये दे बैक स्टेप देख लो, बताओ मैया कसम.
The headshot getting the elimination. Divide will end up getting taken down the short. The barrel
दो गन दे दिए.
Finds another kill. He only has to be pushed over to Forsaken, but this is already decent damage dealt. Now Spectre recovered. Absolutely play this one out. The Marshal now gone. Spray and pray. So much damage. I think one of those connecting onto Envy's head. He's down to 44. Paranoia going to be lobbed in, and Sugetsu absolutely destroys them.
खत्म भाई, चलो GG है भाई आदि.
Gets the defuse, gets the vandal, gets KC up to double digits.
That is absolutely unbelievable.
भाई इतना खुले में क्यों खड़े होना है? आप ट्री से पीक ले सकते हो, प्लांट सामने में ही है.
He is the demon that haunts PaperX. The specter of the past is now the vision of the future. That may be a plane ride back to South Korea, back to Pacific for PaperX.
It is a 4v5 thrifty conversion now, forcing the buy out of PaperX. This is the all-in. This decides the map right here, right now. In all likelihood, is narrate an outlaw in hand.
भाई 1v1 डुअल हार जा रहे तो क्या किल करेंगे बता तू. ये देखो किस्मत ही नहीं है लगता आज PaperX की. रैंडम लग जा रहा है कुछ भी
यार. जब ना आदमी जीत के कगार में खड़ा होता है ना तो वो कुछ भी मारता तो कुछ भी लगता है.
नहीं भाई आज किस्मत नहीं लग रहा मेरे को.
That's when you're just feeling it, when you know that you can just look up and you know where that landing spot is going to be. Here we go.
11 able to find one. Jing just straight it across with that judge, but Will falls in a raid, finds another
एक भी
divide.
round
A kill back
हारे
in
बिना
reply, but it's a casual shot from DOS9 as Envy goes forward into the smoke to his death. Divine out. The last one standing. Caught by the seas. Decayed to 1. Little health he does have, will recover. 35 seconds, he's going to try to go on a pivot.
Does he have enough time here to go anywhere else?
He's just a cursory check around the back, but yeah, he is running out of time, and this would be one hell of a way to lose the round. I mean, it's got to be knife out.
Yeah.
Full send it from here. And even then, it's going to be damn close.
हार गए round.
And I mean, Aves is matching him. Aves is going to have a shot at this, I think.
Jumps across the way, but yeah. He'll actually give him the alert. He's trying to stick this plant, and the time is not there. No clutch to be found. No hope to be found. KC continuing to beat them back at every twist and turn.
Dominance, pure dominance. I mean, Envy just running
ऐसे ही
through there.
collapse हुई थी
not
वहाँ
even
लेविटन
looking
के सामने और
at the
यहाँ भी
bottom of the
collapse हो
smoke.
गई.
I mean, it's like
भाई most बोलते हैं ना unexpected
idea
team
that
है
PRX
Karmine
thinks they
Corp.
have about where KC is going to be, how they're going to be playing. They're wrong.
इससे कभी जीत मतलब हार ही नहीं सकती थी PRX.
Stingers.
Possible ही नहीं
PRX
था.
just throwing everything.
Unpossible
They're
था,
investing
unpossible,
whatever they can. It's
unpossible,
2 glass
unpossible.
cannons for Devi and something. Narrate has
जो भी किया जा
outlaw.
रहा है भगवान जाने क्या किया जा रहा है वो
Nobody except for Jing has
जो
the
जाने.
armor to withstand it.
हक्सी भाई
The two of them have no armor at all.
जो भी कर नहीं उनको नंगा नहीं किया जा रहा है वो खुद ही को नंगे कर रहे हैं बिकॉज मैं बता रहा हूँ ना PRX को सिर्फ हराने वाले खुद PRX हैं PRX को कोई नहीं हरा सकता until and unless वो थ्रो ना करें वो थ्रो करने में एक्सपर्ट हैं
Absolutely do. Divine Forsaken going to be taken down. It's just Aves.
सामने वाले कुछ नहीं कर रहे सामने वाले they are playing only normal Valorant
Still there. One of the Vandals left on the floor. Narrate. Whole position. The tailwind passed. God. That's well and good for something. He's able to avoid it. Finds a kill. But the rest of the team
देखो कितना
still needing to try to get past as Narrate is able to find the no
ये
scope.
टाइमिंग है इसके लिए कुछ नहीं कर सकते अपन
Sugetsu
ये देखो
arriving. Envy not going to be fast enough.
ये देखो समझ रहे प्लांट कर रहा है बंदा लेकिन उसको कवर देने के लिए एक भी बंदा नहीं है अवेलेबल दो ही लोग बचे हैं उसको
Karmine Corp are up to match point.
Took the words out of my mouth. Every round they've got the read.
ये भी सही बोल रहे हैं हक्की भाई
There's 4
मान
players
सकता हूँ
coming up the front of B at the beginning of this.
कुल्हाड़ी पैर पे गिरा या
You know
पैर कुल्हाड़ी
exactly
पे
how
बात
PRX
पे एक ही
thinks.
है
It's starting to feel a little bit like how I felt watching Leviathan play PRX, where they just
वही
knew
वाली बात हो गई
what
ना
they wanted to do
मारने
and how
गया
they
था
wanted to do
शेर
it.
खुद को निपटा डाला
PRX here throws the flash out, cleared right away. He's not messing around with any of that. Trying to go back into B.
Forsaken to the spawn. Now he's going to be surrounded while something dead on the B side. Forsaken desperately trying to find that kill, but Aves is able to
जो
hold his
20
own.
HP था वो मार दिया 4 सेकंड
Just
को
some damage onto the fade, a kill onto Levin,
Maybe
but
they
2
are
players
reading
now
him.
lost.
क्या पता
Site primed for the plant, but PRX aren't leaning into B. They're
नहीं
trying
है
to get
ब्रो मैं
grouped together.
उम्मीद छोड़ दिया that is
over
not
here at A.
possible
भाई 4-12 से जीतना तो
Give them some
next
breathing
to
room.
impossible है भाई.
Seems like KC actually assumed maybe B actually
अरे
was the play.
अरे अरे इतनी अच्छी पोजीशन छोड़ के कहाँ निकल लिए
Tear them asunder, but instead shifts his position, is going to try to play the top of rope. Exactly where he doesn't need to be. It's 1 kill away from having a showstopper. But from this position,
भाई
I
तू
just don't know
वहाँ
how he's
बैक
gonna
और
be able to
साइड
hit it.
क्यों देख रहा है? ऊपर जब तेरा बंदा बैठा वहाँ से उतरेगा थोड़ी कोई. अरे क्या
KC
बुद्धि
playing this
है
one
भाई
patiently at the
लोगों.
tap of the door, just keeping Devi's eyes trained in that position. The pit forward now to try to scale in.
हाँ ब्रो मैं खेलता हूँ
A flash out.
पढ़े लिखे लोग ही ज्यादा वैलो खेलते हैं
The slot forward, swinging around, closer and closer. It's Devi, the spray and pray will be able to find one. The paint shell going to be lobbed in, but DOS9 is able to take down Jing. Devi, able to find
Nice.
himself a third. Steel guarded immediately going to be invested.
बच गया.
Spots him,
बच
kills
गया
him, a 4K clutch.
बच गया बेइज्जती से हारने से
Oh,
बच
they
गया
hold on by a thread.
पढ़े लिखे लोग ही ज्यादा
7 in a
खेलते हैं ब्रो
row just
वैलो
to take this into overtime.
Well, they get there, but
नहीं कुछ है जो.
will it matter? It would be an unreal comeback if they can do it. It looked like for a second there, DOS9 had ended the round, but
इस राउंड में तो मेरे को तो लगता है इस राउंड में खत्म.
That was really creative by Sugetsu there. And again, PRX just positional.
चलो भाई जल्दी खत्म
I think
करो.
mistakes.
भाई मैं अगर PRX जीत गई यहाँ से तो मैं अपनी टी शर्ट उतार दूंगा ऑन स्ट्रीम. जो होगा देखा जाएगा फिर.
No one to be spotted. He had no raid, still trying to hold the door.
पढ़े लिखे
Has to make his exit with that rendezvous, and is Envy is able to greet DOS9.
मजे खेलिए.
On an elimination, Divide swinging the corner. Ava's going to be taken down. It's a two-player advantage now for PRX.
नहीं bro.
Back across towards A.
तो यहाँ से PRX जीत गई तो मैं मान जाऊँगा मैसी ही गॉड है.
Quietly looking to be.
मैं भाई टी शर्ट उतार
फॉलो नहीं
off
करूँगा.
guard, but now his hand has been revealed. Avoids the flashes, but clean one tap shuts down for
जीवन में कभी रोनाल्डो को फॉलो नहीं करूँगा. कभी भी नहीं. अनफॉलो कर दूँगा.
नहीं ब्रो मैं कंटेंट क्रिएशन और मजे दोनों के लिए खेलता हूँ वैलो. एंड एक तरीके से पैशन बन गया अब वैलो. तो स्ट्रेटेजिकली खेलते हैं हम लोग. हम दो लोग तो खेलते हैं, बाकी का नहीं पता हमारे दोस्तों में. मैं और मेरा फ्रेंड जो मेरे साथ वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है ना वो. नाइस. समझ रहे? तो स्ट्रेटेजिकली बोलोगे तो हम दोनों खेलते हैं प्रॉपरली अच्छे से अपने काम को मतलब काम वाम खत्म करके. क्या टीच करूं तुमको ये बताओ. मेरी पीक रैंक फ्लैट 2.
You would imagine it's too little, too late for PRX.
और मेरे फ्रेंड की असेंडेंट 2.
Start believing quite just yet, but this will be enough to force a timeout out of KC.
मेरे साथ ऐसा है. और अगर ऑल्ट आईडी में मानोगे तो डायमंड 1. तो ऑल्ट आईडी में नहीं मानता क्योंकि उसमें ऊपर नीचे चलता रहता है. मेरे दोस्त भी कभी लॉगिन कर लेता है इसलिए. हाँ भाई देखो ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है जिसको नॉलेज अच्छी हो उसको उसका एम भी अच्छा हो. मेरा एम थोड़ा सा ऊपर नीचे है इसलिए मैं एम में थोड़ा सा मार खाता हूँ. Hello Avinash bhai, मेरे भाई welcome to the stream. I am new to this game. If you explain the game while watch party, okay.
Close this out comfortably.
I can explain. भाई देखो ये ना गेम it's like कभी तुमने BGMI खेला है? उसमें वो करते थे TDM. It's all about like a TDM, ठीक है? तो 5 लोग इधर 5 लोग उधर. उसमें 4-4 होते थे, इसमें 5-5 हैं, ठीक है? तो अब इसमें एक मैप होता है, ठीक? उसमें होता है A B. किसी कोई बड़ा मैप हुआ तो A B C, ठीक? 3 साइट होती है जगह, ठीक है? एक बना हुआ है जगह, ठीक है? एक जगह बनी होती है. आपको ये मैप के अंदर देखो दिख रहा होगा A B C. लेफ्ट में दिख रहा है ना ये ऊपर में मैप A B C. तो इसके अंदर देखो येलो येलो जल रहा है, येलो येलो दिख रहा है. वही जगह होती है प्लांट करने के लिए. तो एक बॉम्ब प्लांट करते हैं, बॉम्ब, ठीक है? टाइम बॉम्ब रहता है वो, ठीक? उस टाइम बॉम्ब को प्लांट करने वालों को कहते हैं अटैकर और उस साइड को बचाने वालों को कहते हैं डिफेंडर, ठीक? जो लाल लाल जल रहे हैं वो अटैकर हैं, ठीक है? और जो ग्रीन होते हैं वो होते हैं डिफेंडर्स. उनको साइड बचानी है, ठीक? समझ गए? प्लांट करेगा अटैकर, प्लांट करेगा तो प्लांट डिफ्यूज भी करना है. मतलब जो टाइम बॉम्ब है उसको डिफ्यूज करना पड़ता है ब्लास्ट होने से पहले. तो जो अगर डिफ्यूज कर दिया तो डिफेंडर जीत जाएगा, और डिफ्यूज नहीं कर पाया भले सारे बंदे मार दिए उसने, जैसे अभी अटैकर्स ने मार दिया डिफेंडर्स को, तो अटैकर जीत गए वो राउंड. जस्ट सेम टू सेम है ब्रो, बस ऐसा ही है. और इसमें जो एजेंट्स होते हैं, जो प्लेयर्स होते हैं, इन गेम प्लेयर्स होते हैं, है ना, उनके पास अलग अलग पावर्स हैं. कुछ स्मोक कर सकते हैं, कुछ ब्लाइंड कर सकते हैं, है ना, ठीक है? कुछ फास्ट प्ले कर सकते हैं, कुछ जो है पीछे रह के भाई अगर कर दी ना कसम से टी शर्ट निकाल दूंगा भाई मैं ऑन स्ट्रीम. अगर कीपर हाँ जैसे सौरव गांगुली ने निकाली थी।
अरे यार समथिंग भाई
He's got no eyes on this whatsoever. The bandit, he can get this one tap, and he will. Well, two tap.
देख रहे जहां पे खड़ा है वहां पे आर्क क्लोज लगा हुआ है उनका। मैं बोला ना पेपर एक्स को हराने वाली खुद पेपर एक्स है। जो कुल्हाड़ी है वो खुद ही अपने पैर पे मारती है पेपर एक्स। पैर कुल्हाड़ी पे नहीं मारती, ऐसे फेंक देती है खुद की कुल्हाड़ी। गई थी पेड़ काटने, खुद का पैर काट के आ गए, ऐसा वाला हिसाब है पेपर एक्स का।
Looks away around the corner. Jing, does he have any kind of read? Tsugetsu is laying here.
समझ रहे हो अविनाश भाई? अब समझ में आया? अब धीरे धीरे जब गेम खेलोगे तो तुमको समझ में आएगा अलग अलग एजेंट क्या क्या करते हैं। और
ये भी मारा
बच गया, but no, he's starting to scale forward, and that's going to be his undoing as Jing no turns back, eats some damage, but
थोड़ा सा पीछे चल रहा था, सॉरी भाई।
एक बी लिंक है,
that might just be enough for Paper X to still deny this deny the end of this series to Karmine Corp. Then going for the plant on the corner.
कवर दे, कवर दे भाई, लोग कवर क्यों नहीं देते हैं प्लांटर को कभी भी?
Able to find that elimination, but has to get this spike planted. Paranoia going to be sent through. DOS9 and now Levin on the approach here from the back, comes away with it, and Jing has to do it all, and he cannot. Levin dead from the paint shell, but still a player alive. The defuse will be there, and Karmine Corp will come.
नहीं भाई, मेरी टी-शर्ट उतरते हुए नहीं देखना चाहती थी लगता है पेपर एक्स।
The dream lives on here in Paris, France for Karmine Corp. What a stunning series.
पेपर एक्स नहीं चाहती कि मैं टी-शर्ट उतारूं।
And then coming back onto historically great maps for Paper Rex on Fracture and on Lotus to send them packing out of EWC 2026. Amazing, amazing stuff here we saw today. And again, I have to give the coaching staff so much credit. They had them so well prepared here. The players themselves.
लेकिन चलो ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं। पेपर एक्स नहीं जीती तो अपने को दो बंदे मिल गए जो अच्छे बंदे हैं बात करने के लिए, हक्सी भाई और अविनाश भाई। कैसे हो मेरे भाई? आप लोग कहाँ से हो, क्या करते हो, कैसे हो मेरे भाई? आप सब लोग क्या क्या करते हो? Guys, don't forget to hit the like button. Please like the stream. It really means a lot to me. Thank you so much, guys.
Also, some forced and very necessary rest, I think, because these guys have been on the road. They've been
भाई
at it.
इतना मेहनत करके मैंने ये ट्रांजिशन बनाया था EWC। मेरे दिल की हंसी निकल रही है, देखो। भाई पता लाइट नहीं है पिछले 2 घंटे से। आई एम फ्रॉम उड़ीसा, आई एम अ टीचर। अरे नाइस टू मीट यू मेरे भाई अविनाश भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम एंड टीचर। अरे दैट्स नाइस यार, मेरी वाइफ HM है स्कूल की, और मैं ट्यूशन पढ़ाता हूँ, बच्चों को भी पढ़ाता हूँ और म्यूजिक भी पढ़ाता हूँ बच्चों को। भाई दीदी का मुंह उतर गया, पेपर एक्स को सपोर्ट कर रही थी, पक्का लग रहा है, पता है। ग्रेट, थम्स अप। हाँ भाई, अरे कहाँ गए भाई, हक्सी भाई कहाँ गए? गाइस डोंट फॉरगेट टू हिट द लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब बटन। जल्दी से लाइक शेयर और सब्सक्राइब कर दो। रब्बा रब्बा मेरे रब्बा, क्या होना मेरे रब्बा, रब्बा रब्बा मेरे रब्बा, क्या होना मेरे रब्बा। भाई साहब दिल तोड़ दिस। लाइट आ जाए तो ठीक है, नहीं आए 10 मिनट में लाइट तो दिक्कत हो जाएगा। दिक्कत हो जाएगी भाई, दिक्कत। रब्बा रब्बा मेरे रब्बा क्या होना है मेरे रब्बा। अरे कहाँ, अरे ग्रेट बोल के कहाँ गायब हो गए? हेलो अविनाश भाई, अविनाश भाई, अभिनाश और अविनाश भाई। अविनाश भाई मेरे को बंगाली सिखाओगे क्या? बंगाली बात करना, बंगाली में। मेरा दोस्त बंगाली में सिखाता था मेरे को, थोड़ा थोड़ा पता है। साला फिर भग गया, वो भी उड़ीसा से था, बाराद्वार, सॉरी बड़गढ़ से। बाराद्वार बोल रहा हूँ यार, बड़गढ़ है ना, नियर टू द बॉर्डर ऑफ द उड़ीसा एंड नियर टू द छत्तीसगढ़। बड़गढ़ में से था वो, मतलब है बड़गढ़ में रहता है। आप बताओ। In Odisha we speak Odia similar to Bengali. I know that, that's why. But आप लोग को बंगाली आती है, मेरे को पता है। मैक्सिमम उड़िया पर्सन्स को बंगाली आती है। It's almost 90 to 80% 80 to 90% identical to Bengali actually. I know that ना। काफ़ी मेरे उड़िया फ्रेंड्स हैं। मेरे स्टेट में बहुत सारे उड़िया लोग रहते हैं, तो उसमें से काफ़ी सारे उड़िया मेरे फ्रेंड्स बने, तो उस वजह से पता है मेरे को। मैं जब उनको बात करते सुनता हूँ ना, तो समझ में आता है। पता है, मैं समझ जाता हूँ बंगाली, बट बोल नहीं पाता, या गलती कर देता हूँ। आप कहाँ से हो? ब्रदर मैं छत्तीसगढ़, बताया ना आपको, छत्तीसगढ़ से हूँ, आपका पड़ोसी हूँ, आपके स्टेट का। आई लिव इन रायपुर, छत्तीसगढ़। कल का अरे मैच का वो चला गया यार, EWC। कल किसका मैच है? शेड्यूल क्या सीखना है बताओ? बंगाली सिखा दो और क्या। अच्छा उड़िया ही सिखा दो, बंगाली मत सिखाओ, उड़िया सिखा देना, ठीक है, समय मिले तो। भाई जितने लोग भी देख रहे हो प्लीज़ इंस्टाग्राम पे मुझे फॉलो कर लो, मेरा डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर ज्वाइन कर लो, एंड खूब सारी बातें, खूब सारी मस्ती, खूब सारे अपडेट्स आपको मिलते रहेंगे इसमें से, प्लीज़ करो। बीच में मैं थोड़ा सा वो नहीं रह पाया था, एक्टिव नहीं रह पाया था, बट अब एक्टिव हूँ और बढ़िया करूँगा। लाइव स्ट्रीम तो था खूब दारू। अच्छा थैंक यू सो मच मेरे भाई, थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू। रब्बा रब्बा मेरे रब्बा। इन इंग्लिश लाइव स्ट्रीम इज टू गुड। हाँ ये तो पता है, खूब दारू, ये तो पता है, तो बोला ना थोड़ा बहुत पता है, सुन लेता हूँ, समझ लेता हूँ। बोलते मतलब देखो सेंटेंस बनाते कैसे मैं समझ नहीं पाया आज तक, थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूज हो जाता हूँ, ग्रामेटिकल मिस्टेक बहुत ज्यादा होती है। ओ भाई लाइट आ गई यार। यहाँ पेपर एक्स हारी और लाइट आ गई, बताओ। कल है पी वर्सेस ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्सेस अगल बगल मैच। वो रेगुलर किससे बात करोगे तो हो जाएगा तो। अच्छा ऐसा 2 मिनट की खुशी दिया भाई, लाइट चली गई फिर बंद हो गया। जिंदगी मौत न बन जाए, संभालो यारो, जिंदगी मौत न बन जाए, संभालो यारो। क्या तड़प है ये, कैसी सजा, तू क्यों मुझे आज याद आ गया, बेचैन दिन मेरे बेचैन रात है, क्या मैं करूं कुछ बता, है मेरे पाँव में मेरी बेड़ियाँ, कैसे मुझे तू तेरा मेरा रिश्ता पुराना। यार गिटार नहीं बजाया हूं कितने दिन से, इसीलिए ऐसा हो रहा है गला मेरा। भाई 12 तारीख को फाइनल है वैलोरेंट का। What the heck? गाइस कौन कौन देख रहा है स्ट्रीम को? आ गई लाइट। और बताओ भाई इग्नाइटर मसी। ओ इग्नाइटर मसी, गाइस तुम लोग को देखना है थंबनेल बनाते हुए। थंबनेल बनाऊं? थंबनेल बना के रखना है यार आज मेरे को। फाइनली यार मेल का आइडिया कहाँ से लाऊं यार, देखना पड़ेगा। भाई एआई का उपयोग भाई इतना ज्यादा कर रहे हैं ना लोग, मतलब थोड़ा सा भी फोटोशॉप या वीडियो ऑडियो यार फोटो एडिटिंग कर ही नहीं रहे हैं यार। आप कुछ लोग तो एकदम ही फोटोशॉप पे आ गए, उस पे आ गए हैं एआई पे। पूरा गीला हो गया था पता है, और ये सब गीला हो गया था एकदम। ये कर सकते हैं भाई, ये कर सकते हैं भाई। वॉच पार्टी का थंबनेल अच्छा है। ये वाला भी अच्छा है, स्कोर भी रखते हैं एज अ ठीक 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 ठीक। इस पार्टी के थंबनेल्स क्यों नहीं अच्छे होते? लोग क्यों नहीं बनाते यार अच्छे थंबनेल? सिर्फ मैं मेहनत करता हूँ क्या अच्छे थंबनेल के लिए?
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from
लाइट चली गई।
Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same?
चलो क्या बोलूं। चलो गाइस, आज की सभा हम यहीं समाप्त करते हैं। गुड नाइट, स्वीट ड्रीम्स, टेक केयर, लव यू ऑल गाइस, बाय बाय एंड हैव अ गुड नाइट एंड एंजॉय योर नाइट with your family, and this is a Saturday night, so enjoy your night with your family and stay healthy, keep yourself healthy and your family also. मज़ा आया आज, स्ट्रीम करके मज़ा आया। पेपर एक्स को हारते हुए देखा तो बहुत दिल टूट गया, लेकिन स्ट्रीम अच्छी हुई। चलो, निसंकोच अच्छी हुई। लाइट जाने आने के बाद भी अच्छी स्ट्रीम हुई, बहुत प्यारी स्ट्रीम हुई। उसके लिए थैंक यू सो मच गाइस, लव यू ऑल, टेक केयर, शुभ रात्रि, सायोनारा।